Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A hearty and a warm welcome to one and all to the most awaited and anticipated event, which serves as a premier gathering for thought leaders, innovators, and industry experts who are dedicated to shaping the future of drone technology. On behalf of the government of Andhra Pradesh, we take the pleasure to welcome all of you to Amaravati Drone Summit 2024. We are just awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister in a short while from now. We welcome Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Sri K. Rammohan Naidu Garu, Senior Politician Sri Acham Naidu Garu, and other dignitaries. A hearty and a warm welcome to all of you. May I request all of you to kindly take your seats, and as we await for the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister, request all of you to remain in your seats. And after the inaugural session, the Honorable Chief Minister will be moving ahead with the second exhibition inauguration. And I request all of you to be in your seats and not to follow him. And kindly maintain the protocol and request all of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. In this 2-day National Summit, which brings together the officials of Union Ministry of Civil Aviation, representatives from the defense sector, professors from premier IITs, research scholars, drone manufacturers, software developers, and industry regulators, among others. Apart from all of them, today we also have some enthusiasts who would want to explore the latest solutions and innovations of the drone industry. The summit will also feature 40 exhibitors and companies showcasing diverse applications of drone technology. One of its kind, the largest and the biggest Amaravati Drone Summit aims to foster collaborations and innovations within the drone industry. And on behalf of our Andhra Pradesh government and AP Drones Corporation, we take the pleasure to welcome all of you once again to Amaravati Drone Summit 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to please take your seats. Kindly take your seats and your mobile phones on silent, please. In another few moments, we are expecting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a kind request. Those sitting with the visitor passes are requested to please take the back seats because we need some more chairs for the CMO. Those with the visitor passes who are sitting in the front rows are requested to little move behind. We need some more chairs. Visitor tags తో ఫ్రంట్ రోస్ లో కూర్చున్న వాళ్ళని కొంచెం వెనక్కి వెళ్ళవలసిందిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, has just arrived. And on behalf of AP Drones Corporation, a special surprise is being arranged to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister. There's a drone demonstration being done at the entrance, and we can witness that on the live feed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great pleasure to welcome all of you for the most awaited and anticipated event, which serves as a premier gathering for thought leaders, innovators, and industry experts who are dedicated to shaping the future of drone technology. Amaravati Drone Summit aims to foster collaboration and innovation within the drone industry. We believe that by bringing together diverse perspectives and expertise, we can explore cutting-edge advancement and emerging trends that will define the future of drone technology. In the line with the directions of our Honorable Chief Minister, today we welcome to the world of endless possibilities. As India is poised to become the third largest drone market in the world, the state government is planning to come up with a policy on drones. And yes, Amaravati Drone Summit 2024, this two-day national summit, will bring together all the officials of the Union Ministry of Civil Aviation, representatives from defense sector, professors from premier IITs, research scholars, drone manufacturers, software developers, and industry regulators. And yes, we are awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Chief Minister onto the dais. There's a special drone demonstration by the Andhra Pradesh Drone Corporation. With that demonstration, the Honorable Chief Minister is being escorted to the main dais. With a huge round of applause, let's all welcome the visionary leader, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. And we also welcome all the representatives, officials, distinguished dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. Our visionary leader, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and the state government is actively involved in the development of a complete drone ecosystem, including manufacturing incentives, regulatory frameworks, innovation hubs, and certification agencies and partnerships to position Andhra Pradesh as investors' destination. A hearty and a warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. ఆయన విజయంతో ఎంతో ఊపిరిని అందుకుంది ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. రెక్కలు వచ్చాయి ప్రజల ఆశలకి. అలాగే రాష్ట్ర ప్రగతి లక్ష్యంగా ముందుకు వెళ్తున్న గౌరవనీయులు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి సవినయంగా స్వాగతం, సుస్వాగతం. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the summit with an invocation, a classical dance ensemble by the renowned exponent classical Kuchipudi dance formed by Shravya Manasa Bhogireddy, a pride of Telugus, who has mesmerized national and international audiences with her on-stage performances. Shravya Manasa has given a unique twist to the Kuchipudi dance form by blending old world classicism seamlessly with modernity to appeal to the taste buds of the universal audience. Shravya Manasa has also credited more than 1,200 shows and mentored 2,000 students and a recipient of many regional and state awards. She has enthralled audience with her dance productions and choreographies. Ladies and gentlemen, she is presenting Bhairavi Satakam and Shiv Tandav by Shravya Manasa and her team ensemble. Thank you.
चंद्रमौलिरफल अपर्णा उमा पार्वती काली हेमवती शिवाग्रनयनी कात्यायनी भैरवी सावित्री नवयौवना शुभकरी साम्राज्यलक्ष्मी प्रदा चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिंग भैरवी भैरवी मोहिनी देवता त्रिभुवनी आनंद संदायिनी वाणी वल्लभ पाणि वेणु मुरली गान प्रिया लोकिनी कल्याणी रुडुराज बिंब वदना तोंगाच संहारिणी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिंग भैरवी भैरविरौद्रिणि भद्रकाळि बगलं ज्वालामुखी वैष्णवी ब्रह्माणी त्रिपुरान्तकी सुरनुता देवी व्यमानोज्ज्वला चामुण्डा श्रितरक्षपोषजननी दाक्षायणी वल्लभी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिङ्गभैरवी भैरविशूलधनु कशाङ्कुशधरि अर्केन्दुबिम्बाधरि वाराही मधुकैटभा प्रशमनी वाणी रमा सेविका वल्लाभ्यासुरमूकदैत्यमधरि माहेश्वरी चाम्बिका चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिङ्गभैरवी भैरवी शाश्वता ब्रह्मादिविनुता आर्या महादेवता या ब्रह्मादिविभीतिकान्तजननी या वै जगन्मोहिनी या पञ्चप्रणवादिरे भजननी या चित्रदामालिनी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिङ्गभैरवी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिङ्गभैरवी भैरवी चिद्रूपी परदेवता भगवती श्रीलिङ्गभैरवी
जटाटवी गलज्जल प्रवाह पावितस्थले कलेवलं व्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकान्तमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रमन् निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणम् मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल सुरत्फणामणि प्रभा कदंब कुंकुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्ध सिन्धुर सुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूत भर्तरी ॐ नमः शिवाय सदाशिवं भजाम्यहं सदाशिवं भजाम्यहम् ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ इदं नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन् नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरौ सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य विमोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनो
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Shravya Manasa and her team's excellent performance. Thank you very much. And before I welcome all the dignitaries onto the stage, Amaravati Drone Summit 2024, we get to witness some thought-provoking discussions, engagement in insightful panel discussions, workshops, and fireside chats led by industry experts, which gains valuable insights into the latest developments and best practices in the field. Connecting with visionary minds from various industries, fostering partnerships that can drive meaningful change and innovation in drone technology. Also, our experienced and specialized drone exhibition showcasing innovative solutions designed to address the unique challenges faced by users, departments, and discovering new technologies and services that can enhance your operations. As we explore the next frontier in drone technology, we take the pleasure to welcome all of you to this transformative journey where innovation meets collaboration. Together, we can create a lasting impact on the industry and society. On that note, it gives us great pleasure to put our hands together and welcome our distinguished guests onto the stage. In line with the directions of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu, the state government is actively involved in the development of a complete drone ecosystem, including manufacturing incentives, regulatory frameworks, innovative hubs, and certification agencies and partnerships to position Andhra Pradesh as investors' destination. The government intends to provide support to attract the big players of this particular sector and significant investments. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together while we welcome Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and the visionary and the person behind the Amaravati Drone Summit, His Vision 2047 is coming into reality. Please take your seats and also put your hands together to welcome Sri K. Rammohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation. A hearty and a warm welcome, sir. Mr. Dinesh Kumar, CMD, Andhra Pradesh Drone Corporation, presenting a plant and welcome the Honorable Chief Minister. We also take the pleasure to welcome Sri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister, Infrastructure and Investments. And we also welcome Mr. Wumlung Yolman, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India. Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation. A hearty and a warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. S. Suresh Kumar, Secretary, Infrastructure and Investment Department. Sri Neerab Kumar Prasad Garu, Chief Secretary of Government of Andhra Pradesh. Welcome to you, sir. Mr. Madhusudan Sankar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Mr. Manoj K. Arora, SRM University Vice Chancellor. And Mr. Smith Shah, President, Drone Federation of India. A hearty and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on stage. Well, may I now request Sri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Secretary to Government, Investment and Infrastructure, to present the welcome address and set the context. May I now request all our dignitaries to join us to light the lamp and begin the proceedings. Our Honorable Chief Minister will now light the lamp and begin Amaravati Drone Summit 2024. జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలన చేయవలసిందిగా గౌరవనీయులు మాన్యులు మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారిని సవినీయంగా మనవి చేస్తున్నాం. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now request Secretary to Government, Investment and Infrastructure, Sri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, to present the welcome address and set the context.
Andariki Namaskaram. Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Sri Kinjarapu Ramohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister of Roads and Building, Infrastructure and Investment, Sri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, respected Chief Secretary Garu, respected Civil Aviation Secretary Garu, esteemed colleagues, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, industry leaders, print and electronic media and participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Amaravati Drone Summit 2024, a pioneering initiative that marks a significant milestone in Andhra Pradesh's journey towards technological advancement and innovation. This overwhelming response is a testament to the transformative role that emerging technologies, including drones, are playing in shaping our future. Technology has become a cornerstone of governance and development in the 21st century. Across India, we have witnessed transformative examples of its adoption, enhancing service delivery and making government processes more transparent, efficient, and responsive. Drone technology, in particular, is proving to be a game changer. By continuing to adopt innovative solutions offered by drones along with the artificial intelligence, data analytics, robotics, and IoT, we can ensure that governance becomes more effective and impactful nationwide. The Amaravati Drone Summit is not merely an event, but a significant platform where the drone community converges to explore, learn, and contribute to the remarkable impact that drones are said to have across various sectors, including agriculture, infrastructure, healthcare, disaster management, and beyond. This summit is a pivotal step in Andhra Pradesh's vision to become the drone capital of India. And I am proud to say that Andhra Pradesh, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, is taking the lead in this revolutionary technological transformation. This summit exemplifies that commitment. With over 100 speakers, 400 delegates, and more than 1,000 participants, and over 50 exhibitors showcasing the latest drone technology and applications, this event aims to foster meaningful discussions and partnerships. These collaborations are key to building a vibrant knowledge economy, where innovation and technological advancement becomes the drivers of sustainable economic growth in Andhra Pradesh and the country. One of the key highlights of this summit is the drone hackathon, which has attracted an overwhelming number of participants, over 400 from across the nation. This hackathon offers a platform for bright minds coming together and present cutting-edge solutions using drone technology across 9 different themes, including precision agriculture, infrastructure monitoring, and emergency responses. The best solutions will be recognized and rewarded with prizes totaling 24 lakhs across various categories. This initiative not only encourages competition but also fosters a culture of P4, public-private people partnership, where collaboration and innovation lead the way for the next generation of entrepreneurs and technologists to spearhead the drone revolution in India. Drones hold immense potential for improving the efficiency of governance and public delivery. There are several examples of its application in governance. Use of drone during the Vijayawada floods in September is a recent example. We must leverage these capabilities in Andhra Pradesh to enhance our state's response systems and service delivery mechanism. This summit has been meticulously curated to provide a comprehensive platform for knowledge exchange, networking, and live demonstrations of real-world drone applications. From discussions on regulatory frameworks to technological innovations, and from showcasing disaster management applications to demonstrating how drones can be deployed for land and infrastructure surveys, every session is designed to shape the future of drone technology in India and beyond. Our mission is not only to adopt drone technology but also to promote it as a driver of investment, innovation, and infrastructure development. The forthcoming AP drone policy reflects this commitment, outlining our strategy to build a world-class drone ecosystem. The policy provides robust support for investors, manufacturers, startups, ensuring that Andhra Pradesh creates an ecosystem conducive to growth, research, and technological advancement. The establishment of a drone city, an innovation hub dedicated to drone research, manufacturing, and testing, is a critical step towards creating a thriving drone ecosystem in the country. This city will feature state-of-art testing facilities, incubation centers, and R&D labs to stimulate further innovation. Hub and spoke model will ensure that drone-related infrastructure extends beyond Amaravati, spreading economic benefits to strategic locations across the state and enhancing both rural and urban corridors. The economic potential of the drone industry is immense. We anticipate significant job creation in drone manufacturing, service and allied industries contributing to Andhra Pradesh's economic growth. Furthermore, the ripple effect on allied sectors such as electronics, software development, artificial intelligence and geospatial technologies will create additional opportunities supporting the broader IT and electronic ecosystem in the state. As we embark on this transformative journey, I express my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister for his visionary leadership and unwavering support. Honorable Chief Minister, who was instrumental in several technological and economical transformation in the country in last 3 decades, has embarked upon another mission to integrate technology into day-to-day governance by leveraging data. Development of multiple use cases, including drones, is an integral part of that grand vision. Let this summit be the catalyst that propels Andhra Pradesh and India towards global leadership in drone technology, fostering innovation, creating opportunities, and most importantly, improving the lives of every citizen. To all the participants, industry leaders, and stakeholders present here today, your involvement is a powerful affirmation that we are united in our vision for a common future, where drones enhance lives and create new opportunities for all. Thank you all for being part of this momentous occasion, and I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly welcome each one of you to Amaravati and also contribute your might in this 2-day session and make it a very, very successful grand innovation initiative in the entire country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I request our Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Neerab Kumar Prasad ji, IAS, to present his introductory remarks.
Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Sri Rammohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister for Roads and Building, INI, Sri Janardhan Reddy Garu, Honorable Ministers attending this summit, Honorable MPs, Honorable MLAs, all the honorable public representatives in this function, Shri Mang, Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Shri Suresh Kumar, Secretary, INI Department, Senior Advisor to the Civil Aviation Ministry, Shri Piyush Srivastav, Shri Madhu Shankar, Joint Secretary, Civil Aviation, Chairman, Airports Authority, Shri Suresh, Vice Chancellor of the SMR University, Shri Manoj Arora, Shri Smith Shah, President of the Drone Federation of India, esteemed dignitaries and participants in this summit, representatives from the media. A very good morning to all of you and warm welcome to the Amaravati Drone Summit. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the state of Andhra Pradesh, where we believe in ease of living and speed of doing business. Our state has been long recognized as a hub of innovation, technology, and forward-thinking governance, and today's gathering signifies our commitment to remain at the forefront of emerging technologies that shape the future. Drones are becoming increasingly vital across various sectors due to their versatility and efficiency. Andhra Pradesh government, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, has identified drones as a major tool to revolutionize real-time governance in key sectors such as agriculture, disaster management, healthcare, infrastructure, land mapping, etc. Under the directions of the Honorable Chief Minister, the Andhra Pradesh government aspires to use drones to provide better citizen-centric services and identify as many use cases as feasible. We encourage all the young entrepreneurs to use the data provided by us in Sandbox to ideate and develop new use cases for efficient, effective, real-time governance in a cost-effective manner. We also assure that through the AP Drones Corporation, we will extend all support to enable proof of concept for the use cases. Andhra Pradesh is committed to building a strong talent pool, ensuring that the state leads in the development of skilled professionals for the drone industry. Examples of recent activities in this area is that the SRM University in the CRDA has set up a center for drone operations, including a pilot training school. The Survey Department of Government of Andhra Pradesh has already provided training to officials at each and every panchayat in the benefits and applications of drone technologies. Our government is committed to creating an ecosystem where youth can be trained and equipped with the necessary skills to thrive in this rapidly growing sector. Through targeted skill development programs and collaborations with educational institutions and private sector leaders, Andhra Pradesh will not only produce the next generation of drone pilots, engineers, and innovators, but also empower its youth with career opportunities that have global demand. As a state known for its pro-business policies, infrastructure, and IT capabilities, Andhra Pradesh offers a unique opportunity for investment in drone technology. We have already created a very conducive environment for innovation with streamlined processes, incentives, and an infrastructure that supports technology-driven industries in the form of various industrial policies that have been recently approved. Andhra Pradesh is ideal for drone-related industries and investments. We will be coming out with a focused drone policy also based on the feedback in this summit. Our aim is to be global leaders in drone manufacturing, research, and services to set up and invite all the leading global players to set up operations here in Andhra Pradesh. We are encouraging partnerships between private industries, research institutions, academia, and government agencies to explore new uses of drone technology. Whether it is fostering research in advanced drone applications or providing support to startups working on drone-based solutions, the state will remain a catalyst for innovation and collaboration. In conclusion, Andhra Pradesh, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, after the very famous IT revolution of Andhra Pradesh and Hyderabad, is today ready for another transformation. The transformation which will be led by knowledge, transformation which will be empowered by artificial intelligence and supported by the vision of Honorable CM. Drones, as we have discussed, will be an integral part of this transformation. I thank you all for participation and look forward to a very fruitful summit filled with new ideas, collaborations, and path to success. Thank you very much and look forward to very fruitful discussions in this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now request Shri Wumlung Violam, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India, to give a special address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Sri K. Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister for Roads and Buildings and Infrastructure and Investments, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, Honorable Ministers from the State Government who are present here with us, honorable MPs, honorable MLAs, and the other dignitaries, respected Chief Secretary of Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nirab Kumar Prasad, my colleagues from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Senior Economic Advisor, Mr. Piyush Srivastava, the Joint Secretary, Mr. Madhusudan, the Chairman, Sri Suresh, and the members of the AAI, the Secretary, Investment and Infrastructure, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri S. Suresh Kumar, who has really been the key person in pulling together this event, the other senior officers of the state government, and all present here today, friends from the media. As we meet together to promote drones, it is indeed a very exciting moment for all of us, especially because when we talk drones, we are looking at the youth, we are looking at the startups, we are looking at the bright minds, and we are looking at the new generation, the new technologies, and the innovative applications that this new technology can bring about. It is indeed a very exciting moment, a very happy day that all of us are gathered here together. As this Drone Summit 2024 is held in Amaravati, I would like to acknowledge the support and leadership that Honorable Prime Minister of India has been providing to the drone sector for many years now. And especially today, Honorable Chief Minister, Andhra Pradesh, and Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, I would like to especially acknowledge that today's event, this event would not have happened without their leadership, without their vision. So I think a round of applause would be appropriate at this time. Thank you, sirs. And as we say that we are excited, I would like to mention a few of the initiatives, steps that the Government of India had taken over the last few years to promote the drone ecosystem. And the very first is that the drone rules were liberalized in 2021 to provide an ecosystem that is favorable, that supports the startups, the MSMEs, the youngsters, the academicians, and those who have an interest in the drones. The forms and the procedures required were simplified, and in fact, even more, this year we have further reduced the documentation to make it easy and simple for people to buy the drones, to operate the drones, and to be an owner of the drones. So the regulatory regime has been made very favorable. To support the industry, in fact, Government of India had taken a very major step, and that is banning the import of drones. So today, as we promote Atmanirbhar Bharat, we look forward to all of you to promote the manufacture, the design, and the development of the drones within our own country. So that is another major step taken to improve the ecosystem for drones in India. To fly the drones, we need the airspace, and through the DigiSky platform, 90% of the airspace in India has been made into the green zone, which means no one requires the permission, the clearance to fly in the 90% of our airspace in India. This again is a step which will help in the adoption of drones in the different applications, different uses across the length and breadth of Andhra Pradesh, and also across the length and breadth of our great country. The PLI scheme for drones, which started 2.5 years back, has been a great success. We had a budget outlay which at that time was double the size of the drone industry. And through this PLI scheme for drones, the manufacture of drones and drone components has been promoted. 23 companies have benefited, and it has been a great success. With the end of the 3 years period, we are now looking at expanding, enlarging it. That is what has been done. I end by very briefly mentioning few steps that we'll be taking in the coming times. We believe that R&D in drones, scaling up the manufacture of the components of drones is something that we need to focus as a country. So today from this platform, as the Secretary of Ministry of Civil Aviation, I would like to encourage all the startups, all the young people, all the MSMEs, all the engineering institutions, scientific institutions, let us put our heads together and focus on R&D and components manufacture from the Government of India side under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and our Union Minister for Civil Aviation. We will be coming out with a scheme which will support R&D and manufacture of components. Secondly, as the drones expand in their application and utilization, BVLOS has become a big issue. BVLOS stands for Beyond Visual Line of Sight, so that the drone can fly to a further distance, and the regulatory regime is right now under drafting, under discussion, under preparation. Any suggestions we will be most happy to receive. That will be something transformative that will enable our drones as they become better with higher endurance to do more and more tasks in the different fields that were mentioned by the speakers before me. So with these steps, I again reaffirm the commitment of Government of India to promote the drones. Today is a very special occasion where we will carry forward that initiative, that commitment, and my very best wishes to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now request Sri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Roads and Buildings, to give the special address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Sri Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Honorable MPs, Ministers and MLAs, and esteemed colleagues and dignitaries and participants. It is an honor to address to you today at the Amaravati Drone Summit, a hallmark event that Andhra Pradesh commitment to becoming a leader in drone technology and innovation. As the Minister for Information and Infrastructure Investment, I can assure you that our state is making a effort to create a strong foundation for technology growth. Andhra Pradesh offers vast investment opportunities across the multiple sectors. Its 972 kilometers coastal line, well-developed ports, and expanding infrastructure make it ideal for logistics, port-based industries, and export-driven business. Infrastructure plays a vital role in supporting the rapid adoption and development of drone technology. The state government is committed to developing world-class infrastructure to facilitate this growth under the visionary leadership of Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Our plan to establish a drone city in Andhra Pradesh, featuring testing facilities, airspaces, and a center of excellence, which survey use our a hub for drone manufacturing, innovation, and research. This combined with our hub and spoke model for drone operations, will ensure that drone become part to both urban and rural development across the state. Moreover, drone are already transforming how you monitor and manage infrastructure projects with their capabilities for aerial surveying, real-time monitoring, and painting maintenance. We are using drones to improve the efficiency of the road and buildings constructions, reduce the cost, and enhance the safety. Andhra Pradesh is taking a holistic approach to attract investment and we are offering generous incentives such as capital subsidies, production linked incentives and tax rebates for companies investing in drone technology together with the support. Our industry partners and investors, Andhra Pradesh is well on its way to becoming a global leader in drones. This is the brainchild project of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We now have the keynote address by Sri K. Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India.
Andariki Namaskaram. The visionary and dynamic Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister for Investments and Infrastructure, BC Janardhan Reddy Garu, Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Walnam Garu, Chief Secretary of Government of Andhra Pradesh, Neerab Kumar Prasad Garu, Secretary to Government Investment and Infrastructure, Suresh Kumar Garu, all the other respected dignitaries on the dais, respected ministers, respected people from the industry, the Drone Federation of India, Bharat Drone Industry, CII, and especially the young students who have come here to witness this great historic moment. A warm welcome to each and every one of you. Welcome to Amaravati and welcome to the Amaravati Drone Summit 2024. This is the first time I'm sharing the dais with Honorable Chief Minister after becoming the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And I'm very happy that it is an event concerning to my ministry. And the reason, this is one thing I have to say, this is the biggest and the first of its kind summit regarding drones that is happening outside the National Capital Territory of Delhi. And you would all know the reason why it is happening in Amaravati. It is because of one and only one person, that is our Chief Minister, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. In fact, after taking charge as Minister for Civil Aviation, lot of chief ministers from different states have come to me. And always the idea has been, whenever I've been discussing with those chief ministers, they have been requesting for either more airports, more connectivity. If they want to extend it a little bit, they were talking about heliports or helicopter operations. But only one chief minister from the country, when he came to me, he talked about airports, he talked about air connectivity, and he dug little more deeper and he talked about drones, and that is our Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu Garu. And he asked as Minister of Civil Aviation, what exactly are you doing in drones? Because Andhra Pradesh wants to become the drone hub of the country. We want to utilize drones in a very big way. So give us a direction so that Andhra Pradesh can move in that direction. So with those words, this summit was born in Delhi. At that time, Hindi said, you organize a summit, we will be there, you organize it Amaravati, so that the whole country looks at Amaravati for once for this event. So once we have conceptualized, the whole thought process came in, and at every step, the Honorable Chief Minister has been guiding us, giving us so many suggestions. And today, with the help and support of the government of Andhra Pradesh, we were able to put up such a grand show. So I thank the Honorable Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and the whole government of Andhra Pradesh for putting up a wonderful show and making it a huge success and inviting so many people for this. And once again, I would like to share another story. This is the story of Hyderabad. In the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, I was 12 years old in 1996, actually 10 years old. And at that point of time, Hyderabad was just like any other city in the country, any other capital city. Nothing great happening in that city. But our Honorable Chief Minister at that time, who was Chandrababu Naidu Garu, he envisioned, he saw the potential of that city. And he started designing, and he started visioning. He started looking into the future, and he made the Vision 2020. And you could imagine in 96, if you're thinking about Vision 2020, how many years forward he was looking at? 24 years forward. And that point of time, everyone was wondering, what is going on with him? Why is he looking at 24 years? The whole idea about a political leader The whole idea about a politician is to win the next election. But Chandrababu Naidu Garu is not about elections, he is about the next generation, and that is what he has proved in Hyderabad. When he was planning the Vision 2020, and he was doing the airport, the first of its kind airport. Nobody was thinking about greenfield airports. He envisioned it in Begum, Shamshabad. And he was thinking about liberalizing telecom network, road network, ring roads, IT, so many medtech zones, different kinds of activities. And he put it in the Vision 2020. And he nurtured it like a child. And today, after 24 years, we have crossed 28 years, and now you go and see Hyderabad city. It is not just any other city in India. It is a world-class city that each and everyone in the country is proud of. So the reason I'm sharing this story is because today when we talk about drones, and he talks with the same zeal that we would have seen in Hyderabad in 96, he talks about drones as a way that can change the entire social, economic, and the physical fabric of this country. And the way he envisions things, being a youngster, it is very difficult for me also to match up and catch up with his ideas. All the time it keeps happening. I feel that I've got a smart idea, I've got a great idea when I go to him. He adds 100 different features to it and he takes it to a much different level. And that is the kind of inspiration he gives to all us youngsters today. And today, with his guidance, with his support, with his blessings, in the NDA alliance, when we were given one cabinet ministry, he didn't hesitate to give it to one of the youngest members in the cabinet today. I'm just 36 years old and I'm sitting in the cabinet ministry. He being his student and he being my mentor, it is a great occasion for me, and the kind of leadership, kind of belief he has on the youngsters today, I think I am the visible proof to all the youngsters who have come to this event today. And similarly, drones, when he talks about how to improve it, how to channelize them, he has so many ideas. And one thing he wanted was he wanted to listen to the industry. He wanted all the people who are into manufacturing, R&D, innovation in this drone industry, all of them come together. Let us hear them out. Let us see what they are doing. Because he realizes that there is a huge potential in this drone network. And one potential that he has immediately realized, couple of months back, in fact a month back, the city of Vijayawada has been hit by severe floods. And on one side, when we had to do robust activities to provide relief, rehabilitation to the people of Vijayawada, his mind was functioning on a different level. I came to Vijayawada to assist in the relief activities. When he saw me, he asked just one question: where are the drones? Where are the drones? I want all the drones in the country to come here to Vijayawada because I see that they can help in providing relief and rehabilitation, this thing. And when we brought them, we brought a record number of, earlier there was no chief minister or no political leader using drones for disaster relief. There was just one or two drones going around for surveillance or very minimal activities. But he envisioned if you properly utilize drones, you can provide food, you can provide milk, you can provide medicines. So this was a revolutionary idea for us. And we have showcased it to the entire country. And in fact, the PM, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji also was so happy to see how drones were utilized in the relief activity in Vijayawada. And that is how the vision of Chandrababu Naidu ji works. And with that vision, we want to take drones to a much higher level by this summit in deliberating, discussing with each and every one of you and making things go forward. And another leader that I have to share along with my leader Chandrababu Naidu is the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. In fact, he has put India in such a strong position across the world. Today, India is no longer a follower of any other country. India is a leader and trendsetter, and that is the change and the thought process, the mindset our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has brought to this country. And the way that he has transformed the whole country in the last 10 years, today, commitment, that is the dedication, our Honorable all the Indians. He made a commitment to all the Indians that the Indians have elected him for the third time as Prime Minister of India. So what is he going to do? When he is the third time Prime Minister of India, he is going to work 3 times harder And what is the fifth largest economy in the world? He is going to make it the third largest economy in the world. What is $3 trillion economy today? He is going to make it $5 trillion economy today. So it is the thought process and the commitment of the Honorable Prime Minister which is an inspiration for all of us. And in fact, he has put a special concentration on drones. If you look at my civil aviation sector also, in the last 10 years, unimaginable growth. If I tell you the numbers today that we have achieved in civil aviation, you would be surprised at what the situation was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, India had just 74 airports. 74 airports since independence, so many things, so many activities, so many cities have come up. 74 airports have come. But in the last 10 years, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we have increased the number of airports in the country from 74 to a huge number of 157. Can you think of it? 157 airports in the country. And we are not stopping there. In the next 20 years, we want to build 200 more airports. That is the capacity of civil aviation in this country today, and we are moving forward in that direction. Along with the civil aviation, just like how we have improved the number of airports, how we have increased the number of airlines and aircrafts, how we have increased the number of passengers traveling on through air, there is another sector in civil aviation, which is the drone sector, which is eVTOL sector, vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. These are the new technologies that are coming in. And whenever there is a new technology going around in the map, in the whole world, there are two people who want to pick it up immediately and bring it here. One is the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and one is sitting right here with us, which is Chandrababu Naidu garu. Anything happening anywhere in the world, their whole idea is that I want to bring that technology to India, I want to get it to Andhra, I want to utilize it in such a way that the people of this country and this state are going to be benefited. With this thought process, we have achieved so much success. And some of the success that I want to share with you in terms of what the Ministry of Civil Aviation and Government of India is doing is that over the past few years, India has emerged as a global leader in drone technology driven by innovation, policy reforms, and strong industry partnerships. Today, we have 132 remote pilot training organizations empowering a new generation of drone operators, and more than 17,600 remote pilot certificates have been issued till today, and 81 different kind of drone models have been type certified. You all have just heard from my secretary also that we have banned the total import of drones. And why did we do it? We want to encourage more startups to come in this drone sector. We want people of this country to manufacture drones. We don't want to import drones and let the benefit go to some other country or some other company. We want people of this country to manufacture the drones. We want the young minds, the bright minds of this country to develop new drones, new type of drones, so that we can cater to the solutions which are indigenous to our country. So with that mindset, we banned. We liberalized the rules a little bit. Drone rules of 2021, we liberalized so that the operation of drones can increase. More R&D, more investment can come into the drone technology. And on top of that, we have launched the PLI scheme for the drone industry, and we have catered up to 120 crores. And almost 27 companies, I think, have been benefited by this. And I want to tell you that on behalf of the Government of India, we want to push more into this drone industry and assist you in more in manufacturing and also R&D. And that is where I see that there is a commitment from Andhra Pradesh also to move in that direction. So Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India and Government of Andhra Pradesh are both going to collaborate together strongly so that more R&D can happen, and we are looking at a very good drone hub in Andhra Pradesh in the nearby future. And along with that, we have the Digital Sky platform, which is a technological platform which is going to be used for registration of drones, and almost 26,500 drones have been registered across the country. And our Honorable Prime Minister has said a country like India should need at least 1 lakh drones to be registered. So you see how much potential we have to the current requirement. We have around 27,000 right now. We have to reach up to 1 lakh drones. And our Honorable Prime Minister has been one of the strongest motivator to utilize drones also. And we have to take note of the program that he has started, which is the Drone Didi program. Drone Didi program, he is empowering 30,000 women across the country. He is training them as drone pilots. He is telling them, why don't you use these drones in agricultural sector? Why don't you cut down the cost that the agriculture sector is facing today? Increase in the investment. And this is just one other case of use case that I'm talking about. We have talked about drone usage in disaster relief. We are talking about drones in agriculture. We are talking about drones in road management, construction management, medical facilities, transport of people. So there are multiple number of use cases that are possible in this sector, and we all wanted to know from the industry itself on how to go forward. And the one great thing Andhra Pradesh is looking at right now is formulating the drone policy, and the best of it is that they are listening to you and then formulating it. I think no other state would have taken this kind of initiative where they are calling in thousands of people from the industry, talking to them, knowing the issues, knowing how the direction is to go forward, and then collectively formulating the drone policy which is going to be the best in the country. So with that thought process, with that idea, we want to provide full support to the government of Andhra Pradesh in its way forward. I take the liberty of representing both the government of India and the government of Andhra Pradesh also coming from this state, and me having the civil aviation ministry with myself, I want to ensure that Andhra Pradesh has the best of its, to the best of its ability, grows in the civil aviation sector. And I imagine most of the people from the drone industry today are looking at the BVLOS, visible line of sight, beyond visible line of sight. And I want to tell that there are exciting developments happening. We are confidently looking at how to facilitate to this BVLOS problem. In fact, the American people, the FAA, they are also still formulating the rules. We are observing how the world is moving towards it. We are seeing how the world is formulating these policies regarding BVLOS. And I want to assure you that as the world moves in, India is going to be there in the forefront, and it is going to make it happen in this country also. We are going to take the support of all the necessary departments, other ministries also, and ensure that this BVLOS issue, which has been constantly tagged for expansive use of the drones, we are going to tackle it in the nearby future also. And also other things, other issues that you would mention, we are going to take a note of it. We are thoroughly following up on all the discussions that you would be doing here. We are going to note them down, and even if it is Amaravati or even if it is in Delhi, we want to ensure you that both the governments are going to facilitate to you in the best of its possibilities, and ensure that the drone hub that we want to create in the state of Andhra Pradesh is going to flourish in the nearby future, in the coming future. And I wish each and every one of you a warm, my greetings and a warm welcome once again to the summit. A great enthusiasm is being seen by all the people here. We thought if 1,000 people can attend the event, we would have reached the target that we have set here. But I think the numbers that the officials were sharing, we had requests up to 6,000 and many more also. So you can see how the success of the event is in fact clear by now itself, where there is so much enthusiasm to participate in this event. And so we are a lot of learning to do from this event today. And once again, I would like to thank the government of Andhra Pradesh for putting up so grand efforts into making this a very successful event. And my sincere thanks to Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu for driving this whole thing forward and personally monitoring each and everything of this. Under his guidance, I feel whatever success we are targeting to achieve, especially in the drone sector and this category, we will do it in the future. We will work under you, sir, under your guidance. We will take your suggestions, and coordinated with the government of Andhra Pradesh, we are going to ensure that the Andhra Pradesh is not going to be the drone hub of the country, but the drone hub of the entire world. And I once again welcome each and every one of you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. The only leader who proved that power given by the people is solely for serving them is our Honorable Chief Minister. On the lines of his Vision 2047, Honorable Chief Minister aims to position the state of Andhra Pradesh as the drone capital of India. It gives us great pleasure to have our visionary leader amongst us. Now, we have the inaugural address by our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu.
Honorable Union Minister for Civil Aviation, Government of India, young and dynamic leader, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Minister of Roads and Buildings, Infrastructure and Investment, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Janardhan Reddy Garu, Secretary, Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Sri V. Uvallan Garu, Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Neerab Kumar Prasad Garu, Secretary, Investment and Infrastructure, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Suresh Kumar Garu, and friends from industry. Drone industry is emerging. First time I am seeing so many industry and manufacturers, and also I am very happy youngsters from different universities have come here, and also professors, they are also here. I am very happy. This is the first of its kind. I remember very well, around 1995, mid 95, that is mid 90s, I used to talk about information technology. Nobody used to understand at that time my language. We are all traditional at that time. Around early 90s, internet has come. That is the contribution from Bill Gates. And at the same time, around 1995, I became Chief Minister. I took advantage of information technology. Just like this, we want to promote information technology. We don't have any clue. We had so many brainstorming sessions. Before that, only Bangalore, because of some natural advantage, they got some IT companies. Then by discussing with all industry giants and technology experts, everybody, first project, I-Tech City. That also has come not by spending money from government. It is a PPP model, public-private partnership model, first of its kind in India at that time. Without spending money, we created I-Tech City. Creating I-Tech City is a wonderful idea, but what to do with that? Then I went to America for 15 days. I met all corporate giants of technology experts and giants, including Microsoft. At that time, Google is not there, and also Lucent Technologies, so many relevant at that time, everybody I met. I told them only one thing. India is very strong in technology. Reasons are two. British people, while going, they have taken some money, or even my Kohinoor diamond, that is from Andhra Pradesh, but
they left English to us. That is the biggest advantage even today. Highest population who is talking English, only India, no other country is having this advantage. Second advantage, we are very strong in mathematics. Zero is innovated by Indian. These are all deadly combinations in information technology. This is where I convinced Bill Gates also and brought Microsoft to Hyderabad at that time. That is a story. I am always thinking ahead of times. All youngsters has to understand this. At that time, nobody used to talk about IT. There was a problem of telecommunication sector. I tried 3 successive prime ministers. Finally, Atal Bihar Vajpayee ji accepted. That is the report I have given, deregulation of telecommunication sector because of bandwidth problem. Everybody used to heckle me at that time. Why cell phone, all these things. Before that, even cell phones, 20,000 rupees, because of scaling, it has come to 2,000 rupees. Now it is a story, it is a reality. Smartphones, everything has come. That is how we have innovated so many things at that time. I strongly believe Indians are very strong in information technology and knowledge economy. You name pharma, you name biotechnology, you name other leading technologies, Indians are very strong. So here, I wanted to tell all of you one thing. We are very happy to have this summit. This will be a game changer in future. How it is, I want to explain one thing. Today, Andhra Pradesh has always been at the forefront of adopting cutting-edge technologies to address modern challenges. Today we have advanced drones, CCTV cameras, mobile phones, apps, satellite data, wearables, multiple other IoT devices. These devices are recording and analyzing information on a runtime basis. I spoke about IT at that time. Then everybody at that time, they used to do only job work. I used to talk about not only doing job work, you have to go for products. Then some people have gone to certain extent for products. Then I used to talk, don't be a job seeker, be job provider. That is where I promoted entrepreneurs. Today I am proud to say Indians are getting highest per capita income anywhere in the world. Among Indians, 30% are Telugu community. I am proud to promote this. It is only in one idea. It is only 25 years. Money is not the constraint. As Ram Mohan Naidu has rightly mentioned, at that time, Hyderabad, wherever I go, people used to ask me how to come to Hyderabad. Even sometimes they asked me, which Hyderabad? There is one Hyderabad in Pakistan also. They used to ask me which Hyderabad. I used to say, Hyderabad in India. Then they used to ask me how to come. Come to Delhi or Bombay. Overnight you stay there. Morning you come. Complete the business. Go to Bombay. Again midnight you have to catch the flight. Then they used to ask me, why should we come to your state? We can do business in Bombay. That is more convenient for us. Then I tried for open sky policy at that time. There are no flights. At least Ram Mohan Naidu is very happy now. So many flights and Secretary also so happy. Then I asked the then Prime Minister, open sky policy, first flight from Emirates has come to Hyderabad. I built traffic first. Then I want to go for airports. We don't have money. Airport authority are not willing to spend money. What to do? Then I created a concept that is Greenfield Airport. I acquired 5,000 acres for that airport. I convinced the then Prime Minister Vajpayee ji to go for Greenfield Airport. Now all airports, one by one, so many private airports are coming. I am very happy now. Civil Aviation Department is very progressive and also very positive to create one airport greenfield because of policy matter. I had 32 meetings with the Prime Minister and Civil Aviation Department. That is how it has happened. After that, Outer Ring Road, Biotechnology Park, IT, BT, Pharma, you name anything, everything we brought to Hyderabad. Today I am very proud to say Hyderabad, the best city in India for better living standards. All these things only 2.5 decades. Today I am telling you, we are having a very dynamic Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. He brought India globally proud. He promoted Indian brand throughout the world. Now he is working towards third largest economy in the world, another 2-3 years' time. Now he is working for Vikasit Bharat 2047. If all of us is work together, I am confident India will be number 1 or 2. Indians will be number 1 globally. That is going to happen. I am 100% confident about it. If all these things has to happen, we have to work differently. Here if you see, data is wealth. We have a huge amount of historical data already available. And every day 400 million terabyte of such data is being generated. AI and ML based analytics on this data is changing the way we see our world. Here if you see telecom regulation, deregulation has come, digital currency has come. That also I am very happy, I am fortunate. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi asked me to give a report on digital currency. Now in the world, highest circulations on digital currency is in India. We are very proud, we are having Aadhaar, authentication, that is one advantage. We are having GST. Even Narendra Modi ji has promoted JAM, Jandan, Aadhaar, mobile, sync. This is another biggest advantage we are having. Now, Ayushman Bharat, Araha for education portal, even for certificates, lockers, all these things are coming. Here I wanted to tell all of you, in future data is wealth. How much money you are having is not the question. How much data you are having, that will be biggest wealth for an individual, for a company, or for the country. If you are having data, you can go through artificial intelligence and also machine learning for proper outcomes. that will be the game changer in future, even now. Here, we are all in an inspiring time. I repeatedly am requesting all young brains and academicians here to think differently. One is in cloud, data is available. Through Uberization, artificial intelligence, we can use it by getting proper knowledge. Now, drones have come. We can program it. We can send it to anywhere, get information. Recently, we have used it in Amaravati, Vijayawada floods. All of a sudden, I got an idea. I told my secretary, Suresh Kumar, I saw there my SDRF staff, by going boats, they wanted to give it every home because in water, 6 feet, 8 feet water, it is impossible. So they used to throw. They are all in different buildings. Then it is falling on water. Again, they used to lift it. It is contamination. Then I asked our people to go for drone supply. We didn't prepare. That is only immediately impulsive way we have done. For every house, we are able to supply through drone food supply. They are very happy. Even helicopters we have used. In helicopters, from height, they have to throw the food on the building. So much of damage. Without damage, we are able to do nearly 150,000 members food supply through drones. I am very proud of it. Then we had another experiment. I asked our drone corporation MD, send drone throughout the city. How much garbage is stocking there? In a disaster, in a flood, so much of garbage is generated from houses. All houses are submerged. All these things they used to lift it, otherwise smell will come, contamination, so many problems. Then all these things, real time we are able to identify and alert municipal corporation to lift all garbage. Within real time you can see 20,000 metric tons garbage we are able to lift within 4 or 5 days. That is the biggest achievement because of drones. All roads appears to be clean. Whenever there is a garbage, drone will come, will go there, put a picture, then municipal corporation will go and lift it. Even in Vijayawada, we had a bigger problem. All drains are totally closed. Water is not going. Then we send drones, different drains, and identify wherever it is closed. Then we used to send Procline, remove that blockade. That is how limited use cases we have done. It has given excellent advantage. Tomorrow, drone is a game changer. I am telling all of you how we are going to use it, either in agriculture or in infrastructure or in so many areas. Wherever it is possible, you can use it in a big way. Second is, drone is a carrier. You can program it, get the information. There is a CCTV camera. You can fix it, important places. Even everything we can track it real time. Either rowdy sheeters are moving or traffic violations or drunken condition. Any violations you can identify, even temples, masjid or churches, we can have a security. Earlier we used to have police everywhere. Today that is where I am planning visible policing invisible police. That is our idea. Very soon I am going to give a challenge to the rowdy sheeters. Anybody will commit a crime, within no time we are going to catch them and punish them in a big way. This is the another advantage. Satellite data is available. Your cell phone, that is another one of the biggest advantage for you. But all cell phone, you can use it, you can record it, but you have to carry. Another thing, apps have come. All, anything, today there is a pest in the field, somebody will go to the field and record it. Every day you can see his field farmer. There is a pest, then you can inform drone company or government coordination with one message. Then drone will go and then identify the pest. Only there they are going to apply pesticide spraying. This is where I am planning precision in agriculture. Every application, not only one application, so many applications we can do it. This is where I am saying one is data is available, knowledge is available, artificial intelligence is available, the historical data, real-time data through drone, CCTV camera or satellite or cell phone, you can get it. We can go for real-time decision making, which is more accurate and execute in the last mile. That is the future I am telling you. All youngsters have to think in the direction. Then anybody can start a company by sitting anywhere from your place. You can operate anywhere in the world. This is where I am asking you here. So many people are there here. I am giving you future how it will be. Agritech, in agriculture, how to use technologies totally. Even you can go soil testing through drone. You can assess what is the yield of the crop through drone. You can use drone for pesticides control. You can go for survey of land. So many use cases you can prepare through drones. And also in veterinary, you can do it. In medical technology, there are wearables now. There are IoTs. By using all these things, we can monitor patient continuously. If necessary, only we will call him to hospital. Ambulance, get him. Management techniques are going to come in a big way. So this is another thing I am requesting all of you. This is all these things we are going to put in. One is managers, drone manufacturers give it to me. What are all the additional use cases academicians or technicians can prepare? Andhra Pradesh will be a testing bed for applications. You give your application use case, we will use it, and at the same time, after using that, we will tell you feedback, everything. If you are accurate, then automatically we can replicate throughout the state. After this meeting, I am planning minimum 100 to 150 use cases I want to adopt in Andhra Pradesh as a pilot. Then I want to go to entire state, all applications. Which are all the use cases available? First, I can have a schedule. After that, I can ask my requirements to all of you. If you prepare all these things, it is a continuous process. Then use Andhra Pradesh as a pilot for producing use cases or proof of concept. Then you can replicate throughout the country, not only country, globally also you can replicate. As on today, if you see, people are using drones for wars. Even small countries are able to fight big countries through drone technology. You have seen Ukraine versus to Russia or Israel versus to some other country. They are all using drones for wars in the time of war. I wanted to use drone for development. This is the biggest exercise we are doing now. India is capable of going for double-digit growth rate. India is capable, again I am telling you, to provide global services in the knowledge economy. By sitting in Vijayawada, you can start a company. You can provide services all over the world. Not only one or two countries, that is going to happen. Finally, our vision for Andhra Pradesh, for all these things, drone technology also is important. Our vision for Andhra Pradesh, building knowledge economy by capitalizing emerging technologies. We are releasing a concept paper on the strengthening the ecosystem of Andhra Pradesh using emerging technologies, drone, CCTV camera, satellite data, IoT, robotics, and artificial intelligence. We seek inputs from all of you, industrialists, investors, practitioners, experts, and academicians alike. We will create a comprehensive, future-oriented policy for a business-friendly ecosystem with a due focus on security. We will develop a strong framework that caters to equipment manufacturers, application developers, service providers, and investors. We aim to train minimum 20,000 certified drone pilots. We will build the largest human resource hub in the country's drone industry in Andhra Pradesh. We aim to achieve 80% indigenization in drone components and service by focusing on manufacturing and innovation. This policy pivots Amaravati as the drone city of India, and Andhra Pradesh will become the center for drone innovation in the country itself. One thing I wanted to place all of you, this is the artificial intelligence and machine learning is a stark reality. Knowledge uberization is impacting every aspects of our lives. Phones-based apps, CCTV cameras, drones, and other IoT devices have helped in real-time capture and warehousing of data. Cloud-based hosting of data and emerging data analytics algorithms have resulted in a mature field of data science. These are inspiring times as the knowledge economy is maturing and strong foundation of the IT revolution is building, bearing fruits. We need to establish a robust ecosystem around knowledge economy. I request all of you, think globally, act globally. Location is not the constraint. With the flexibility of operation and accuracy of data, drones are likely to play a pivotal role in positioning India as a hub of global knowledge economy. In this direction, within 15 days, by taking all your opinions, we are going to announce drone policy immediately, and also how to create ecosystem. That policy also will come. And also I am requesting Government of India. I am prepared to give 300 acres of land, first of its kind, in Voravakallu, Kurnool district. We will give you one of the best infrastructure there. It is nearer to Hyderabad, nearer to Bangalore, nearer to Amaravati, nearer to Chennai. You have to establish certification agency, and also drones, how to use it. They can use that place. And also we want to make it manufacturing hub. And also they can go through so many use cases. Then Andhra Pradesh is offering you blank check. We'll use all your use cases. If it is cost effective, immediately I can replicate. Everything I'm telling you, this is very, very important. When we started deregulation in telecommunication sector, at that time nobody used to invest big money. I have seen in America Lucent Technologies. Before that, in telecommunication sector, we had copper lines. People used to cut that copper for melting. That is more beneficial, theft, so many things. Then I request everybody, why can't you come fiber by using present fiber, manufacturing everything? Nobody was prepared at that time. One day I met Dhirubhai Ambani. I asked him. He was not aware of this technology. He told me, I am very familiar with the petroleum refinery. You are talking technology, I am unable to understand. Then I explained everything to him. He told me, excellent idea. Give me 3 days time. I will discuss with my people and then I will come back. At that time, I left to Davos. From Davos, I returned. Exactly fourth day, he telephoned to me. Babu Garu, wonderful idea. I am very happy to implement it. I am prepared to invest 5 billion US dollars on this industry. He invested. That is how Reliance Infocom has come. Again, there was a management problem, that is a different issue. Now Jio has come. Jio is the leading player in India. So what I want to tell all of you, if you have a good capability, you can do wonders. Because of one investment, earlier 20,000 rupees cell phone, it has come down to 2,000 rupees. Today, drone manufacturers, I am saying, don't go for greedy. You are a startup company. Go for investigation, continuously developing use cases. Establish your business first. To establish your business for reasonable cost, best person, best state is from Andhra Pradesh. I am prepared to extend all the cooperation for you. You want to send medicines to my hospitals, I am prepared to send today itself. But cost is important. Both we have to balance. Otherwise, today, by sending on road, it will be cost effective. By sending through drone, it may not work. Some people told me, no, it is workable, it will be cheaper than that. I will be very happy for that. For every application, not only one or two applications, I am convinced drones are going to play major role, and also it is going to be game changer in the near future. Even electricity. I can send one drone and see electric lines. There are any problems I can rectify, so that I can give uninterrupted power supply. There are canals. I can send my drone before and after, and I can go for accuracy of billing. I can send on roads. I can establish road condition. If you develop better than that, even estimates I can prepare through drone pictures. Even once in a way, I can send all panchayats, all municipal wards, one round, and then how much garbage is available there, I can establish. Then I can warn the concerned official locally. And also I can go for continuous auditing. These are all few cases I am telling. Sky is the limit for this. But how you are going to cope up is important. And also I am requesting civil aviation, government of India also. When I met Prime Minister in Chandigarh, I told him I am going to have drones submit in Amaravati. I am going to submit the outcome of this meeting. Minimum 100 to 150 use cases, if I can adopt it, I will send it to Government of India and then convince them. Here, drone manufacturers, one thing I am telling you, I will be the best ambassador for you to promote your market. Be clear in that. If I won't promote, I cannot promote, nobody can promote you. Even my minister is very dynamic. He understands my language. I am very happy for it. Even Narendra Modi ji, again I am telling you, I have seen so many prime ministers. He is more understanding about technology. He know the benefits of technology. That is where I am having very good equation with him also. If he cannot do it, nobody can do it. Even some ministers may not understand, but Narendra Modi ji understands technology. That is how we use technology at most efficiently. This is where I am asking all of you, this is the best time. Start from today, innovate things. I am with you. We will work together. Only my request to Civil Aviation Department, it is an emerging department. Don't put too many restrictions. Make it a policy which is users friendly. Then they will use it. We can regulate. Regulation is important. We will regulate, but not restrict. For every experiment of yours, you create a policy. Andhra Pradesh will be the first user state to produce proof of concept, either testing, just like your civil aviation regulation. You are having a air traffic controller. Same thing in drones also. You can have drone regulation, drone traffic controller. We will be very happy for that. But all these things, both central government and state government will work together for a win-win situation. And here not only manufacturers, students I am asking them, and also all teachers, professors, this is the best time for knowledge economy. Everything is available. How to use it, how to replicate, how to take to the logical conclusion is important. If you can do that, nobody can dominate than Indians. I am telling you one example. First mover in information technology is Indian. Demographic advantage has come as a windfall gain for India. Both are deadly combination for entrepreneurs. It will continue for India another 25 years. Europe, aging problem. China, aging problem. Japan, aging problem. Only young country, India. That is how youngest minister from Andhra Pradesh in central cabinet. So this is all various advantages. We are having stable government here, NDA government. Myself and my Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan is also always positive for technology, innovations, development, everything. And also Prime Minister at national level. This is the best combination we are working together. I am appealing to all universities. You are focusing as on today only on education. That is theoretical. Go for application of your knowledge. Stimulate your students. Train your students. Ask them to prepare use cases. Ask them to prepare different technologies, innovation. That is where I started recently Ratan Tata Innovation Hub. Total Andhra Pradesh, I want to create an innovation state. One innovation hub in Amaravati, that is the main center. Visakhapatnam 1, Rajamandri, Godavari districts, and also Krishna Guntur here in Vijayawada, Tirupati another center, Anantapur another center. This is where I want to bring venture capital, entrepreneurs, mentoring, seed capital, everything together. And I am appealing to all my people by 2047, one family, one entrepreneur. It is possible. 25 years back, I gave a call. Every family, one IT professional. Today, I am giving a call, one family, one entrepreneur, one startup company. Then we can change the game. And also, Andhra Pradesh will become a global hub for service provider. So I am very happy to see all of you. Today you are going to have different sessions. Our people have organized very well. And ultimately, what I wanted to request all of you, use cases, cost-effective solutions are important. You give it all these things to us, we'll execute, we'll move forward. With this, again and again, I'm wishing all of you best of luck, good luck. This is the beginning. I want to see next revolution in knowledge economy. 25 years back, starting with IT, we have reached now artificial intelligence. Today we are integrating all drone, CCTV camera, cell phone, satellite data, wearables, and also IoTs. This is another revolution. If we do this, nobody can touch India, and also we will be number one. With this, I wish all the best for all of you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that wonderful, thought-provoking address. Thank you very much. We now move on to the exchange of MOUs. And I request Mr. Dinesh Kumar IAS, CMD AP Drones Corporation, to please come forward, and our Honorable Chief Minister, with Quality Council of India for exchanging drone certification for startups in the state of Andhra Pradesh. I request Honorable Chief Minister to please step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, exchange of Memorandum of Understandings with Quality Council of India for exchanging drone certification for startups in Andhra Pradesh. There are two MOUs to be exchanged. And in the presence of the Honorable Chief Minister, the second MOU with IIT Tirupati and Technology Innovative Hub for collaboration on drone technology development, startups and skill initiatives. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we now move on to the release of concept note on drone policy on this auspicious occasion of Amaravati Drone Summit 2024, which was just inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister. The Honorable CM will now release a concept note on drone policy. అమరావతి డ్రోన్ సమ్మిట్ 2024 ని పురస్కరించుకుని గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు డ్రోన్ పాలసీ మీద కాన్సెప్ట్ నోట్ ని ఆవిష్కరిస్తున్నారు. Thank you very much, sir. And now I request Mr. Dinesh Kumar to present a memento to the Honorable Chief Minister Garu and other dignitaries on stage. To Honorable Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Sri Suresh Kumar Garu, IAS, Secretary to Government, is presenting a memento. And a memento to Sri K. Ramohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation. To Sri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister. To Sri Neerab Kumar Prasad, Chief Secretary. And to Mr. Wumlungmang Vyolman, Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. To Mr. Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor. And Mr. Madhusudan Sankar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. And also to Mr. S. Suresh Kumar, Mr. Manoj K. Arora from SRM University. Thank you so much for joining, sir. And a request for a group photograph. Request all the dignitaries to please step forward. Sir, photo. ఈ సెషన్ అయిన వెంటనే inauguration of the drone expo by our Honorable Chief Minister and the dignitaries will be followed by the demonstrations. And I request Mr. Smith Shah, President Drone Federation, to propose word of thanks.
Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri K. Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of Civil Aviation, Government of India, Shri B.C. Janardhan Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Roads and Buildings and Infrastructure and Investments, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Wumlung Mang Walnam, Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Shri Piyush Srivastav, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Shri Nirav Kumar Prasad, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Secretary to Government of Investment and Infrastructure, Shri Madhusudan Sankar, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, our partners from SRM University, delegates on the dais, of the dais, friends from industry, government departments, academia, use cases. I'm not sure about you, but I was very encouraged and very inspired with the speech that both our key dignitaries gave. And young people like me have got very well inspired to work 10 times more harder to ensure that we can promote use cases for drones across the entire country, starting from the state of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, I would take this opportunity to convey our vote of thanks on behalf of the entire drone industry. We have more than 300 organizations across the country who are participating in the audience today, as well as some of them have put up their exhibits. I'm sure each one of us are very excited to bring our drones as fast as possible to Andhra Pradesh, showcase use cases, and as you guided, ensure that they are cost effective, they bring in transparency in decision making, and they can actually bring in tangible benefit to deliver citizen-centric services. I would want to ensure that I mention few key organizations that played the most important role in putting this entire summit together. And of course, before I mention all of these organizations, I would want to repeat and mention about my partner in this event, who I kept having lot of long discussions with, Shri K. Dinesh Kumar, who I kept working with and kept taking each feedback, each small thing, to ensure that we can bring this summit to the perfection, and to ensure that everyone who comes here gets a great experience, is able to contribute, and does not just remain as an audience who listens and does not contribute. To the entire team of AP State FiberNet Limited, who also augmented all our capabilities and ensured that each important delegate gets a personalized communication and is felt important, and makes sure that he spends his valuable time here. To several other government departments, police officials and all, who made sure that all the arrangements are kept in such a manner that so many audience who came together could seamlessly come in and ensure that this experience that they have got, they could look back and they could make sure that they will bring in their contributions to the state. Also, I would not shy away from mentioning the small coordination that has been very helpful for the evening program, sir, through Airports Authority of India, who are making sure that our drones, the most important drone light show that we are going to have in the evening, from Government of India side and from Airports Authority of India side, we had all the coordination to make sure that we do it today on time. And all of the stakeholders that have come together, sir, on behalf of all of the people here, I pledge to you that we will ensure that all the 150, 200 use cases that exist in the drone ecosystem, we will bring them to you, we will show the tangible benefit, and we'll make sure that we present that use case to you in a manner that you can inspire not just people in the state, but other states to adopt those use cases at such a fast manner across the entire country. On behalf of the entire industry and on behalf of all the key dignitaries here, I convey my vote of thanks to important dignitaries on the dais and all the key delegates of the dais, and I make sure that I and my team will make sure that all the inputs that have been discussed in the exhibition during the technical sessions as well as in the audience, they are all put together as feedback to ensure that the state policy as well as the central regulations where we require more support, all of those inputs can come to the right stakeholders and we can move forward on the regulation side as well as on the use case operationalization side. Thank you so much for inspiring a young person like me, sir, and many others in the audience, and we'll ensure that we move forward on the expectations that you have set, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith Shah. Thank you very much. And now there's an inauguration of Drone Expo by the Honorable Chief Minister. We'll just proceed to the area. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll have a quick 15 minutes tea break, followed by the keynote presentation by Sri Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, on the production linked scheme, incentive, and the way forward. The keynote presentation will be held on this dais. Request all the dignitaries to come back and take your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, ma, we'll use it. We'll work out cheyandi. I will tell my secretary. They are working. I will tell them. I will give. Don't bother. This is what is the use cases you are doing?
We do end-to-end drone services. We manufacture the drones, and we also have a cloud-based platform which uses a lot of AI technologies. Currently, we are working with the infrastructure projects majorly. We have
No, what is the use cases I am asking?
So mapping and
Mapping of
villages and towns,
that
and also for mining sectors.
GPS mapping
Correct.
and land survey, all these things.
Correct.
Am I right?
Yes, correct. So we have used AI technology to this. So currently we can also monitor the change in construction if there's if some encroachment is happening.
That to that extent. Even you are not going now, next technology, if you can send drone to a construction site, it has to get with analytics.
Yes, sir, that is where we are working on actually.
Yeah,
so
you work it out. That is the future.
Yes, we have a digital setup. So analytics part of it is something we are
Real
working on.
time. It will be cloud. You can give all analytics. You prepare.
Yes, you are only manufacturing.
Yes, we are only manufacturing.
Where is your unit?
In Bangalore.
How many are you able to produce?
Sir, currently there are about 150 drones flying in the but we are using it for in the our own internal purposes. We are selling it commercially.
Concentrating on land survey.
And also infrastructure, mining. So we have
Now, mining, what is the work you are doing?
So we are doing volume calculations.
Volume calculation you are able to do?
Yes, sir.
Then another thing, ground, what is the available raw material, mining quality or quantity or type of mining, all these things you can do?
Yes, sir. Every type of mining we are doing, iron ore especially, coal.
Are you able to do that or just a picture?
No, sir.
We are doing this. You have a pit. You can see the depth.
Yes.
You can see how much this thing has been done.
How much excavation is
Excavation and then you are doing it.
Yes, sir.
For every, you should prepare a model around.
Yes, sir.
No, these are all the models I am asking you.
There is one more thing we can do. So the Hall analysis also, that is an automatically based.
You have the software system also.
Correct.
If you pick up the picture, you can do those.
It will automatically do it. There is
No, what I am saying, you can historical data, I can connect it to Google, this one, or cloud or satellite. I can go through that.
Correct.
Then this will be dynamic data. Then I will calculate.
Net change in stockyards, let's say for every month.
Even illegal mining, everything I can do. That's what I am asking.
Mounts also you can calculate. Rows and mounts.
Even you have to do one more sand. That is another thing. Even canals, the amount quantity of work has been done. You can calculate.
Yes,
Desilting, all these things.
Yes, sir. We can do that. I mean, water depth we need to find a different way, but we can do it practically.
You work it out all these things.
I think water ఉన్నప్పుడు సార్ అడుగుతుంది ఏంటంటే వాటర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మీరు కింద ఉన్నటువంటి సిల్క్ ఎంత తీసామని క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయగలుగుతారు
అదే దానికి different study also.
No, I am saying what they are doing. I am asking. I am giving challenges for them. Use their brains. Everything is possible. Yeah, everything is possible. You put it all these things, then
we are documenting every exhibition.
not only exhibition, every use case, and also ask every department head, come and go through this.
Sure.
First, all secretaries, including ministers.
Hello, sir. Hi.
Hi.
Mehta from STD Aerospace. We are a Bangalore-based company.
What you are doing?
So we make drones for surveillance, law enforcement, survey, and mapping applications.
Mapping.
We serve a lot to the Indian Army as well. So this drone is actually used for long-range
As
surveillance.
on today, you are doing survey mapping.
Survey mapping and surveillance. So law
You
enforcement.
are not going. Next step is soil testing.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We do a lot of oil and gas pipeline monitoring also with this kind of a drone. Where earlier people were using helicopters or blocking the pipeline. Now they are using these drones.
You come to Oracle now. I have announced.
Okay.
There you manufacture. You will get all the publicity.
Okay.
You will use it.
So right now we are based in Bangalore, but we are open for.
No, that is the hub. I want to make it for India's hub.
Sure.
For you only 2.5 hours.
Sure, sir.
From Bangalore.
Yes.
2.5 hours.
Definitely.
3 hours maximum.
Definitely. So we are one of the oldest manufacturers. Actually, we started in 2012. I was in the US actually.
No, you have to pay some premium to me. I am the main promoter for all of you. Not take
Bringing everybody onto one
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Do it. This is agriculture spraying. How many kgs?
16 liter capacity.
Only liquid and solid also.
Liquid and solid, both the things we can just dissolve in the water, and we can have the 60 liter capacity and the flying time like 14 minutes. 3 acres we can cover with a single set of batteries.
With 14 minutes.
14 minutes.
You are not concentrating now on pest detection.
Pest detection, we have the product. Pest detection is also, we have a multi-spectral camera. So that is a camera used for pest control, pest detection, and also the crop health monitoring.
No, okay. You cannot integrate in that.
We can integrate.
If you integrate that,
Yes, sir.
pest detection and
also
also precision in agriculture, there only I want to spray.
Sure, sir.
I want to apply my fertilizer. Can you do that?
Yeah, sure, sir. We can do it. We have the product also. We can do it.
You come. I am prepared to accept you. What is the cost? Proof of concept now. Cost effectiveness.
We will give it the proof of concept.
You work it out in a big way. I can create a good market.
Sure, sir. Definitely.
First mover, you will have an advantage. You come.
Sure,
You integrate and come.
Yeah, definitely.
This is very important for us. He is prepared to integrate everything. Pest detection plus spraying.
Yes.
Even crop health and spraying with fertilizer. Both applications I want to use it.
Make the both applications to be in a single model.
Single.
Present ఏమవుతుందంటే సార్ ఒక డ్రోన్ వెళ్తది పెస్ట్
No. He is having a model. He can integrate అంటున్నాడు. You integrate and then come back.
Sure.
That is what I am asking.
Yes.
You do that.
So this is again, sir, one more, sir. If you can see, once we fly a drone, it detects the number of people. So ఇప్పుడు మనకి crowd monitoring, sir, దసరా ఉత్సవాలు కానీ పుష్కరాలు కానీ జరిగినప్పుడు, so once the drone flies, it tells how many people are there.
But we have a proof
With the faces, it will come. No.
Yeah, we can have
only
face
number.
Face is also possible.
So, but only problem is from top.
Top we have the 30x zoom camera. 30x optical zoom camera we have. So face recognition is possible at 50 meters of height. It will be 50 meters height. We can possible to recognize who is here and who is there. One shot maximum number of people. We have like around 20 people here.
By drone information, you can go now with the cloud and identify the rowdy sheeters, all these things in a mob, in a crowd.
Yeah,
real time.
What we do is we'll get a set of data set from the.
No, I can keep it in crowd.
Yeah.
You can have data.
Yeah, yes.
You are having any.
Yeah, then that is match and
You are having any program as on today.
Yes, sir. We have done this program actually.
You come back. That also I want to use.
Sure, sir. Definitely.
You will use it.
So two things. Rowdy sheeters database.
అది ఇచ్చినాక మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే ఫస్ట్ అవన్నీ కూడా ఉపయోగించి యూజ్ ఇట్. I want to have a use cases. Then I want to promote. Our people, yesterday you have seen, no? I told them, but we are not doing anything. I want to go now.
Thousands of houses. I'll just show you the drones which we use. This is Daksha drone, sir. It was actually started by the help of Dr. Abdul Kalam. And this is the drone that we have used in Vijayawada. This is actually agricultural drone. It can carry 20 kgs. So this is extensively used during the floods. The same drone we have put, sir. And now we make all kinds of drones, that is defense as well as for services like mapping and for agriculture. And this is the product which we use, which is also being promoted by the Prime Minister. And they mix this is for precision agriculture. It replaces those big bags.
This is pesticides?
No.
Fertilizer.
So this can.
Using bulk fertilizer, now we are promoting this DAP. Like if and common only these two companies have this now.
What is the cost saving in this?
This is 600 rupees per half liter.
No, what I am asking ultimately, I need proof of concept.
Yes, sir.
What is the proof of concept? Effectiveness of the.
I'll explain. 75% cost saving in this, because there's transportation, storage, mixing, and this is a very concentrated. It makes into 2-3 buckets, which we spray over acres
No,
of land.
I will very happy. Ultimately, I am asking you. Proof of concept means.
Yes.
What is the application? You are doing all these things. I want to get yield.
Understood.
And also yield estimate. And also Pesticides, there is, I want to go for precision.
Yes, sir.
Then residuary pesticides, I have to identify less.
Correct.
Only that spot I want to hit.
We'll get back to you on this. We will definitely give you.
I will give you so many challenges for you.
Sure, sir.
You are going traditionally.
Yes,
I want to go innovative way.
Definitely.
That is the knowledge I want to promote.
Definitely.
Everything is possible.
Everything
Then you will have a market.
Absolutely.
That is what I am wanting.
Absolutely.
In a big way, I will promote.
Sure, sir.
I will give you subsidies also from government side.
Absolutely.
I want to have a breakthrough in the industry.
Thank you.
And I am very happy. They have done very well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
నమస్కారం. ఏం చేస్తున్నారు మీరు?
అగ్రికల్చర్ లో ఉన్నాము, అగ్రికల్చర్ డ్రోన్ లో ఉన్నాము, సర్వే డ్రోన్స్ లో కూడా ఉన్నాము. సర్వేలెన్స్ కూడా చేస్తున్నాం సార్. మీరు అన్న తర్వాత వాళ్ళ పిఓసిస్ కూడా కొన్ని చేసుకుని మెడికల్ డెలివరీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాం సార్.
ఇప్పుడు ఏమేం చేస్తున్నావు? నువ్వు అగ్రికల్చర్ లో ఉన్నావు.
అగ్రికల్చర్ లో ఉన్నాము.
ఏమన్నా అగ్రికల్చర్ లో ఓన్లీ పెస్టిసైడ్స్ ఏనా?
పెస్టిసైడ్స్ అండ్ ప్రెసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ సార్.
ప్రెసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ అంటే వాట్ యు మీన్ బై దట్?
సార్
ఏంటి
అంటే మనం
ప్రెసిషన్?
పెస్ట్ డిటెక్షన్ చేసుకుని ఆ స్పాట్స్ లోనే చేద్దామని చెప్పి పైలట్ చేస్తున్నాం.
కాదమ్మా, పైలట్ చేసావు ఇంతవరకు అప్లికేషన్ అయిందా?
కమర్షియలైజ్ చేయలేదు.
మనము ఇప్పుడు మీరు తమరు చెప్పిన తర్వాత సార్ వీళ్ళతో ప్రూఫ్ ఆఫ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ తయారు చేస్తారు. అగ్రికల్చర్ లో ఫస్ట్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ కి సంబంధించి కాస్ట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్నెస్ చేశాం సార్. ఇప్పుడు 15 మంది ఫార్మర్స్ కలిపి చేసేటటువంటి స్ప్రే ఒక డ్రోన్ 1 డే లో చేస్తారు సార్. అండ్ కాస్ట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్నెస్ కూడా ఇది మనకి పర్ ఏకర్ 400 రూపీస్ లో అయిపోతుంది సార్ స్ప్రేయింగ్.
అది ఎంత అవుతుంది ట్రెడిషనల్?
అది మనకి
300 రూపీస్ అవుతుంది సార్. కాకపోతే మనకి దీంట్లో పెస్టిసైడ్ అనేది సేవ్ అవుతుంది సార్, కెమికల్ సేవ్ అవుతుంది. దానివల్ల ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్
ఆపరేషనల్ అండ్ ఆల్సో కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ది సేవింగ్?
కమింగ్ అప్ టు సేమ్ సార్. అంటే ఈక్వల్ అమౌంట్ అవుతుంది. అంటే మనం దీంతో తొందరగా స్ప్రే చేయగలము అండ్ దాంతో ఫార్మర్ కి అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఉంటుంది సార్.
సరే మనము కాస్ట్ టు కాస్ట్ బేసిస్ చేసామంటే సార్ ఈక్వల్ ఉంటుంది. కానీ 15 రోజులు పట్టేది నేను డ్రోన్ పెట్టడం వల్ల వన్ డే లో మొత్తం స్ప్రే అవుతుంది.
ఆ గవర్నర్స్ అట్లా అనలైజ్ చేయాల్సింది. యూ హ్యావ్ టు అనలైజ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ది కాస్ట్, వాట్ ఈస్ ది ఎఫెక్టివ్నెస్. దెర్ విల్ బి ఓవరాల్ ఎఫిషియన్సీ.
Yes sir.
Sometimes pesticides only precision agriculture concern spot we can spray. There is a lot of control on pesticides. We are eating only pesticides food. Then fertilizer also more evenly they can spray with precision. Then application or plant can take very easily. That is the benefit. This is where you have to go to depth and analyze, and then we will use it. Hello. Namaskaram. Tell me what is the applications you are doing?
Everything drones we call ourselves. So we do everything from drone training to drone services to drones new sport. This is the new sport to the world called drone soccer.
Drone
soccer.
Soccer.
Drone soccer. Drone soccer.
Basically this is an indoor sport sir, where if you just see the it's played in an arena. It's a 5-on-5 sport like this.
Okay. This is mainly you are using for sports.
This is sports and recreation.
Recreation.
This is survey mapping.
So this we are doing in Andhra Pradesh. Large scale mapping with this drone.
Okay.
Places we are there.
Yeah.
And we also have our agricultural drone also in Andhra Pradesh. So we are quite visible, we are quite extensively available.
Agriculture, you are having a combined detection and also spraying?
No, that is not possible. There are two drones. Detection means spray is different.
No, they are saying they can do it. You also try.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
So we also have this vehicle called drone hub on wheels. These are like about 200 plus vehicles all over the country, which are the pilots are trained to do repairs and everything else. So these vans are all over country, which do after sales service. This is the largest MRO setup of the country for drones.
You do for all companies?
Now we have offered to others also.
Currently this is managing 400 plus drones of our own. So we have it under the service model. In fact in Andhra also we have 14 districts where we are present. Similarly we're replicating, but we're offered the service to other OEMs also.
So we are the largest agri drone service player. One of the larger survey activity. And the largest, of course, is the training. We are present in 12
Drones
locations.
on wheel.
Hub on wheels.
Yeah.
Up on wheels. How many drones you can carry at a time?
Two spray
Two
drones
spray
or a VTOL or a agriculture.
Either two of them or two of them. We always carry two.
And two pilots and technicians.
Two pilots.
So ideally we realize that there's a gap when the farmer's drone gets some issue. And let's say the OEM is sitting in some other state. By the time the drone gets fixed, it takes 10-15 days and half the season is gone. So you want to be as close to them as possible. So we're increasing the footprint of these hub on wheels.
How to do it, we'll do it.
Yes, sir. This is share with your officer. Thank you.
సర్వైలెన్స్ డ్రోన్స్ అండి ఇవి మనకు ఇది వచ్చేటప్పటికి 4 కిలోమీటర్స్ 40 మినిట్స్ వరకు వెళ్తుంది. ఇది 5 కిలోమీటర్స్ 60 మినిట్స్. మన ఏపీ వరదలు వచ్చినప్పుడు మనము సర్వేలెన్స్ చేసినప్పుడు ఈ డ్రోన్ తోనే చేసాం అనమాట. సో దీనికి వచ్చి డే పేలోడ్ ఒకటి ఉంది, థర్మల్ ఉంది. దెన్ మనకు వచ్చేటప్పటికి లా అండ్ ఆర్డర్ ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, మనకి ఇది ఫారెస్ట్ కి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, మనకు డిసాస్టర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్. దెన్ మన మైనింగ్ పర్పస్కి వచ్చేటప్పటికి మనకు డిఫరెంట్ మల్టీ స్పెక్ట్రల్ పేలోడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, లైడార్ పేలోడ్ ఉంది దానికి మనకు. దెన్ 3D ఆబ్లిక్ పేలోడ్స్ ఉంది, సో 3D వేలోకి చూపించడానికి. దెన్ ఒకటే డ్రోన్కి మనకు 3 పేలోడ్స్ కనెక్ట్ చేసే పాసిబిలిటీ కూడా మనకు ఉంటుంది. ఒకటేసారి డే థర్మల్ మనము మ్యాపింగ్ చేయడానికి మైనింగ్స్లో కానివ్వండి అన్ని విధాలుగా సహాయపడుతుంది మనకు. సో మొన్న లాస్ట్ టైం వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం వరదల్లో చూపించినాము. సో అదే హానరబుల్ మినిస్టర్ గారికి అది లైవ్ కూడా చూపించాం అనమాట, అక్కడ ఏం జరుగుతుంది. సో దట్ ఏంటంటే ప్రొడక్టివిటీ మెజర్స్ కెన్ బి టేకెన్ వెరీ ఫాస్ట్లీ అనమాట. సో మనకు వచ్చేటప్పటికి లా అండ్ ఆర్డర్లో వచ్చేటప్పటికి ట్రాఫిక్ కంట్రోలింగ్, ట్రాఫిక్ మానిటరింగ్, దెన్ నెంబర్ ప్లేట్ డిటెక్షన్స్ కానివ్వండి, వివిఐపి మూవ్మెంట్స్ కానివ్వండి, ఇవన్నీ మనము ఒకటే చోట నుంచి మానిటర్ చేసి దెన్ మనం కమాండ్ కంట్రోల్ సెంటర్ కూడా మనం కనెక్ట్ చేయొచ్చు అనమాట. సో దట్ కమాండ్ కంట్రోల్ సెంటర్లో ఏం జరుగుతుంది వాళ్ళకి డైరెక్ట్ లైవ్ కనిపిస్తుంది.
That can be done, but only what are all the applications is important.
అండ్ అప్లికేషన్స్ వచ్చేటప్పటికి మనకు path hole observations, then garbage.
Potholes can you measure?
Path holes can be, yes sir, can be taken into consideration.
Not consideration. I wanted to measure
Okay.
size of pothole,
We will integrate
depth, all these things, integrate.
with the
Then
garbage and
no,
the
not first of all potholes.
Okay.
What is the pothole size?
Okay.
What is the depth?
Okay.
How much?
Okay.
Then on the basis of that, I can go for repairs, contract everything.
Sure, sir.
Estimates I will
We
prepare.
will definitely integrate.
Garbage also, quantity of garbage in the dustbins
In dustbins.
and also spread. In a village, if I send drone, it has to calculate everything or programming in such a way in cloud, how to calculate, and I want to go for auditing.
Definitely, sir.
Particular village, how much garbage is there.
Kids are sir is asking the question.
Definitely.
How to avoid it. But understand the
No, you would know your system can do it, but you have to show us in utilization.
We will definitely do, sir.
You have to calculate what better this can do than the regular
You can
process
definitely-
of a man going and seeing how better this can do. You have to list out and show.
We will definitely come for the use with the use
Yeah,
case, sir. We'll show you.
Yeah, you do that.
సార్ సార్ మీరు చెప్పిన తర్వాత స్టడీ చేశాం సార్. మనం డ్రోన్స్ ని ఫ్లై చేసి వాటర్ ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేయొచ్చు, మెజర్ కూడా చేయొచ్చు సార్. మెజర్ చేయాలంటే లైడార్ ఉండాలి సార్.
And అవన్నీ వాళ్ళు పెట్టుకోవాలి. ఏం
సెన్సార్
చేయాలి?
పెడితే కరెక్ట్ గా మీరు చెప్పినట్టు
Yeah. Namaskaram. Edward.
sir, we are the first type certified company in India, and we are the pioneer in agriculture drones in India.
Mm.
And,
What are all the use cases you are having straight away?
So we have one generic case. This is just simple spraying, and we are very good in precision agriculture also. We're using multispectral sensors. We do the survey of the farm, then based on the data, we spray on the confined spaces only, wherever the requirement is there. And if you remember, sir, that day we in
Even
Delhi,
fertilizers also you can apply same thing.
we can do anything.
Anything. Not only soil testing also you can do.
Soil testing, we have used hyperspectral sensors, but that will tell you the nutrient, you can say minerals in the
Micronutrients.
upper layer of the soil.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is the beneficial for the plant. What type of nutrition is there?
Yeah.
I want to enrich further.
We can do it.
Yeah, sometimes there will be deficiency of zinc, gypsum, like that. All these things I can balance.
We have given that kind of drones to ISRO also with hyperspectral sensors, and we have done a lot of research with ISRO. So we have shown them the
No,
results.
what I'm saying, common man, what is the beneficial for a farmer? You have to prepare use cases, you have to guide me, then I can use it immediately.
And that day you asked.
I see some of your precious time, 5-10 minutes. We will come and across the entire spectrum of activity we can actually do
No,
and
what I'm
optimize
saying,
the
what
entire
all you
process.
are doing, you can tell me.
What sir is saying, once you prepare everything, then you
I will sit and then I will see that, because my time also limited. First of all, you have to convince our people, but I will use it at most efficiently.
we is India's first type certified, sir.
No, I'm very.
First manufacturer చేస్తుంది.
Our 70% components are Indian in this latest approved drone.
What is the now turnover of the company?
We are 100 CR.
A lot of scope.
Yes, sir.
Be clear.
Next thing should be in Andhra.
25 years later, I have a photograph with you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Nand.
My father was your consultant, sir.
Acha.
My father retired from All India Institute, rehabilitation program పెట్టారు
Yeah,
కదా.
yeah, yeah.
జర్మన్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ లో
Yeah.
అన్ని ఇచ్చారు, క్యాలిపర్స్,
Okay.
ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ లిమ్స్ అవన్నీ.
Thank
అందులో
you.
he was your consultant.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Medicines, yeah.
చేసిన తర్వాత సార్ ఒక ప్రూఫ్ ఆఫ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ చేసాం సార్. ఇక్కడ మన తెనాలి డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, తెనాలి దగ్గర సార్ కృష్ణా రివర్ ని దాట్ చేసి కొల్లిపార మండలంలో రివర్ కి ఒక సైడ్ నుంచి ఇంకొక సైడ్ వరకు మనం డ్రోన్స్ చేత మెడిసిన్స్ డెలివరీ చేసాం సార్. ఆల్రెడీ ఇది డిమాన్స్ట్రేట్ చేసి ఆటోనమస్ సార్ కంప్లీట్లీ. మనం ఏ ఇంటికి వెళ్ళాలో జియో కోఆర్డినేట్స్ ఇచ్చాం సార్. ఇది టేక్ ఆఫ్ అయిపోయి ఒక 6-7 కిలోమీటర్స్ దగ్గర డెలివరీ చేసి వచ్చింది సార్.
ఎన్ని రోజుల్లో మనం జియో కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయగలుగుతాం స్టేట్ అంతా? వాట్ ఇస్ ది కాస్ట్? వీఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ సర్వే, ల్యాండ్ సర్వే. సేమ్ థింగ్ హౌసెస్ ఆల్సో ఇన్ ఎ విలేజ్, జియో కోఆర్డినేట్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రిపేర్.
మనకి ఇప్పుడు సచివాలయం ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి సార్ సెక్రటరీస్ యూస్ చేసుకుని ఇమిడియట్ గా ప్రతి హౌస్ ని ట్యాగ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు సార్.
ఎన్ని రోజులు చేయొచ్చు? ఓకే, యూ వర్క్ ఇట్ అవుట్, దట్ చెప్తాను. ఏం ప్రసాద్ గారు?
మన కొత్త సర్టిఫైడ్ డ్రోన్ సార్, నిన్న సర్టిఫికేషన్ అయింది DGCA నుంచి, లాంచ్ అవుతే. సో ప్రిసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ సార్ ఇది మనకి. సో దీంట్లో ఏంటంటే ఎక్కడైతే పెస్ట్ ఉందో, ఎక్కడ డిసీజ్ ఉందో అక్కడే స్ప్రే చేస్తుంది, ఫర్టిలైజర్ వేస్తుంది సార్.
ఓకే, బోత్ ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్
సార్ ఇది.
సార్ మొన్న అనుకున్నాం కదా ఫార్మ్ మెకనైజేషన్, డిజిటలైజేషన్.
నో గుడ్, ఐ యామ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ. ఈయన సీడ్ కంపెనీ ఉంది ప్రసాద్ గారు.
ఇదేదో ఒక ఈవెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు రమ్మన్నారు కానీ.
యా నో, ఐ యామ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ, యు కెన్ యూజ్ ఇట్.
సార్ లాస్ట్ టైం మీరు యాక్సెప్ట్ చేశారు. మన విలేజ్ లో సేమ్ డ్రోన్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్, రీసెర్చ్, ఇన్నోవేషన్. దీంట్లో ఏంటంటే ఓన్లీ డ్రోన్స్ కాకుండా ఫార్మ్ మెకనైజేషన్ కూడా వర్క్ చేసి చేశాము. దట్స్ వండర్ఫుల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. మీరు కూడా కన్సెంట్ ఇచ్చారు, డేట్స్ ఇవ్వమని చెప్పారు.
అక్కడే అక్కడే వేస్తుంది సార్ ప్రిసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్. రెడ్ పాయింట్స్ దగ్గర వేస్తుంది.
No, I'm very happy. You have taken the corrective view. That is my thought.
Collective గా చేస్తాం సార్.
డెమోన్స్ట్రేషన్ కూడా మీకు చూపిస్తున్నాం.
బాగుంది. You can use it straight away.
యాక్చువల్లీ లైవ్ డెమోన్స్ట్రేషన్ కూడా పెట్టాం.
మనకి దోమలకు కూడా లేక్స్ మీద సార్
దోమలు ఎంతవరకు చేయగలుగుతున్నారు?
సెన్సర్స్ తోటి ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి కట్టున్న ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఉన్నాయి అక్కడ చేస్తున్నాం సార్. మనం ఆల్మోస్ట్ 70 లేక్స్ హ్యాండిల్ చేస్తున్నాం
హైదరాబాద్. ఇప్పుడు ఎంతవరకు మీకు ఇది సక్సెస్ అవుతుంది?
సక్సెస్ ఉంది సార్. ఆల్మోస్ట్ మేము 70%
వాట్ ఇస్ ది అక్యురసీ?
70% రిడక్షన్ సార్. లార్వే
70%. 100% you have to go.
సార్ ఇది ఒకసారి నేను మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను సార్. సార్ ఇది ఏంటంటే సార్ ప్యూర్ గా డ్రోన్ కాదు సార్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేస్తామంటే మస్కిటోస్ ని డ్రోన్స్ ద్వారా డైరెక్ట్ గా ఐడెంటిఫై చేయలేం సార్. వీళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఒక సెన్సార్స్ పెడతారు సార్. ఎక్కడెక్కడ పెడతారంటే కెనాల్స్ పక్కన, లేక్స్ పక్కన, ఎక్కడైతే వాటర్ ఇండేషన్ ఏరియాస్ ఉన్నాయో ఒక సెన్సార్స్ పెట్టి అందులో మస్కిటోస్ ని క్యాప్చర్ చేసి అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి లార్వా డెన్సిటీ ఫస్ట్ ఐడెంటిఫై చేస్తారు సార్. ఆ లార్వా డెన్సిటీ ద్వారా హీట్ మ్యాప్ తయారు చేసి ఎక్కడైతే ఎక్కువ లార్వా ఉందో అక్కడ ఆటోమేటిక్ గా డ్రోన్ వెళ్ళి పంపిస్తారు.
ఇది వాటర్ హైసింత్ కూడా సార్. గుర్రపు డెక్క కూడా ఎండిపోతుంది. గుర్రపు డెక్క ఎండిపోవడం వల్ల చాప వల్ల వేసినట్టు వేసి గుంజేస్తున్నారు.
హౌ మచ్ ఇది అవుతుంది? ఎంత చేయగలుగుతున్నారు దాంట్లో మొత్తం గుర్రపు డెక్క? హౌ మచ్ యు కెన్ ఎరాడికేట్? 100%
100% వెళ్ళిపోతుంది సార్. కానీ పిరియాడికల్లీ చేయాలి. అంటే గుర్రపు డెక్క కొంచెం ఉన్న కూడా వచ్చేస్తుంది కదా సార్.
వాట్ ఇస్ ది మాన్యువల్ కాస్ట్? వాట్ ఇస్ ది మెషిన్ కాస్ట్?
మాన్యువల్ కాస్ట్ కి 25 lakhs 30 lakhs అవుతుంది. ఇది డ్రోన్ తోటి అయితే మీకు ఒక ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఒక 2-3 lakhs అయిపోతుంది.
చాలా కాస్ట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్ సార్.
ఇది చాలా కాస్ట్ ఎఫెక్టివ్.
Why can't you do it immediately all our areas?
MAUDs.
No, not only MAUD, irrigation. All canals. You can do this.
ఇంకోటి యూనిక్ కేస్ ఏంటంటే ఫారెస్ట్ టు ప్లాంటేషన్ సార్. ఎట్లయితే మనం ఇంతకు హెలికాప్టర్స్ తో వేసేవాళ్ళం కదా సార్. డ్రోన్ తోటి ఇక్కడ డీఫారెస్టెడ్ ఏరియాస్ ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి మన సెల్ఫ్ హెల్ప్ గ్రూప్స్, NGOs తోటి సీడ్ బాల్స్ తయారు చేసి డ్రోన్ల తోటి వేస్తున్నాం సార్.
How distance కిందికి ఎంత పోతుంది
సార్? కిందికి అంటే సార్ ఇది సీడ్ బాల్ కదా సార్. సో
హైట్ వేస్తాం అంతే కదా.
టార్గెటెడ్ పడుతుంది.
ఇంతకుముందు హెలికాప్టర్లు వేసేవాళ్ళం,
హైట్ తగ్గించవచ్చు. హెలికాప్టర్ కిందికి రాదు కదా సార్.
గ్రీన్ కవర్ పెంచడానికి ఇది.
అవును సార్. మనం ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు
హౌ మచ్ జర్మినేషన్ ఎంత వస్తుంది?
25 to 30% ఉంది సార్. లోకల్ స్పీషీస్, లోకల్ మన నేటివ్ స్పీషీస్ వాడుతున్నాము. మళ్ళీ కొన్ని రెడ్ సాయిల్, బ్లాక్ సాయిల్ బట్టి మారుతుంది సార్.
విల్ వర్క్ ఇట్ అవుట్
సార్. ఒక్క ఫోటో సార్ ప్రోడక్ట్
ఏ రాయ ఇస్తా. Okay. Thank you. What is the?
Sir. So we are both drone and anti-drone tech stack, sir. So we are almost 40 to 50% indigenized. So everything what we are doing inside the drone is what we are building, sir. And right
What,
now,
what are all the use cases you are
sir,
doing?
so these are the use cases that we are talking specifically on the smart city for the suspect tracking with drone is what we are specialized in, and then this is what we are with the same drone with the complete tech stack we can do, sir.
What can we do?
Suspect tracking. Suspect tracking.
Any?
Let's say whenever there is a person which has been identified, we can track that person whenever it is identified in public. We can track that and then communicate that back to the drone control station as well. So we can have the complete control, all the data which is with the inference, identification being available, and we can also have a handheld device as well, through which the police can track on the go. And then even on the warehousing as well, so we have a few drones specifically for identifying the boxes, identify them, and then extract the data from that with using AI. So we have that created that with one of the IITs.
Right.
Sir, that one.
Melliga. Don't push. No, you come.
IIT Kanpur. I'm Professor Subramaniam from IIT Kanpur, hailing from Vijayawada.
Okay.
So faculty in IIT Kanpur who are inclined towards facial recognition,
they have the technology, sir.
We have come up with the drone photo to facial recognition చేసి identify చేసే technology వాళ్ళు develop చేస్తున్నారు.
Okay.
So we are working very close with the Indian Army, developing kamikaze drones as well as high altitude surveillance drones. This is a high altitude surveillance drone which can last for 2 hours and 200 kilometer range. And this is a simulator which we have developed. So it's a generic UAV simulator. What is missing with Indian Army today? So this can model any of the drones dynamics and we solve it in real time. And we can also control the zoom in, zoom out, and we have modeled the entire country's GIS terrain using satellite data. So with this, even sitting here, we can simulate the conditions of forward areas such as Himalayas and even line of active control and all. So this is nearby Joshimath region. So right now the simulation is happening. This is.
Is that real or computer generated?
Right now the dynamics is simulated. But with this, we will train our pilots so that they can operate these kamikaze. This is a kamikaze drone which can be launched from a tube or a catapult. So that's a catapult, and there is also a canister. It's a tube launch. So the wings will be in a folded state initially. Once it is launched, it will unfold and navigate to the destination. So the capability here is even under GPS denial, it can still navigate towards the target. So and it can carry a 6 kg warhead here and has UOIR recognized. Similar technology we have incorporated here for the civilian use case, where this is an aerostat-based surveillance system. The camera on board can be powered continuously from tether that is holding the aerostat, and you can continuously power this for 3 to 4 days depending on the season.
Rowdy sheeter facial recognition.
Sir, ఇది మనం UP police ki extensive ఇచ్చాం sir during this anti-CAA raids. CAA raids. Almost 25 days we have given these services. I have indeed proposed this during our Krishna Pushkaras last time. But after that I went to South Korea, I did not concentrate on this much and I came back.
Gudivada, sir.
Sir, our registered office is in Gudivada. I became a faculty there. I was a student there as well. After that I became a faculty. We want to come back here to establish our production units.
Come and invest and then create all these things ecosystem. What is your name?
Subramaniam.
Okay, you work it out.
Yes, thank you.
Got it. And I am very happy.
Thank you. Very good to see you.
Chadam. Hello.
Hi, నా పేరు నిహారిక సార్.
Niharika.
సార్ మేము గరుడాలో ట్రైనింగ్ చేస్తున్నాము. అగ్రికల్చర్ డ్రోన్ ఉంది, ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్ కి, డిజాస్టర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కి, కన్స్యూమర్ సెక్టర్ కి, డిఫెన్స్ కి, అన్ని సెక్టర్ లో కూడా డ్రోన్స్ పెట్టినాం సార్ మేము. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద న్యూయెస్ట్ ప్రోడక్ట్, నానో కేటగిరీ డ్రోన్. ఈ తరది యూ విల్ నాట్ గెట్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్ ఇప్పుడు. విఆర్ ఉంటుంది, వాయిస్ కంట్రోల్ ఉంటుంది, పెస్ట్ ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ చేయొచ్చు, ఏఐ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇమీడియట్ సర్వేలెన్స్, క్రౌడ్ మానిటరింగ్ అంతా త్రో చేసి సంథింగ్ కాల్డ్ త్రో ఫ్లైట్, త్రో చేసేసి కూడా యూ కెన్ మానిటర్ ద క్రౌడ్. వెరీ క్విక్ డిప్లాయ్మెంట్, లో వెయిట్. నానో కేటగిరీ ఇంకా రూల్స్ జాస్తి అప్లై కాదు, లైసెన్స్ వద్దు. సో ఇట్స్ వెరీ క్విక్ డిప్లాయ్మెంట్ రూల్. ఇట్లా ఈవెంట్స్ అన్నా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఇట్స్ వెరీ యూస్ఫుల్. అట్లే we have agricultural drone also. So దీంట్లో we have AI also with it. దీంట్లో మీరు పెస్ట్ ఏమన్నా ఉంటే మీరు ఐడెంటిఫై చేయొచ్చు. వీళ్ళు మా ఏపీ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటర్స్.
అచ్చా, ఎక్కడ పెట్టుకున్నారు మీరు? ఎక్కడ పని చేస్తున్నారు? ఓకే.
వికసిత భారత్ సంకల్ప యాత్ర కూడా 11,500 డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ చేశాను సార్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ 104 drones లో.
How many use cases you are having? How many use
So
cases?
we have around
Use
15
cases.
different types of use cases, sir, and we have around 30 different types of drones.
30 type of drones, 15
different types of
use cases you are having.
అవును.
What is the business you are able to do now?
So last time our revenue was around 110 crores.
Here in Andhra Pradesh.
Andhra Pradesh lo almost around 20 crores అంటూ వచ్చింది సార్. Overall 110 crores అంటూ వచ్చింది.
Now we focused on spraying services. Now we focused on spraying services.
Spraying
Rather
services.
than selling, we focused on spraying services.
ఎలా డైరెక్ట్ ఫార్మర్ కి మీరు రీచ్ అవుట్ అవుతున్నారా?
లేదు సార్, ప్రస్తుతానికి ఏమంటే మన గ్రోమర్ కంపెనీ ఉంది కదా, అంటే కోరమండల్ కంపెనీ
కోరమండల్
630 సెంటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఎవ్రీ సెంటర్ కి ఒక డ్రోన్ ఏర్పాటు చేసాం. 2 పైలట్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసాం. ఆ విధంగా ఇఫ్కో కంపెనీ కూడా ముందుకు వచ్చేసింది. సో లక్కీ పార్ట్ ఏమంటే సార్, ఇప్పుడు ఫర్టిలైజర్ కూడా ఇఫ్కో వాళ్ళు ఇస్తున్నారు. లిక్విడ్ ఫర్టిలైజర్.
Now we can link with manufacturers.
Yes, sir.
And
We
also
name the
drone
manufacturers,
application. No, not you. Fertilizers.
అవును సార్. We are already doing with them as well.
That is what I am saying. We can coordinate with them.
Yes, sir.
Spraying, we will make it a must. నువ్వు చేసావమ్మా, కానీ తక్కువ చేస్తున్నావు కదా, మొత్తం చేద్దాం. రెండు కేస్ స్టడీస్ చూసుకుంటే వాట్ ఈస్ ది కాస్ట్ డిఫరెన్స్, మీరు దీంతో చేస్తే ఎంత బెనిఫిట్ వచ్చింది, మామూలుగా అయితే ఏంటి, రెండు కన్విన్స్ చేయాలి.
ఇంకా మనము స్కిల్లింగ్ కూడా చేస్తున్నాం సార్. We are offering training programs. We have tied up with international universities. 5 countries లో tie up చేస్తున్నాం. So what is the benefit is if they go and అక్కడ they'll teach with higher end drones.
మీరు పని చేయండి, you be in touch with us.
We
will make it happen. We will work it out.
Definitely. We have already worked out 2-3 proof of concepts, sir.
దాంట్లో చేరారు మీరు మారేరు చేశారు.
మీ పేరు మీద?
శ్రీనివాస్ కామరా శ్రీనివాస్, స్టేట్ జాబ్ ఆఫ్ గవర్నమెంట్ సెక్రటరీ పనిచేశారు.
Okay, good. We will work
They
it
are
out.
also looking
Thank you.
to invest, sir. So I'm again inviting them to invest
Yeah,
in
they have
Andhra,
to
sir.
come. Orvakal is the best place. You come and
Definitely
manufacture.
come and invest.
అది చూసాం కదా. ఏంటయ్యా మీరు
Hi, sir. I'm
Hi.
Amit from General Aeronautics. So why these are distributed?
Yeah.
So we are among the top 3 agri-drone companies in India. And in fact, we are the pioneers in cloud-powered drone-based solutions for precision agriculture. So this is something about us.
We have seen many of these precision agricultures right now. What do you feel is the challenge from your side? Why hasn't it clicked till now?
So
why is the farmer not able to call you guys and use it?
So the challenge here is that on the demand provider side, so there is demand that is getting created, but unfortunately it is not reaching to the drone service provider. So what we've done is created a model called Casca.
You didn't try going and explaining it to people?
So we've done that, and in fact,
how is the response?
So we're getting really good response. So imagine it to be like Ola for drone providers, right? So on one side we are getting the demand.
Is the farmer happy when you show this that okay, I'm getting a better service?
Yes.
What is his reaction?
So number one, it is on demand. So wherever within half an hour the person comes to your farm and spraying.
Service is good, but how farmer is feeling when he sees a drone and this kind of activity? Is he having the confidence that something good is happening?
Here you are going soil condition testing also?
Yes.
You are having?
We are having. So
how far it is accurate? All properties you are able to do it? Soil testing? Can
Yes.
you show me? Soil testing for what you are diagnosing?
So I can tell you about this pest control that we've done.
Pest control, okay. Soil testing.
So sir is specifically asking, I think you must be doing moisture, right?
Yes.
Soil moisture is easily doable. Sir is specifically asking if we can find out NPK,
And
nitrogen, potassium. Will we be able to do that is what sir is asking.
So this is one example wherein we identified what was the problem with the soil. So NPK we identified. All the areas that are marked in red, so they were identified. Now and all this is through an AI model. This AI model it is fed into the drone. The drone then automatically maps what are the stress points. So there's no human intervention involved. And then it will go to those places
and directly spray.
No, what I am asking you straight question. Soil testing, I am doing traditional as on today. Zinc, what is the deficiency, potash, what is the deficiency, all these things we are doing, micronutrients and also major nutrients I am testing. Can you test all these things? Give me a report, not traditional, through drone. Simple question. There I will ask our agriculture department to come and soil testing department, discuss with them and come back with what they are doing.
Sure.
మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఆల్ యూస్ కేసెస్ ఆల్ అవర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ యూ అలర్ట్ దెమ్ ట్రెడిషనల్గా మనం చేసే పనులని వాళ్ళు టెస్ట్ చేసుకోమని. ఇప్పుడు వీడ్ ఉంది, ఇరిగేషన్ రమ్మని, మున్సిపల్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ రమ్మని, అట్లా వచ్చి చూసుకుంటే మనకి ఈజీ అయిపోతుంది. ఏమ్మా ఓకే అమ్మా, థ్యాంక్ యూ. వద్దు అదేనంటే మీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మొత్తం రమ్మని, ఇవే కాదు మీ వాళ్ళందరూ రమ్మనండి. సాయిల్ టెస్టింగ్ ఒకటి ఉంది, ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ పెస్టిసైడ్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ ఉంది, డిటెక్షన్ ఉన్నాయి. మీ అగ్రికల్చర్ సంబంధించి ఏమేం చేయగలుగుతారు అన్నీ ఒకసారి అయితే మీ వాళ్ళ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ రమ్మని అదే ఉంటుంది బాగా. Hi.
I'm CEO of Yali Aerospace Private Limited. Sir, we are a drone manufacturing company from Tanjore. Our drone can carry 7 kg of medical supplies and it can go up to 150 kilometer range. So we are also manufacturing a docking station, which you see in the picture. So our investor, Steve sir, Steve sir is our investor. So we launched this product last year and we wanted to support all the states, including Andhra Pradesh. So our idea is to keep this docking station at 100 kilometer at the primary healthcare center. So it can act as a first response drone. By changing the payload module to thermal cameras, it can act as a surveillance drone for disaster management and everything.
Okay, good.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయి? What are all the applications you are having?
We have for agriculture purposes, surveillance purpose, inspection purpose, medical logistics, mapping, and the complete. If you want any integration, also we can do that. Also, we have the specification of inspection of bridges using books. This is a unique solution created by us. Sir, using that we can detect the grade of the concrete and you can tell grade of concrete.
Yes. The recent project that we have done with CRI, it uses a piezoelectric sensors using the NDT principles. So it's a remotely NDT testing, and it predicts the grade of the concrete.
So we can have the mapping of the particular drone. We have the 3D model, and also use case wise, like for the different bridges, we can have the mapping of the particular drone. And if you want to conduct inspection on quarterly and half yearly basis, we can do that, and we can give you the roads also. Pothole identification, crack identification, volumetric.
Actually, as per Vijay sir instructions, we did multiple POCs as per products.
So all of this. So what I am asking you, how many use cases you are having in different applications?
Yes, yes.
One is road or buildings or canals or municipal waste, everything, garbage, everything. Soil waste management, everything.
And also tree count management, forest mapping, forest reduction, forest firewall, forest mapping.
So you ask them to prepare everything, you will have an idea. Then how to use it will work.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Nagarjuna from the Air Force. We have brought the 3 military drones. Just wanted to show it to you if it is.
Yeah.
I'll come and visit.
We are from Dronacharya, the flower drops company.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Hi, namaste.
Namaste.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. Hi, sir. Sir, so we are manufacturing drones. Our company is called Dronacharya. So we manufacture surveillance drones. We also make customized drones for firefighting. So if you see, this is something customized we made. It has firefighting extinguishing balls that are there, which can be used for disaster management. We can also carry some payload up to 10 kgs with this particular drone for any medical deliveries. These drones are quick surveillance, security surveillance drones that we make. These are made in-house. We also provide training. So we're authorized by DTCA to provide drone pilot training to educate the students. So we have two types of drones, sir. One is FPV, first person view, where the pilot will wear this goggles. So and he'll be able to fly the simulator. If you would like to have a try
Just
at
have a
this,
quick look so you will get a very
so you can see
brief idea.
this is what we see. Yes, yes, this is what you see, and you'll be able to see it inside here as well. And this is the collection.
Okay.
Yes, as you move, you can see that. Correct, correct. So these are the drones that actually fly, and these can fly at, we've tested at 200 kilometers an hour. So it can fly at an average cruise speed of 120 kilometers an hour.
Are you using it anywhere?
Yes, yes. So these
Any
now,
state doing anything with you?
so now we're working very closely with the Maharashtra state.
What do you do?
Basically for police, we have these room intervention drones that we make. Room intervention. So it can fly inside the rooms. It can see if there is any person hiding behind a table, any to identify any person is there. So during day and during night time, it can be equipped with day and night cameras. Mainly for security surveillance purposes.
Even any other sabotagation like that, security angle, can it detect?
Yes, yes, sir. So when we talk about security, if you want to track people, if you want to
One
track
is people and instruments also, electronics.
Oh, to detect electronics, not yet, sir. But that is something that if there is a requirement, we can.
Yeah, will work it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Food supply చేసిన start
Matter Engineering Agriculture University, sir. We have developed standard operating procedures for pesticide applications and fungicide applications for 10 major crops, sir. Paddy, sorghum, maize, sugarcane, and cotton, chili, groundnut, black gram, red gram, and Bengal gram, sir.
ఇవే 90 లక్షల ఎకరాల దాకా ఉన్నాయి సార్. వరితో సహా మనం రాష్ట్రంలో 90 లక్షల ఎకరాలు ఇవే సార్.
అవును.
వీటికి స్టాండర్డైజ్ చేసాం సార్.
ఎట్లా స్టాండర్డైజ్ చేశారు మీరు?
By conducting experimentation, sir. We have standardized how much is the deposition, what is the efficacy, what is the efficiency, and మనకి ఎంత పెస్టిసైడ్ తగ్గించవచ్చు అన్నిటిని స్టడీ చేసాం సార్. And kindly look at this, sir. The difference between the earlier methods, sir. This is how much pesticide we are using to the atmosphere, sir, while we are spraying to the existing methods, sir. And whereas drone, sir, it is neatly spraying, sir, with very less amount of drips, sir. This itself showing its efficiency, leading to efficacy, sir.
What is the saving you are able to establish?
25% improved. We have given the recommendation also, sir. And this is the SOP for each and every crop we have developed, sir. Yes, sir. Fine. Sorry.
Pesticides, how much we can reduce?
25%.
Pesticides, pesticides consumption.
Yes, sir.
25%.
Yes, sir. For every acre, suppose if 1,000
Fertilizer efficiency, how much you can
fertilizer
increase?
efficiency also 25%, sir. Still the study is going on. దాని మీద స్టడీ చేయలేదు సార్. ఇది ముందు స్టాండర్డైజ్ చేసాం సార్. ఎందుకంటే ముందు పెస్టిసైడ్ యూజ్ మీద ఎక్కువ డ్రోన్స్ రైతులకు వెళ్తున్నాయి సార్.
No.
ఇది 3 years. వాలిడేషన్ రైతుల దగ్గర కూడా చేసాం సార్. ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ స్టేషన్ లో చేసి రైతుల దగ్గర కండక్ట్ చేసాం.
How many acres you conduct?
This study, sir, each experiment we have conducted in 50 acres. రైతుల దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి చేసాం.
But the crop is 50 acres.
What is the yield increase?
Sir, yield increase found to be almost 11 to 12%, sir. But we are not attributing to the drone technology, sir. But it is attributed to timely application of the pesticides, sir, because we are attending to timely application.
No, what I am saying, if you can do everything, right time sowing, weeding, everything, then you can apply in right time detection of pesticides and right time application of fertilizer, everything if you can do. Then we have to get it international standards, no? That's where I want to do experiment.
ఒకటి రైస్ లో సార్, రైస్ లో ఇక్కడ నేను చూపిస్తాను సార్. మనం డైరెక్ట్ సీడింగ్ చేస్తాం సార్. దాదాపు 10 లక్షల ఎకరాలు మన రాష్ట్రంలో డైరెక్ట్ సీడింగ్ సార్. దీని డ్రోన్ ద్వారా డైరెక్ట్ సీడింగ్ చేసి సార్. డ్రోన్ ద్వారా వీడిసైడ్ స్ప్రే చేసి సార్. కలుపు
నాకు అర్థం నేనేమంటున్నానంటే మీరు నోడల్ ఏజెన్సీగా ఉండి ప్రైవేట్ పీపుల్ కూడా కాంపిటీషన్ పెట్టి స్టాండర్డైజేషన్ చేసి మల్టిప్లైర్ ఎఫెక్ట్ లో యూ హావ్ టు గెట్ రిజల్ట్స్.
ఎస్ సార్. సార్ 2018లో మన ఆర్కే ఫండ్స్ తో స్టార్ట్ చేశారు. ఇప్పటికి 800 మంది ట్రైనింగ్ మనమే ఇచ్చాం.
8,000 ఎకరాలు వేసారు.
ఎక్కడమ్మా?
ఇక్కడే ట్రైనింగ్
మా దగ్గర
1000 ఎకరాలు చేస్తాను ఇప్పుడు. ఎక్కడ? ఏ ఏరియా? కోవాడ. ఎంత రైతులు ఎట్లా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు? ఎంతమంది రైతులు వీళ్ళంతా? నువ్వు చేసేది 1000 ఎకరాలు కదా, ఎంతమంది రైతులు ఉంటారు? 200 ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఎట్లా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు? దీనివల్ల తగ్గింది ఖర్చు అనుకుంటున్నారా ఏంటి?
ఖర్చు తగ్గడం కన్నా ముందు పని తగ్గుతుంది అనుకుంటున్నారు సార్.
సార్ ఈ బాబు చెప్పలేకపోతుంది సార్. ఈ రోజు వాతావరణం బాగుంది అనుకోండి సార్, వాతావరణం బాగుంది అనుకోండి సార్, ఒక రైతు మ్యాక్సిమం 2 ఎకరాలు కొట్టుకుంటాడు సార్. ఈ డ్రోన్ ఒక రోజు 30 ఎకరాలు పెట్టేస్తాం సార్. ఆ వాతావరణం ఆ పెస్ట్ ఏంటంటే పెరగకుండా కంట్రోల్ చేయగలుగుతాం సార్. దానివల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి ఈల్డ్ పెరుగుతుంది, టైమ్లీ అప్లికేషన్ సార్. లేబర్ యొక్క సమస్య
మీరు ఎట్లా చేస్తున్నారో ఇప్పుడు పని చేయండి. మీరు ఒక టీంని పెట్టి ఇక్కడే కాదు, మీ దగ్గరికి కాదు, ఇక్కడ అప్లికేషన్స్ ఏమున్నాయి అన్ని చూసి హౌ టు స్కేల్ ఇట్ అప్.
అప్ స్కేలింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ సార్. సార్ ఒక్కసారి సార్ అది ఫర్టిలైజర్ సార్. ఒక్క నిమిషం.
fertilizer application, seed application.
This is the drone sir, which can be used for different fertilizer, granular fertilizer. దాంట్లో పెట్టి దాంట్లో వేస్తారు సార్.
ఇప్పుడు కొట్టలేరు కదా, ఊరికే వేస్ట్ చేస్తారు.
సార్ ఏం పర్లేదు సార్,
కొంచెం వేయండి సార్.
తర్వాత వాడతాం సార్. ఇది డిఏపి సార్. లైక్ వైజ్ సార్ మనము సార్ మినిమం వరి తర్వాత మినిమం వేస్తాం సార్. అది 10 కిలోలు 12-15 కిలోలు మినిమం వేస్తే చాలు సార్. లోన్ తర్వాత 2-3 కిలోలు తగ్గుతాయి సార్. యూనిఫామ్ గా వరి మీద నుంచి కింద పడతాయి సార్. కిందకెళ్ళి సీడ్ జర్మినేట్ అవుతుంది. దాన్ని మనం ప్యాడీ పల్స్ రిలే క్రాప్ అంటాం సార్. మనకు డిస్కార్డ్ వెళ్తాం ఇదే సార్. ఇది అప్లికబిలిటీ 10-15 లక్షల ఎకరాలు ఉంటుంది సార్ ఈ డ్రోన్ ద్వారా.
వర్కౌట్ చేయండి.
ఫస్ట్ మనం ఫుడ్ సప్లై చేసిన డ్రోన్
నేషనల్ లెవెల్లో ఫస్ట్ డీజీసీ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఉన్నది మనదే సార్, స్టేట్ అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ.
నువ్వు అగ్రికల్చర్ ఈ డ్రోన్ కే మాట్లాడదమ్మా, ఓవరాల్ గా రైతులకి ఎట్లా బెనిఫిట్ వస్తుందనేది ఇంపార్టెంట్. Afterwards, while going,
సో ఇది మనకి మేడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా డ్రోన్ సార్. మనకి ఇండియాలో తయారు చేసిన డ్రోన్ సార్. ఇది
కాంపోనెంట్లు కూడా మన ఆంధ్రాలో
వేరే మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్
హైదరాబాద్ లో చేస్తాం.
మోటార్స్ కూడా మనకి ఇక్కడ తయారు చేస్తాం సార్.
వెక్టార్ అని చెప్పేసి మన
మనకి
ఆంధ్ర
ఏంటంటే చైనా డ్రోన్ 2 ఎకరాలు కొడితే మనకి 10 ఎకరాలు కొడతాం సార్, సింగిల్ చార్జ్.
అడ్వాన్స్ ఆల్రెడీ
5 టైమ్స్ ఎఫిషియన్సీతో చేసాం సార్. మనం మోటార్లు కానీ బాడీ కూడా మెటల్ బాడీ వస్తుంది.
హైదరాబాద్ ఎక్కడ తయారు చేస్తున్నారు?
హైదరాబాద్ లో మన పాల్నగర్ ఉంది సార్, ప్రశాంత్ నగర్, అక్కడ తయారు చేస్తారు.
ఓన్ సెంటర్ పెట్టి
ఓన్ సెంటర్ మనకి అక్కడ వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టాల్ పెట్టారు సార్. మోటార్స్ చైనా మోటార్స్ కంట మనకి 10 గ్రాముల పైన వెయిట్ కూడా తగ్గుతుంది సార్. మనకి చైనాతో పోటీగా వెళ్తున్నాం సార్.
ఇంకా
they run a dedicated magazine to educate people on drones.
And I'm very happy.
Last 5 years నుంచి రన్ చేస్తున్నాం సార్.
Now it will have a quantum.
స్కూల్స్ కూడా ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేద్దాం ఈ డ్రోన్ స్కిల్స్ గురించి అనేది ప్లాన్ చేస్తాం.
And we will take it up, we work.
Definitely.
And where?
Sir, we are from NeoSky. మా దగ్గర సర్వే, ఇన్స్పెక్షన్, మ్యాపింగ్, సర్వేలెన్స్, లాజిస్టిక్స్ డ్రోన్స్. సర్వేలెన్స్ లో 2-3 కేటగిరీస్ ఉన్నాయి సార్. మైక్రో కేటగిరీ ఒకటి ఉంది, తర్వాత స్మాల్ కేటగిరీ ఉంది. సర్వేలెన్స్ లో అటానమస్ సొల్యూషన్స్ చాలా చేసాం, ఏఎంఎల్ సొల్యూషన్స్ చాలా చేసాం. లైక్ క్రౌడ్ మానిటరింగ్, ర్యాలీ అప్పుడు క్రౌడ్ ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ వీ డిడ్ అ పిఓసి లాస్ట్ వీక్ ఇన్ విజయవాడ. వెహికల్ డిటెక్షన్, ఎట్లాంటి వెహికల్స్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కారా, బైకా ఏంటనేది. దెన్ నంబర్ ప్లేట్ రెకగ్నిషన్, ఇది నంబర్ ప్లేట్ రెకగ్నిషన్ ఇస్ వాట్ వీఆర్ డూయింగ్. సో అది చేసాము. సో దోస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ పాసిబుల్ విత్ దిస్. అండ్ దర్ ఇస్ అ స్మాల్ మైక్రో డ్రోన్ స్పెసిఫిక్లీ కోస్టల్ కోసం, ఎందుకంటే కోస్టల్ సెక్యూరిటీలో ద బోట్ సైజ్ ఇస్ గోన్ బి వెరీ స్మాల్. సో హ్యాండ్ లాంచ్ అండ్ రికవరీలో వీ హ్యావ్ మేడ్ అ మైక్రో డ్రోన్, నింబుల్ అని అక్కడ ఉంది. దిస్ ఇస్ దట్ డ్రోన్. So that's what it is. And cargo drone, this we were fortunate to support during this floods. So we came here with this drone for the relief operations as well.
Okay, but good.
Thank you.
We are making drone cameras and payload visuals. Our USP is completely made in India, sir. Actually, drone lo mottam import cheskuntaru sir China nunchi, but what we are doing is we are manufacturing in India itself. This is like మన కంప్యూటర్ కి మదర్ బోర్డ్ ఎలా ఉంటుందో డ్రోన్ కి ఫ్లైట్ కంట్రోలర్ సార్. ఇది మీ చేతుల మీదుగా ఇనాగ్రేట్ చేద్దాం సార్. ఫ్లైట్ కంట్రోలర్. సో
remote controller.
Yes, flight controller for the
that's what I'm saying, remote
system. Like motherboard ki mana computer.
Yeah.
mostly like Chinese components.
డ్రోన్స్ లో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే మొత్తం చైనీస్ కాంపోనెంట్స్ అన్ని తీసేసి మేక్ ఇన్ ఇండియా కింద మనం హైదరాబాద్ లోనే మొత్తం తయారు
ఇప్పుడు
చేస్తాం.
ఇది కొంచెం మోర్ ప్రామినెంట్ అయిపోతుంది సార్, ఎందుకంటే మొన్న పేజర్ అటాక్ అయిన తర్వాత మనం కూడా నాకు తెలిసి దీనికి మూవ్ అయిపోతాం. వి వాంట్ దిస్ సిస్టమ్ ఆల్సో టు బి డెవలప్డ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా, అదర్వైజ్ దిస్ విల్ కమ్ ఫ్రమ్ చైనా. ఇట్ కెన్ బి ఎనీథింగ్.
ఇంకొకటి నెక్స్ట్ జిపిఎస్ నావిక్ సార్ మనం తయారు చేస్తాం సార్. ఇది కూడా మామూలుగా చైనా నుంచి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం, లేకుండా ఇప్పుడు ఇండియన్ శాటిలైట్స్ తోటి మొత్తం మనమే తయారు చేస్తున్నాం.
రిలీజ్ చేస్తే ఇది ఎనీ డ్రోన్ కంపెనీ కెన్ బై ఇట్ ఫ్రమ్ దెమ్ అండ్ యూజ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ దేర్ డ్రోన్స్.
So one more thing is actually our chips are means software belongs to us, so they cannot take any information from us.
That is the danger from the beginning we are working.
Even more than that, this is the most important thing that no one is doing in India.
No one is doing, sir. This is like a gyro stabilized gimbal, sir. Just hold it, sir. This very lightweight camera, sir, 750 grams. By using this camera, we can see any person within 20 kilometers in the daylight, in the night time up to 6 kilometers.
20 kilometers plain area.
Visual line of sight, sir.
Visual line of sight. 20 kilometers.
We are going to keep this like a drone. Otherwise, this is a tactical tower, sir, which we can erect up to 40 feet. ఏదైనా ఒక పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ దగ్గర పెడితే మొత్తం ఒక 20 కిలోమీటర్స్లో మనకు డే టైంలో సర్వేలెన్స్ మొత్తం వస్తుంది. మా కేపబిలిటీ ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఇంక్లూడెడ్ సార్ ఈ కెమెరాస్. సో దీంట్లో ఏదైనా సస్పీషియస్ పర్సన్ మూవ్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు రైట్ సైడ్ అయినా కూడా అది కూడా మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేసేసి ఇస్తాం అన్నమాట సార్. మేము ఆల్రెడీ హకీంపేట ఎయిర్ఫోర్స్ స్టేషన్కి వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాం సార్. ఫ్లైట్స్ ట్రాకింగ్ కానీ దానిలోకి వచ్చే F-40 ఫారెన్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ డెబ్రిస్ కింద పడితే 2mmది కూడా మేము ఐడెంటిఫై చేయగలుగుతాం అన్నమాట. సో ఆ కేపబిలిటీ మాకు ఉంది సార్.
One more thing is the drone mission. What you call entire, if you see the cost of the drone, 30% is only the
Camera payload.
Remaining 70% is software and other. The software of the which every flight control systems, that is also.
రీసెంట్గా ఇది లాంచ్ చేశాం సార్ మేము, టీఐ సైట్ అనమాట సార్. ఇది AK-47 వాటి గన్స్ మీద పెట్టి ఆ పర్సన్స్ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేస్తారు అనమాట సార్. సో దీన్ని ఆల్మోస్ట్ సేమ్ కేపబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది. మార్నింగ్ టైం 5 కిలోమీటర్ ఉంటుంది. ఇది ఒకసారి ఆన్ చేయగా
కష్టం
దగ్గర కదా.
ఈ లెన్స్ కొంచెం అడ్జస్ట్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది. ఇదొకటి మా హకీంపేట ఎయిర్ఫోర్స్ స్టేషన్లో మేము ఎయిర్ క్రాఫ్ట్ ట్రాకింగ్ అవన్నీ చేసాం సార్. ఇండియన్ డిఫెన్స్ తోటి మెయిన్గా మా కస్టమర్ వాళ్ళు అనమాట. సో వీ వాంట్ టు కమ్ టు అమరావతి ఆల్సో సార్.
అమరావతి ఆర్ మీకు ఇంకా బెటర్
కర్నూలు అని ఇందాక చెప్పినట్లు. సో
Oracle.
Oracle.
There is an airport. You can do experiments. There is a land. You can make it Oracle as headquarter. And Chennai, Hyderabad, Amaravati, everything. Please. మీరు ఎక్కడ నేటివ్ ప్లేస్ ఎక్కడ
సార్? నా నెల్లూరు దగ్గర కావాలి సార్. మీరు మిమ్మల్ని చూస్తే మేము చాలా
హైదరాబాద్ ఎక్కడ ఉండే కదా.
అవును సార్, మీరే మా ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ సార్. Thank you so much, sir. Sarvala constituency.
Sir, along with this drone manufacturing, we have the sister concern company, Geospatial and LiDAR sensors. We are using it and we are making the maps and all for the flood mapping and whatever mapping required. So we have aerial LiDAR undi, LiDAR mobile mapping undi, and other services we also have it. So drone upayoginchi me LiDAR toti and other images.
Without roughness detection, sir, they will be using LiDAR. They will be able to tell
volumetric analysis and yes, even mines.
No, why can't you do it and then ఇప్పుడు పని చేయండి మీరు, give some projects.
Yes,
for everybody. It's okay, man. Use cases and ఇచ్చేసి ఒకరికి ఒక ఇది
sample iste then we will do it and
ఒక 5-10 కిలో 20 కిలోమీటర్ 30 కిలోమీటర్ ఇచ్చాను, they will come back, then we'll test it. Physically ఇచ్చేసి కరెక్ట్ చేసేది ఆర్ మేక్ అమౌంట్ పెట్టండి. ఏంటమ్మా
మనం ఏపీ టిట్కోలో ఫ్రమ్ 20 years నుంచి క్లౌడ్ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఉంది సార్. 2016 నుంచి డ్రోన్ సర్వీసెస్ అనేవి మేము స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. మన ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ కూడా అమరావతి సార్, ఏడీసీఎల్. ఇవన్నీ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ మేమే చేసాము మీ డ్రోన్ సర్వీసెస్ త్రూ. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మీరు ప్రైమరీగా ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ డెవలప్మెంట్ మీద ఏదైతే యూజ్ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారో, ఈ డ్రోన్ త్రూగా మేము ల్యాండ్ కవర్ అనేది చేసేసి ఏ ఈల్డ్ వస్తుంది, ల్యాండ్ యూజ్ ఎంత ఏరియా మనం ఏ క్రాప్ని ప్రొడక్షన్ చేస్తున్నాము అనేది చూపించేసి అకార్డింగ్ టు ద నీడ్ బట్టి మనము అక్కడ ప్రొడక్షన్ అనేది చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఈల్డ్ ఇంకా మేము అప్లికేషన్ కూడా డెవలప్ చేస్తాం. ఇంకా ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ డెవలప్మెంట్ లో కూడా యూజ్ అయ్యేలాగా మా రైల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ డ్రాయింగ్స్ అనేవి ఉన్నాయి సార్. రైల్ డ్రాయింగ్స్ అంటే కాంటూర్స్ దీని త్రూ డ్రోన్ సర్వీస్ త్రూగా కాంటూర్స్ వస్తాయి, డిఎం డిటిఎం అంటే ఎలా స్లోప్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది దాని త్రూగా ఎలా మనం ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ అనేది డెవలప్మెంట్ చేయాలి అనేసి కూడా చెప్తాము. ఇంకా మనం మీ దగ్గర ఏదైతే ఆల్రెడీ గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయో ఆ గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ అన్ని ఇలాగా ప్రోగ్రెసింగ్ అన్నమాట.
You can monitor.
Yeah, monitor.
Even buildings?
Yeah, even buildings also. బిల్డింగ్స్ కోసం కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ మానిటరింగ్ కూడా అవుతుంది సార్. ఎంతవరకు బిల్డింగ్ అనేది కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ అయ్యింది అనేది
కంప్లీట్ 3D
అది
మోడలింగ్
కంప్లీట్
LiDAR.
3D
LiDAR తో
విత్
తొందరగా
లైడర్ లైడర్ మోడల్ తో చూసుకోవచ్చు.
Mm.
కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ మానిటరింగ్ అనేది డే బై డే అంటే ఆఫ్టర్ టైం ల్యాబ్స్ లో డ్రోన్ మోడలింగ్ డ్రోన్ సర్వే అనేది చేసేసి టైం బట్టి టైం ల్యాబ్స్ బట్టి ఎంత మానిటర్ అవుతుంది ఎన్ని అయ్యాయి. ఇదేమొచ్చి డీవియేషన్ మోడల్ సార్. ఇప్పుడు అప్లికేషన్ అనేది మేము డెవలప్ చేస్తాం. డీవియేషన్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ చేస్తుంది డీవియేషన్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి కదా సార్. మనం ఇంకా దాని త్రూగా ఫస్ట్ మేమే సర్వే చేస్తాం. పాయింట్ క్లౌడ్ తీసుకొని ఆ ఐఎఫ్సి బిమ్ మోడల్ ఏదైతే లైడర్ త్రూగా మనకి పాయింట్ క్లౌడ్ వస్తుంది కదా సార్, ఆ ఐఎఫ్సి మోడల్ ని కూడా దాంట్లో అప్లోడ్ చేసి డీవియేషన్
We'll use it. మీరు యాక్టివ్గా ఉండి చెప్తాను మన వాళ్ళకి.
సార్ యాక్చువల్లీ హ్యావ్ స్మాల్ సజెషన్. ఇప్పుడు ప్రెసెంట్ మనం డ్రోన్స్ ని చాలా లైక్ ప్రమోట్ చేస్తున్నాం కాబట్టి అలానే మనం లిడర్ టెక్నాలజీని కూడా ప్రమోట్ చేస్తున్నాం.
నాట్ ఓన్లీ వన్ అమ్మ, నేను చెప్పినక్కడ మీరు ఫాలో కావాలి. నాట్ ఓన్లీ వన్, even including IoTs, including wearables for health, IoTs for every purpose, IoTs, even apps. There are some knowledge. Apps also downloading. Phone, CCTV camera, drone, which is more cost effective to capture, and analytics through cloud, real-time solutions.
అండ్ ప్రెసెంట్ మనం జీపీఎస్ టెక్నాలజీ మీద మొత్తం బేస్ చేసేస్తున్నాం. అలా కాకుండా మన ఇండియా బేస్డ్ నావిక్ అనేది మనం యూస్ చేస్తే అది యాక్యురసీ కూడా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అండ్ ఆల్సో మన ఇండియా బేస్డ్ దాన్ని మనం ప్రమోట్ చేసినట్టు కూడా అవుతుంది. ప్రెసెంట్ ఇప్పుడు మాక్సిమం డ్రోన్స్ మనం చూస్తే అది జీపీఎస్ టెక్నాలజీ మీద బేస్ అయ్యే ఉంటుంది. సో అలా కాకుండా మనం నావిక్ అనేది యూస్ చేయాలి.
Promote whatever is good.
No, which is the best to evolve, more accuracy, more sustainable.
Yes.
That is what we are.
About 1 hour 45 minutes late, sir.
ఇది కాంపోనెంట్స్ అండి. ఇది మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళు అండి అందరూ తయారు చేస్తున్నారు.
Edward,
చైనా వాళ్ళు కంట ఇంకా ప్రెషియస్ గా తయారు చేస్తున్నారు సార్.
మీరు ఎక్కడ తయారు చేస్తున్నారు ఇవి?
హైదరాబాద్ లో చేస్తున్నారు.
హైదరాబాద్ చేస్తున్నారా?
మొత్తం డిజైన్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ అంతా
ఏమైనా స్కేలింగ్ చేశారా లేకుంటే ఓన్లీ ఒక లెవెల్ అన్నా?
స్కేల్ అప్ కి రెడీగా ఉన్నాం. ఆల్రెడీ ప్రొడక్షన్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది.
ఇప్పుడు మీరు అక్కడ ప్లేస్ ఉంటే ఓకే, కానీ లేకపోతే అదర్వైజ్ ఓరోకల్ యూ కెన్ కమ్. ఓరోకల్ యూ కెన్ స్టార్ట్.
They want to come sir immediately.
Immediately we'll give you. We are having 300 acres for announce చేశాను. Manufacturing, testing, everything. Ecosystem I want to create. Spare parts, everything.
We are creating the foundation for the tech sir.
We'll work it out. Yada. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
you, sir. Avinash, CTO and founder of Bonvi Aero. So we are into heavy lift logistic drones. So recently, sir, we broke the record flying 30 kg at 19,000 feet. We are, sir, now supplying out. So this is a real case use case video where we are supplying the juice can and the vegetables to the Indian Army. So you can see 2 troops are there.
Yeah.
And drone is autonomously flying, and it is flying in beyond visual line of sight. It has covered almost 2 hills, and it has flown, and we have successfully shown the technology that we have developed called self-flying technology. And definitely, sir, we want autonomous operation.
So one thing I want to insist is that this is like ready for like deployment right now, especially in like disaster management like services. Post disaster,
We'll work it out.
Sir, we also carrying like 2 products are readily available. One is 20 kg payload capacity. Another is
SDRF, state disaster.
Yes, exactly. And this is a 50
sorry,
kg.
SDRF చూడమని
We
చెప్పండి.
want to do like a POC.
Yeah.
We won the hackathon, so we are one of the winners.
I will be very happy.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming to us.
Good, congrats. Namaskar, brother. Edward.
We are using drones to capture the metering at remote areas and hilly areas.
Yeah.
And this can be used for large grand scale for agricultural sector and large things. So we are using meters with RF modules, and this is the one which is going to be installed to the drone, and this go to the field and get this data.
Okay, but good.
Urban modeling also get simulation and infrastructure impact how much it can
ఏం చేస్తున్నారు మీరు?
We are the students of IIT Hyderabad, sir. So we are making a drone part, sir. This is
Parts you are manufacturing.
customized parts there.
Good, congrats.
Make in India, sir. Make in.
Yeah, we are proud of you.
Bro.
Thank you. Hello? Come on.
Sir, బయట ఒక 4 యూస్ కేసెస్ చెప్తా ఉన్నది సార్. హెల్త్ కేర్ డెలివరీ కానీ ప్రెసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ కానీ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్.
రవి ప్రసాద్ అండి బెల్.
ఓకే బ్రదర్.
స్టాల్ పెట్టాను సార్ ఇక్కడ.
మీరు పెట్టారా?
సార్ ఈ పక్కన ఉన్నాయి సార్.
టైం తక్కువ ఉందమ్మా ఇంకా.
అమలూరు
ఆర్కిటెక్ట్ సిస్టమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి సార్.
తెలుసు. బాగున్నారా?
సార్ కూడా సిస్టమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. డిఫెన్స్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ సిస్టమ్స్. డిఫెన్స్
మళ్ళీ ఈవినింగ్ కలుస్తాను నేను. ఈవినింగ్ కలుస్తాను. బాగున్నావు కదా?
బాగున్నాను సార్. ఇప్పుడు కూడా చిన్న అప్లికేషన్ కనకార ఇప్పుడు మనం ముందుకు వచ్చాం కదా. 10 ఎకరాల్లో 15,000 మందికి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్.
అవును.
ఇప్పుడు ఆ చైర్మన్ నా క్లాస్మేట్ రిటైర్ అయిపోయారు. ఒకసారి మన రైల్వే మినిస్టర్ మాట చెప్తే ఆయన కృషి చేస్తారు. కనకారది మచిలీపట్నం పోర్ట్ లో 660 ఎకరాలు అప్పుడు తీసుకున్నారు.
కలవండి, దాని డీటెయిల్స్
అది ఇవ్వండి. అశ్విని ఒకసారి చెప్పండి. నేను చెప్పండి. ఓకే.
మచిలీపట్నంలో ఇంకొక సాఫ్ట్వేర్ తీసుకొచ్చాను సార్. లోకేష్ బాబుని తెచ్చాను. దల్లాళ్ళు తీసుకొని పెట్టాను. వైజాగ్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ సెంటర్ పెడుతున్నారు సార్.
ఓకే గుడ్ ప్రసాద్.
మీరు ఇంకోటి సార్ షెంజన్ పార్క్ వాన్పిక్లో పెట్టింది సార్. అది అమరావతి తర్వాత 22,000 ఎకరాల్లో షెంజన్ మార్క్ 2,000 స్క్వేర్ కిలోమీటర్లు ఉంది. షెంజన్ చెన్నైలో, అది చైనాలో. అది మనకు రావాలి సార్.
ఓకే.
అపాయింట్మెంట్
ఓకే. కలుస్తాను. This is
basically we are Blue Aerospace. We are building the long range vertical takeoff landing aircraft for carrying passengers, where we can go from Hyderabad to Vijayawada in less than 45 minutes from point A to point B. No airports required, no runways required.
Sir, even also the next this thing.
నేను చెప్దాం అనుకున్నా మిస్ అయ్యా.
విజయవాడ మన బెంగళూరు ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ లో కూడా దే ఆర్ ఆల్రెడీ మూవింగ్ లిటిల్ బిట్ సర్లా అని ఫోర్ పీపుల్ కి ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ చేసేది. ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ ఇస్ గెటింగ్ ఇన్ వేర్ దే కెన్ టేక్ in 20 minutes to the city. What takes 2 hours? మీరు అన్నదే బెస్ట్ యూస్ కేస్ సార్. మీ ఆఫీస్ కి ఇంటికి
రావడానికి అన్ని అయిపోతుంది. రేపు అన్ని వచ్చేస్తాయి.
Bangalore sir, the real thing is operating economics and affordability.
ఇదేంటి
and long range and heavy payload required. అది hydrogen electric propulsion so we are able to do.
When can you have a prototype?
This is the
prototype which we flew sir.
Show this one.
The video there.
Home point updated.
Oh, this is the one.
This is the one. I think I made a written review.
I'll probably come there and see.
So this is the first product, fully autonomous cargo aircraft, 100 kg payload and 300 kilometers range. Eventually, all technologies into build చేసి hydrogen electric propulsion or motors, propellers, everything. అంతా in-house చేస్తున్నాం. And finally, we want to move to this larger aircraft which can carry passengers over long ranges.
Where you are doing this?
Hyderabad.
No, you do. No. అది చిన్న. You do one thing. Orvacal will give you sufficient land. Hyderabad కూడా hub ఉంటుంది. మీరు వచ్చిపోతాం. Can work it out. Yeah, we'll be very happy. Very happy. Yeah.
That will be.
But this will be very revolutionary technology. Within cities, how to move around.
Even house to house.
So just give us a minute.
We wanted just give a moment of
the first flight.
This comes. Now, passengers also.
Yes, advanced air mobility, sir.
Yeah.
So USA also there are 4 or 5 under development. Europe also there are 1 or 2 under development. These people are there. IIT Chennai is also doing.
Yeah.
It will carry this type 4 or 5 advanced air mobility.
So this is the first flight we did, sir. Largest aircraft ever in India. So we did test flight on 20th August. So this is small present.
So we wanted to.
Archived, sir.
Indigo has placed order for 200.
200.
Archer brand.
So this one we have our.
Make it 1 to 1.5. Then more viable. Aim for it.
Early 26, this will be reality.
Yeah. All these things are going to come. Please come.
From IIT Tirupati.
IIT Tirupati. Good, good.
Sir, I'm with the marketing technology.
We all of us.
Hi.
We are technology innovation from IT.
Okay, good. We are very happy. Come.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma. Lot of work for you.
Thank you, sir. Sure, sir. We'll do to this.
Yeah. I ate a lot of work for you.
With the
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, sir.
You are from which place?
IIT Tirupati. Sir, I'm from Rajahmundry.
Rajahmundry. Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Veerumma?
Tirupati, sir.
Tirupati.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma. Good.
Sir, my name is Nandini, sir. Nandini.
Nandini. Okay, ma. Good. ఏ ఇయర్ అమ్మా ఇప్పుడు ఏ ఇయర్ అమ్మా
లాస్ట్ 3 స్టాల్స్ రీచ్ లాస్ట్ 3 స్టాల్స్ అన్ని చూసారు 3 స్టాల్స్ చూడలేదు
ఇప్పుడు కాదు మళ్ళా ఆల్ మీడియా ఇంకా ఉన్నాయా అన్ని డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్లు అయిపోయింది ఎక్కడ నెక్స్ట్ ఎక్కడ మా నెక్స్ట్ ఎక్కడ రండి ఇదా
So that's what I'm looking for.
ఒకసారి డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ అయిపోతే
వదిలేసి మళ్ళీ వస్తుంది సార్. సో అది సార్ డిజాస్టర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ లో సార్ ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇచ్చినటువంటి కోఆర్డినేట్స్ బేస్ చేసుకుని ఒక పర్టికులర్ పాయింట్ ఇట్ కెన్ డ్రాప్ ద ఫుడ్ సార్ ఇప్పుడు మనం చూసాం సార్
కొంచెం సైడ్ అయితే అక్కడ చేస్తున్నారు బ్యాక్ డ్రోన్
మొత్తం తెలుగు వాళ్ళు దీంట్లో పికప్ అవుతారు మనం
ఇంట్రెస్ట్ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది
బాగా అందులో
యంగ్స్టర్స్ ను కూడా బాగా
This one is the spraying demo.
సార్ మీరు ప్రెసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ చేస్తారు సార్ ఈ రోజు ఏం చేసామంటే దానికి జియో కోఆర్డినేట్స్ ఫీడ్ చేసి ఒక పర్టికులర్ పాయింట్ కి వెళ్ళి ఎలా స్ప్రే చేయాలనేది
అది రెగ్యులర్ దే కదా వెబ్సైట్
Water for the demo. Distillery water.
Even sometimes water also we can spray.
Sir, summers
లో వాటర్ స్ప్రే చేశారు అనుకోండి that area we can make it more
స్పెసిఫిక్ జోన్స్ వెళ్ళాం సార్
రెండమ్మా
నెక్స్ట్
what is this?
This one is for live feed and live tracking. So this one is the one that is generally used for surveillance and taking livestock.
రియల్ గానే వర్షం తెచ్చారు వర్షం వచ్చింది
సార్ ఇది లైవ్ ట్రాకింగ్ సార్ ఇది ఏంటంటే సార్ ఒక మనం ఫేస్ ని ఒకరికి మనం దాంట్లో ఫీడ్ చేసామంటే ఆ పర్సన్ ఎట్లా మూవ్ అవుతున్నాడు అని చెప్పి డ్రోన్ ఆటోమేటిక్ గా మూవ్ అవుతుంది మీడియా చేశారు సార్
మీడియా చేద్దాం రమ్మనండి.
మీడియా వరకు వదిలే
Sir, in English, sir.
తీసుకోండి
సౌండ్ వస్తా ఉంది కదా మీకు?
ఈ సౌండ్ వస్తుంది సార్, అది ఫోన్ కి మెసేజ్ వస్తే అలారం లాగా వస్తుంది సార్. సివియర్ అలర్ట్స్ ఏపీ విపత్తుల నిర్వహణ సంస్థ ఈ పరిసర ప్రాంతాల్లో పిడుగులు పడే అవకాశం ఉంది.
ఈ సౌండ్ లో మనం మాట్లాడిన వస్తుంది. ఓకే, అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. ఈరోజు నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీకి ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి డ్రోన్ సమ్మిట్ కి శ్రీకారం చుట్టాం. రాబోయే రోజుల్లో అనేకమైనటువంటి రెవల్యూషనరీ చేంజెస్ రాబోతున్నాయి. మనమందరం కూడా ఒక ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ టైమ్స్ లో ఉన్నాము. 25 ఏళ్లకు మునుపు నేను ఐటీని ప్రమోట్ చేసినప్పుడు చాలా మందికి అర్థం కాలేదు. ఎవరైతే ఉపయోగించుకున్నారో వాళ్ళంతా కూడా ఈరోజు ఉన్నతమైన స్థానానికి రీచ్ అయ్యే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. ఆర్థికంగా కానీ క్యారియర్ పరంగా కానీ అన్ని విధాలా. ఇప్పుడు ఐటీ ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ వరకు వెళ్ళింది. అదే సమయంలో భవిష్యత్తులో డేటా అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యం. డేటా గానుంటే ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఉపయోగిస్తే చాలా వరకు అది ఒక పెద్ద సంపదగా తయారవుతుంది. ఒక మెడికల్ రికార్డ్స్ కానీ అగ్రికల్చర్ కానీ ఏదైనా సరే డేటా చాలా ముఖ్యం. డేటా అనేది భవిష్యత్తుకు అభివృద్ధికి ఒక ఇంధనం మారిగా తయారయ్యే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. అదే సమయంలో ఊబరైజేషన్ ద్వారా ఇప్పుడు చాట్ జీపీటీ వచ్చింది, ఇలాంటి చాలా వస్తాయి. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఎక్కడున్నా తీసుకొని మనకు సొల్యూషన్ కింద ఎక్యురసీ 80-90% వెళ్తా ఉంది. భవిష్యత్తులో ఇంకా పెరుగుతుంది. అదే సమయంలో డ్రోన్ అనేది మనం ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేస్తే ఎక్కడికైనా వెళ్ళి ఏ పని కావాలన్నా చేసే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. ఈరోజు హాస్పిటల్స్ మందులు పంపించే దగ్గర నుంచి భూమిని సాయిల్ టెస్టింగ్ వరకు, అదే మరి సర్వే కానీ, పెస్ట్ డిటెక్షన్ చేయడం కానీ, ఫెర్టిలైజర్ స్ప్రే చేయడం కానీ, అగ్రికల్చర్లో కూడా ప్రెసిషన్కి వెళ్ళే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. తక్కువ సమయంలో చాలా సమర్థవంతంగా అక్యురేట్గా చేసే పరిస్థితులు వస్తాయి. భవిష్యత్తుని ఒక పక్క డ్రోన్స్ మారుస్తాయి, ఇంకో పక్క సీసీటీవీ కెమెరాలు ఎక్కడా ఉంటాయి. అది కానీ ఒకసారి రౌడీ షీట్లు కానీ నేరస్తులు కానీ ఎక్కడ వచ్చినా వాళ్ళు పట్టుకునే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. ఇంకొక పక్కన సెటిలైట్ ద్వారా కూడా మనకి డేటా వస్తుంది. సెల్ ఫోన్లో కూడా యాప్లు ఉన్నాయి. నేను ఒకటే ఆలోచిస్తున్నా, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉండే యువతకి, అకాడమిషియన్స్కి, పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలకు అందరికీ పిలుపిస్తున్నాను. భవిష్యత్తు నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీది. ఇవన్నీ అనుసంధానం చేసుకోగలిగితే ప్రపంచానికి భారతదేశం ఒక నాలెడ్జ్ హబ్గా తయారవుతుంది. గ్లోబల్ సర్వీసెస్ అన్ని ఇక్కడి నుంచే మనం ప్రొవైడ్ చేసే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. అందుకనే ఈరోజు ఒక వినూత్నమైన కార్యక్రమం ఈ డ్రోన్ సమ్మిట్. దీనివల్ల చాలా లాభాలు వస్తాయి. ఒక పక్క ఉపాధి వస్తుంది, ఖర్చులు తగ్గుతాయి, ఆదాయం పెరుగుతుంది, అన్నెసరీగా మనం కొట్టే పెస్టిసైడ్స్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ తగ్గించే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. దీనివల్ల ఆరోగ్య సమస్యలు కూడా మెరుగవుతాయి. భవిష్యత్తులో రాబోయే రోజుల్లో నాలెడ్జ్ ఒక ఎత్తు అయితే నాలెడ్జ్ని అప్లై చేసేదని టెక్నాలజీ అవసరం. ఈ రెండు ఉపయోగించడానికి MBA కోర్సెస్ కూడా చాలా అవసరం. ఆ దిశగా నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీ దిశగా వెళ్తున్నాం. ఈరోజు సాయంత్రం మళ్ళీ మీరు చూస్తారు 5,000 డ్రోన్స్ ఒకటే ప్లేస్లో పెట్టి సాయంత్రం డెమాన్స్ట్రేట్ చేయబోతున్నారు. ఇది ఒక విధంగా చెప్పాలంటే చాలా వినూత్నమైన ప్రయోగం. దీన్ని లాజికల్గా తీసుకెళ్తాం. భవిష్యత్ అంతా కూడా నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీది. ఒకప్పుడు మనం అందరం కష్టపడి పనిచేసేవాళ్ళం. ఇప్పుడు కష్టపడి పని చేయకంటే హార్డ్ వర్క్ కంటే స్మార్ట్ వర్క్ చేయాలి. స్మార్ట్ వర్క్ చేసి శారీరకంగా కష్టపడాల్సిన పని లేదు. ఇవన్నీ స్మార్ట్గా పనిచేస్తే ఏదైనా చేసే అవకాశం ఉంది, ఏదైనా సాధించే అవకాశం ఉంది. దానికి నాంది పలికాం. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈరోజు ఒక పాలసీ ఇస్తాం, డీసెంట్రలైజ్ చేస్తాం, హైరార్కీ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేస్తాం. ఏదైతే యూస్ కేసెస్ ఉన్నాయో అవన్నీ తయారు చేస్తాం. ప్రభుత్వం ఎంతవరకు రైతులకు ఉపయోగపడాలో అవి కూడా వర్కౌట్ చేస్తాం. వీళ్ళందరినీ ఆపరేషన్ పెట్టి కేంద్రంలో ఇలాంటి సందర్భంలో రామ్మోహన్ నాయుడు గారు సివిల్ ఏవియేషన్ అండ్ ఆల్సో డ్రోన్స్ మినిస్టర్గా ఉన్నారు. నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు కూడా ఈ డ్రోన్స్ కానీ టెక్నాలజీలో ఆయన కూడా ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవాలని ఆలోచిస్తున్నారు. ఇది ఒక బెస్ట్ కాంబినేషన్. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఒక హబ్గా తయారవుతుంది. నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీకి ఒక కేంద్రంగా తయారు చేసి ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Amaravati Drone Summit 2024 has been officially flagged off and joined by Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu. Sir, thank you so much. So, with this drone summit that has been flagged off, what is the message you want to say to the people?
Already India is very strong in knowledge economy. Our Indians are working all over the world. We are having an advantage of first more advantage in IT. IT has reached now artificial intelligence. Data is wealth. There is data warehousing and also cloud. We are having data, we are having artificial intelligence. This is historical data is available. Future data or present data we can collect through drones, CCTV camera or cell phone or satellite or wearables or IoTs, real-time data. If we use all these things through artificial intelligence again, we can do wonders. That is where knowledge economy is going to play major role in future. Even employment, everything is available. Today is a historic day. 25 years back, I promoted IT. Now I am promoting integration of all these things we are promoting. We are very fortunate. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu is from our state. And also Narendra Modi ji also is very keen in technology. All of us will work together. It is a win-win situation for the nation. And also India will be a global hub for services for global community.
So, you have been the first Chief Minister to deploy drones during the flood calamity like season. We saw Vijayawada, what happened. You were on ground, you were witnessing all of this. Is Andhra Pradesh going to be the first state that is going to emulate a drone policy?
One is drone policy we are going to announce, and also with Government of India, Civil Aviation Department support, we will work it out the ecosystem how to create, certification agency, how to put it and trials, pilots training, and manufacturing. You can say anything, total ecosystem will create. Then Andhra Pradesh will be a test bed for all use cases. We will produce here proof of concept. One is cost-effective solution and also affordable. All these things will work it out. Once if we scale it up, then automatically the cost will be reduced. Finally, India is going to have best advantage. As on today, people are using drones for wars. Now we are going to use drones for development.
So
that is the philosophy.
So just like
No, what I'm saying, everything is possible. It is only imagination. It is only creativity. If I want to go to roads to get survey, it will take so much of time. Tomorrow, particular road, how many potholes, what is the size of pothole, what is the depth of pothole, what is the quantum of repair required, everything real time you can monitor. You can evolve through analytics. That is the beauty of all these things. Even so much of sand they have for the last 5 years they have taken. There is a Google maps and all satellite data. If present data, if you can take, you can correlate all these things. So very, very inspiring time. Even agriculture, technology's future, agri-tech, med-tech, vet-tech, infrastructure tech, all these things are going to come. Applications are important.
So just like you had told about the two children policy, your counterpart, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, has also said that southern India there needs to be a boom of growth to be population to increase so that the status of southern community in Indian politics will make a difference.
So what I'm saying, one is southern states. Earlier we moved to reform southern states. And also population control, South India as a first mover. Now if you can go back, Europe, China, Russia, even Japan, almost all countries, everywhere aging problem is catching up. There is a big problem. Now we have to realize all these things. From now onwards we have to talk, not only me, not only Stalin, even Karnataka, Kerala, tomorrow North India. If you can manage population, I am telling you, not only 100 years, hundreds of years, India can rule globally. World is becoming very, very, today you are seeing all countries. Today China, population is 135, 130 crores. India population is 145 crores. India will become 170 crores. China will become less than 100 crores. Ultimately, India also diminish after some time. Aging problem will catch up. So we have to realize all these things. That is where I am visualizing, I am saying, with truth and factual data of historical data.
Sir, you have called up the youth to be part in the drone technology, and what are the steps you are going to take to support the youth?
No, both of us will work together. Andhra Pradesh will be a case study. We will use all use cases, and also proof of concept will produce and will replicate. Either Government of India is working, we are working. It is in the interest of the people. Especially farmers are facing so many problems. With the technology, we are talking so many years. Even long back, if you can recollect, I had a agri-tech meeting in Visakhapatnam. Bill Gates attended at that time. That was the beginning. But 5 years, we have lost precious time. Now we will revive everything. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, no. Okay, sir. See you, sir.
Thank you.
See you.
exhibitors. Bus shuttle service is provided from Sea Convention to Punnami Ghat. You can avail the facility, and the required passes will also be given in the buses. You will be escorted till the venue. Please note that there are free shuttle buses being arranged from the CK Convention to Punnami Ghat for the evening cultural. So we are about to begin with the panel discussion, building the next phase of drone regulations for making India a global drone hub by 2030. I request all the panelists to please be ready. In exactly 5 minutes, we shall begin with the panel discussion. Mr. Smith Shah, President, Drone Federation, will moderate the session. Can we have the volunteers from the Guru Productions arrange the stage?
Drones, or unmanned aerial vehicles, have rapidly evolved from military applications to becoming essential tools in numerous sectors, offering safe, efficient, and cost-effective solutions. Drones are poised to drive significant deployment and economic growth, particularly in remote and hard-to-reach areas of India. In Andhra Pradesh, the state known for its agricultural prowess and industrial potential, drones are being leveraged to enhance public service delivery. Let's explore key use cases where drone technology is transforming operations. Agriculture. Drones are used extensively for monitoring crop health, soil conditions, and irrigation needs, from spraying fertilizers to large-scale drone seeding and ecosystem restoration. UAVs are revolutionizing farming practices in Andhra Pradesh. Mapping and survey. UAVs provide critical insights for planning and management in urban planning and infrastructure development. Equipped with VTOL, that is, vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, drones are used for road, railway, and river surveys and mapping projects across various departments. Disaster management. In times of emergencies, drones reduce human risk by monitoring flood levels, identifying stranded victims, and assisting in search and rescue operations. UAVs also serve as cargo carriers for delivering food, water, and essential supplies in relief efforts. Municipal administration. Drones play a vital role in detecting road potholes, monitoring waste management, and identifying drainage blockages. They also help in mosquito control by identifying breeding sites. Futuristic drone use cases. Andhra Pradesh is exploring advanced UAV applications such as beyond visual line of sight drones for cargo delivery and medical organ transportation. The state is also keen on developing electric vertical takeoff and landing drones for urban air mobility, positioning itself as a pioneer in India for short-distance passenger flights. Through these innovations, Andhra Pradesh is at the forefront of leveraging drone technology for efficient governance and public services, while positioning itself as the leader in UAV innovation and applications. The Drone Hackathon, initiated by the Andhra Pradesh Drones Corporation, proved to be a resounding success. This initiative, fee-free competition, was organized as a precursor to the esteemed Amaravati Drone Summit 2024. Highlights included participants' innovation and the organizers' commitment to advancing drone technology. The competition, launched on 5th October 2024, saw high participation, prompting a 2-day registration extension. Over 500 experts joined, offering innovative drone solutions to key challenges. 12 winners were chosen across 4 categories, with top prizes of Rs 3 lakhs, Rs 2 lakhs, and Rs 1 lakh. Participants were judged on a problem solution fit, innovation, feasibility, scalability, and impact. The Hackathon Review Jury, which selected the final winners, comprised representatives from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, the Government of Andhra Pradesh, IISER Tirupati, IIT Tirupati, IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, and the Drone Federation of India. Hackathon themes: usage of drones for agricultural and rural development in Andhra Pradesh, mapping and real-time crop health monitoring, drone-based irrigation system monitoring, drones for enhancing disaster management, emergency response capabilities. Early warnings in flood-prone areas help assess damage, plan relief efforts, and map rescue logistics. Drones detect forest fires early and support quick response efforts. Leveraging drones for urban planning and infrastructure monitoring. Monitor traffic, detect road issues, unauthorized constructions, and encroachments on public land. inspect electrical lines and gas pipelines for safety and maintenance. Drones for improving public safety, law enforcement. Drone solutions for monitoring large gatherings to improve crowd control. Designing drones for night surveillance, patrolling in crime-prone areas. Drones for better healthcare, medical supply delivery in remote areas. Drone solutions for more efficient delivery of medicines, vaccines in remote areas, and faster transportation of medical kits, AED devices in emergencies. Drones in support of environmental, natural resource management. Sensor-equipped drone solution to access air and water quality. Systems for tracking wildlife population, preventing illegal poaching. Drones in surveying, mapping for improved governance. Drone-based mapping systems for infra projects like roads, bridges, and public utilities, and solution for inventory management of government-owned resources. Drones for improved transport, logistics efficiency. Drone-based solutions for delivering critical goods to remote, hilly regions as a more efficient alternative to conventional transport, creating a system for quick analysis of road accident sites to minimize traffic congestion. Drone-based computer vision for object extraction. Agriculture, detect crops, weeds, pests, analyze crop health, and estimate yield in large fields. Disaster management and security, identify debris, damaged infrastructure, stranded individuals in disaster zones, and detect unauthorized activities in restricted areas for enhanced rescue and security operations. Based on the above hackathon themes, the winners will be selected by the review jury, and the prizes will be awarded by the Honorable Chief Minister. Drones, or unmanned aerial vehicles, have rapidly evolved from military applications to becoming essential tools in numerous sectors, offering safe, efficient, and cost-effective solutions. Drones are poised to drive significant deployment and economic growth, particularly in remote and hard-to-reach areas of India. In Andhra Pradesh, the state known for its agricultural prowess and industrial potential, drones are being leveraged to enhance public service delivery. Let's explore key use cases where drone technology is transforming operations. Agriculture. Drones are used extensively for monitoring crop health, soil conditions, and irrigation needs, from spraying fertilizers to large-scale drone seeding and ecosystem restoration. UAVs are revolutionizing farming practices in Andhra Pradesh. Mapping and survey. UAVs provide critical insights for planning and management in urban planning and infrastructure development. Equipped with VTOL, that is, vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, drones are used for road, railway, and river surveys and mapping projects across various departments. Disaster management. In times of emergencies, drones reduce human risk by monitoring flood levels, identifying stranded victims, and assisting in search and rescue operations. UAVs also serve as cargo carriers for delivering food, water, and essential supplies in relief efforts. Municipal administration. Drones play a vital role in detecting road potholes, monitoring waste management, and identifying drainage blockages. They also help in mosquito control by identifying breeding sites. Futuristic drone use cases. Andhra Pradesh is exploring advanced UAV applications such as beyond visual line of sight drones for cargo delivery and medical organ transportation. The state is also keen on developing electric vertical takeoff and landing drones for urban air mobility, positioning itself as a pioneer in India for short-distance passenger flights. Through these innovations, Andhra Pradesh is at the forefront of leveraging drone technology for efficient governance and public services, while positioning itself as the leader in UAV innovation and applications. Andhra Pradesh Drone Corporation aims to position the state as the drone capital of India. Through a grand vision and draft policy, the government is confident in this strategy, driven by the growing global and Indian drone markets and the vast potential Andhra Pradesh offers for the sector. In 2023, the global drone market was valued at $37.68 billion, with India holding just a 3% share. However, India's domestic UAV market is projected to grow at 22.63% CAGR from rupees 11,828 crores in 2024 to rupees 26,749 crores by 2028. Key drivers include policy support, demand for high quality data, and financial incentives. With significant policy changes since 2014, Capital of India envisions to use a few core fundamentals as the fulcrum for its success. Infrastructure. The hub will feature an integrated testing facility with a runway, vertiports, ATC, a center of excellence, incubation centers, co-working spaces, and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Amaravati Drone Summit 2024 post-lunch session. We are beginning with the panel discussion, Building the Next Phase of Drone Regulations for Making India a Global Drone Hub by 2030. So firstly, I'd like to invite our speakers of this panel discussion. Shri Ravindra Kumar, Directorate General of Civil Aviation. Can we please put our hands together and welcome Mr. Ravindra Kumar? May I call upon Mr. Smith Shah, President Drone Federation, to welcome him. And we call upon Mr. Neil Mehta, co-founder Asteria Aerospace Limited, our next panelist. Warm welcome, sir. And we also take the pleasure to welcome Ms. Divya Manchandana, Chief of Airworthiness E-Plane. Welcome to Amaravati Drone Summit and this panel. And the next panelist, Dr. Manish Pandey, Director and Head, PAD Division, Quality Council of India. And also, let's welcome Mr. Vipul Singh, co-founder Aereo. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Smith Shah, President Drone Federation of India. We have eminent panelists in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together and welcome our esteemed speakers and our moderator. And now I hand it over to Mr. Smith Shah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us back. I hope most of you have had your lunch and are excited to understand more on what are the challenges in the drone ecosystem and what is in store for moving the regulations forward so that we can enable more applications and unlock next phase of use cases in the ecosystem. So that is a panel discussion that is there. And today we have a diverse set of panelists with us. So of course, when we talk about regulations, we have to talk about DGCA. So from DGCA side, we have Ravindra sir, who's the Director Operations, who looks after training as well as various new use cases around operations and VV laws and many other portfolios. So Ravindra sir is here with us. Then we have Dr. Manish Pandey, who is from Quality Council of India. He is the head of PAT division. He is the whole and scale for the certification scheme that is developed under the entire drone rules 2021. So they have a multi-stakeholder group under which they take inputs and then the certification scheme comes in. So we have regulator, we have multi-stakeholder body that is working on the certification framework. Then we have Mr. Neil Mehta, who's Neil, how many years now since Asteria? So more than 10 years old, 11 years old company in the ecosystem, Asteria Aerospace. One of the earliest persons who I got to meet in the drone ecosystem. And then we have Divya from ePlane. One more application that Divya and team are trying to unlock is on urban air mobility and long range logistics. So Divya is the chief of airworthiness. I think very few or almost no drone company would have a designation like this. So maybe Divya, why your job is what you do, you can talk about it. And then lastly, of course, we have Mr. Vipul Singh. He is the co-founder of Aereo, one of the companies that does large-scale mapping and mining and various other operations. So with all of you, I think let's spend the next 30 minutes to discuss what are the various thought processes and challenges in the ecosystem. So thought processes to solve that and what is going on. Don't worry, my questions will be very simple, and I think all of you, in my opinion, will be very versed with it. So to begin with, maybe I'll start with Neil. Neil, you are the oldest company in the ecosystem, one of the oldest, and you have been there since 11 years. So how would you describe the regulatory journey that has been till now? And what do you think are the challenges of today in various operations that you undertake at Asteria Aerospace?
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Smith. And we started Asteria back in 2012, actually, when the word drone was very new in the Indian ecosystem itself. There were hardly, I could count on one finger the number of companies who were actually involved in drones at that time. And I remember that whenever we used to talk to our end users, we had to educate them of what is a drone, what does it do, and kind of explain them the kind of various use cases that could be possible using drones. I think over the last 10, 12 years, we have seen a dramatic shift, a paradigm shift actually in the way people are looking at drones. Right? Today, a lot of people come to us and say, can we use a drone for X, Y, Z? So that has been the kind of remarkable shift and which has been brought about by the technology adoption, in fact, the development of the technology itself, the commercialization and then the adoption of this. And along with that, of course, regulations have also played a major role in either holding back this technology or promoting it. So until 2018, drones were actually banned in the civil airspace. And the only use case which was possible was using drones for military applications and other kind of sensitive applications. And I think that held back the industry, for the longest time. Since 2018, we have been progressively kind of liberalizing the sector. The biggest change came in 2021 when the drone rules were announced, and that liberalized manufacturing operations, training, etc. of drones. And since then, the industry has taken on a remarkable transformation. Today, there are more than 200 companies who are either manufacturing or operating drones, or trying to develop various use cases for drones. So that's been a remarkable shift, and I think we are still, since the last 2 3 years, has kind of been the only journey that we've really had drones in the civil airspace. I think we are still very young as an industry, and we've taken some baby steps till now. The time is now come to kind of mature the industry and to enable the next phase of growth.
So Neil, specifically, what are the challenges that you look forward?
So I think challenges are, from a policy and regulations perspective. I'll say one from a policy perspective. See, industry always looks for signals from the government, as to what the government is thinking about this sector, and then kind of putting investments around it. I think one of the challenges that we have had is, as an ecosystem, we have not focused on developing components for drones, right? We've all focused on building drones and kind of applying them for various applications. But core components of drones are still largely imported from outside the country, whether it is China, EU, US, etc. And probably close to 60-70% of components actually might be imported. So I think one of the challenges as an ecosystem we have to figure out is, how do we incentivize the industry to spend that R&D amount, and develop the core technologies which actually go in a drone. I think that is the first challenge. Uh, Second challenge, I think, are more operational challenges. We have all focused on developing use cases aligned to visual line of sight operations, where you need to be, the pilot needs to be seeing the drone, but there are a lot of other applications where the drone needs to fly beyond the line of sight of the pilot, whether it is large linear mapping of oil and gas pipelines, or it is cargo deliveries, etc. And we haven't figured out the right solution to this, how to enable this kind of an application. I think that's the second challenge which is holding back the industry and the use cases to some extent.
So two challenges mentioned by Neil, one about developing components in India and second about unlocking BVLOS operations. So thanks Neil, thanks for those inputs. So from company that has been working on defense, homeland security and civil applications, now we go to a company that is purely working in the civil domain as of now, I believe. So Vipul, coming to you, you've been engaged in a lot of survey mapping projects. So maybe if you want to touch upon some of the unique use cases that you're working on, and what are the regulatory challenges that you feel, because we are discussing most important point of what to build in the next phase of drone regulations. So what are the regulatory challenges that you feel? Maybe Vipul, if it's the same ones, you can move on to the new challenges basically.
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot, everyone, for giving us this opportunity. So just to quickly cover what we do, we have been working a lot on surveying and mapping related use cases, and extracting decision intelligence and business intelligence out of the surveying and mapping data. Just to give you an idea, we work with mining industry, infrastructure industry, one of the world's largest coal mine. Its weekly progress planning and production planning happens using our platform. Companies like Tata Steel are completely using our solution for their entire mine digitalization across the business. We have also mapped about 50,000 villages for Swamitwa scheme, and have mapped around 50,000 square kilometers of area for land record digitization, which includes entire Haryana, 25,000 square kilometers in AP, and approximately 70,000 square kilometers being executed in Karnataka. And on infrastructure, we have done quite a good amount of work on some of the largest infrastructures coming out, which includes one of the largest steel manufacturing compound in Asia, as well as the largest solar power plant coming up in the world, where we have been helping them with the progress monitoring. And we leverage a lot of AI once the drone data is collected to extract these business intelligence. So from our perspective, or I would like to categorize it, the challenges which I see that exist today. One challenge is the enforcement of the existing set of regulations. They are very nice, very well drafted, very well also released, but I think there are still gaps which we need to resolve in terms of how much they are meeting their objective, because we can all see around in the stall also, we can see the footprint of our neighbors in the north on those stalls. And I think the objective was to create a regulation which creates an enabling ecosystem in India by the Indian companies. So maybe there is some gap which we need to tap there. which will ensure that we can have more indigenous set of designs and components rather than foreign design and component, which are still figuring out their way to seep into the Indian market, which has also got good amount of threat on the security as well as the reliability, because most of the time we get attracted towards the lower prices rather than highest reliability and safety. That is one. Second is, I believe, another challenge which exists is on the side of the indigenization. I think we need to pave a way to increase the indigenization which is happening on various levels, subsystem, component, and the overall system, and recognize indigenous IP creation. In this ecosystem, I think we have understood from last 2 years of utilization of drones in the battlefield scenario that the owner of the IP is going to have the highest reward. So how do we create a regulatory ecosystem which recognizes indigenous IP creation and rewards its growth is another important subject. And the last point which I would like to throw on the panel is basically on the autonomousity, where we are seeing that drones are becoming very aggressively autonomous. And humans are almost vanishing from the loop. We have now drone in a box kind of solutions coming up where you don't need to have any human being operating or triggering the event. So figuring out a roadmap towards of the regulation which can enable such kind of use cases, which have a great acceptance in the industrial use cases, where industries want to use drones without human in the loop, where they station a drone at certain location and it should fly and collect data at a defined interval. So now we still don't have a regulatory ecosystem which can enable that. And then with the increased uses of drones in such kind of scenarios, there is going to be a very aggressive utilization of AI as well. So maybe somewhere we need to create some boundaries that how AI should be leveraged and for what purposes, so that the growth or the journey towards creating more autonomous solutions should be more predictable than what it is today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vipul. So I think you mentioned about two new challenges, which is lack of enforcement of existing regulations, if I want to just summarize it. And fourth, about autonomous operations that are going to maybe unlock the new set of use cases in the industrial side. So maybe these are the two summary of challenges that I can, that was covered already by Neil. Now I'll come to Divya. Divya, Chief of Airworthiness, can you explain our audience what is your role and why it requires a separate role in what you do? And maybe then I'll come to the next question on the challenges side.
All right. So, first of all, it's nice to be here with you, Smith, Neil, Vipul, and sir. I mean, I'm just talking from the industry side because I've been seeing them much before even the drone rules were published in the country, right? So you guys have been there in the system, and it's nice that today we are sitting in the panel where we are discussing about the drone regulations going forward and what it will be by 2030. As for my role, as to why am I the chief of airworthiness and what does the role really entail, uh, one is we talk about the drone industry, and which is up to 500 kgs according to the drone regulations. But beyond 500 kgs, which is the total weight of the machine, you fall into what you call as the Aircraft Rules 1937. Any aircraft, in fact, drone is also an aircraft, but any aircraft which needs to be certified, which is beyond 500 kgs, falls under the Aircraft Rules 1937. And our rules, the government rules, they say that you need to have certain designations, certain post holders, because to be able to certify the aircraft, you need to have a design organization approval saying that you as an organization are capable of designing an aircraft. And for that, you need some post holder by the name called Chief of Airworthiness, which makes sure that you as an organization are adhering to the rules and regulations, complying with it, and also with the continued airworthiness.
I think the most important limit that I could think of was 500 kgs limit under drone rules 2021. Most important challenge maybe from a summary perspective. Any other challenge that you want to just highlight out of what you just said?
Right. I mean, I'll talk from the eVTOL per se because that's the company that I'm working for. We're building the India's first electric air taxis, which will help alleviate urban congestion for people. And the reason I'm talking about challenges in the eVTOL side is because a lot of these challenges will be removed by bringing up more and more regulations in the drone side of things, because the legwork will for the eVTOLs will be done by the drones. So, for example, the government has recently published the regulations for eVTOL certification as well as the vertiports. What we are waiting for now, the next set of regulations to be published is for the airspace, for battery charging systems, for pilot certification, for how the batteries are going to be certified, and so on and so forth. Now, while we do what we do, set up these regulations, set up the ecosystem for the eVTOLs to come up in India, uh, what are we talking about in the drone space? We're talking about BV loss. We are soon going to talk about what about the drones that are going to be flying above 400 feet? What about doing multiple drone operations? What about doing these multiple high volume drone operations being flown by a single pilot, right? So when we start putting on the regulations and start working on all of these things, they will start ironing out or paving the way for eVTOL regulations, even though those regulations are being carved out. So these are some of the challenges that we will see as the regulations come out.
Thank you, Divya. I think operations more than 400 feet was one thing that you mentioned. A comprehensive set of rules and policy from a eVTOL perspective. I think what you were giving 3-4 examples of policies that are not out, but maybe a comprehensive set of ecosystem and a comprehensive policy will help, rather than a small packet approach essentially. Maybe one more challenge that I can think of is simultaneous operations, one pilot controlling multiple drones, and then in use cases like inspection and agriculture spraying of large fields and all of that. So
And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Because recently I had attended the ICAO conference in Montreal, which kickstarted the advanced air mobility for the first time. And the ICAO is the apex body for aviation. And you'd be surprised that it had regulators from all around the world. And those regulators were telling me, hey, we have seen that India has got some great drone regulations and you guys are doing some great work. So those people are already looking at autonomy and autonomous operations.
got it. Thank you, Divya. So before we come to DGCA, I'll just go to Quality Council of India and then last to you, sir. So uh, industry has been talking about the liberalization of the rules. In 2014, we had a ban. 2018, we had one type of regulation. Then 2021, we had another type of regulation. And then in August 21, finally the policy opened up. And in that policy, one of the responsibilities that was given was about creating a certification criteria, for which I think QCI plays a role of getting academia, industry, technical experts all together to create the first framework, that is the first recommendation to DGCA and the government. Apart from this, for many challenges that the industry has, and maybe I'll iterate the question in two parts. What role can QCI play in enforcing some part of the regulations or maybe the type certification? It may not be enforcement on the ground, it may be enforcement during the process, whatever you can choose. Enforcement part A, and part B, how do you see QCI's role moving forward in building the next phase of regulations, especially from the certification side where you are already involved?
Right. Thank you, Smith. So, as the Quality Council of India, our main task is to get into the mode of multi-stakeholder consultation in a manner that we could have all the issues, concerns, challenges, uh, at a platform, and then very systematically see what is the best way out. Uh, in such cases, as what Smith has asked, that what is the best way to handle it? The best way to handle it is first to have a lot of sensitization programs, because most of the issues that I understand comes due to the lack of interpretation or over interpretation of certain requirements, which leads to some differences when the process is on, in the process of certification is on. So I can give you examples where the manufacturer has his or her own interpretation. Then the ATEs comes, which we call as certification bodies. They have their own sets of interpretations, because mostly while we are very careful on the kind of people that come as auditors or assessors who actually review the documents before they are presented to DGCA in the form of the statement of conformity. There are interpretational issues which takes lot of time in terms of resolving the issue. And also when it goes to DGCA, there is also a level of, what do I say, differences in terms of what these SOC is presented and what is that DGCA wants as a regulator to see that there is a minimal risk involved when they actually issue a type certificate. So answering Smith's question, what Quality Council does is to see that the level of engagement with all the stakeholders, specifically the industry, is ramped up. It would also mean that when we in our multi-stakeholder committees invite industry associations, we always tell them that, okay, fine that you are sending people from secretariat. I think so that industry association secretariat should be proactive enough to actually send out the base documents to as much as manufacturers they could, so that they can get some distilled information which can be tabled at the resolution level and give a very measured and a very specific kind of an intervention which reduces lot of these interpretational issues. Part one question. The second question was, moving forward, what QCI needs to do, to enhance the regulatory frameworks with the aspirations of both the industry and the stakeholders. So we heard a lot of things about the BV laws, which the Honorable Minister and, of course, other senior officers mentioned during the inaugural session. So what QCI is working again closely with DGC and, of course, the stakeholders in the form of the the three committees that we have. We are first trying to resolve the knickknacks that have come on the operationalization of the VLOS, which is the current CSUA scheme, or which we call it as the certification scheme for unmanned aircraft systems. What we are trying to do is to first resolve those outstanding issues and then move on to the BVLOS systems. The idea is that first let all the VLOS things are sorted, and then we do an add-on on the BVLOS so that the manufacturers doesn't undergo a repeat when they come with something which is a BVLOS. So the idea is to have a very seamless kind of a certification system in place, which would be a step up of VLOS to BVLOS. And during that, we would want that only the delta which is differentiating a VLOS with BVLOS is very clearly mentioned, taking our lessons from the VLOS where the criteria are very specifically formulated, and specific answers or guidelines are there inside the VLOS. Because in the earlier VLOS system, we actually made the guidelines later on based on various inputs from the stakeholders. But in this case, I think so we have enough information. We also understand that there are enough players who are doing BV laws, taking some special permissions, so they have already some body of knowledge which we want to assimilate in the BV law system and move forward. There are also one request which I want to make is, when you go through the scheme, specifically the manufacturers who want to come specifically from the state now, that we would want you to understand the scheme before you actually come with your applications to the ATs, because I think so if you are not clear and if you don't request for the certificates while you are taking components or when you are taking batteries, which includes the registration details and things like that, you actually end up doing it on your own, whereas as per the government requirements, the manufacturer of the various components that you would assemble while making a drone have to have actually carried those certifications while they while you procure them. So I think so these are certain things that if you keep it in mind, it becomes a very painless process, a very seamless process, and it reduces lot of these wastages in interpretation and creation of documents, which is important for us to issue the certification.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. I think first part you mentioned that for currently enforcing the visual line of sight and maybe playing a role in that, QCI could do more capacity building workshops so that people know more about the scheme, know in depth about the scheme, and hence they can apply better and be more clear. And in the second part, with respect to BV laws, I think you mentioned that a lot of industry people have some experience. So this time your focus will be that when the certification recommendations are being prepared, they will be even more objective so that the subjectivity, which may be of course due to technical nature, So that will be reduced. So I think that is the two steps you mentioned. Now the most important task to Ravindra ji. So industry, we have heard that there are 1 kilometer long list of challenges, and we also have Secretary Civil Aviation here, Additional Secretary here, Joint Secretary and Secretary INR from Government of Andhra Pradesh. So to everyone, maybe I'll just list down the challenges once more. And sir, maybe on some of those challenges, which are the most important ones that you have currently looked at, and then what are you doing about it from your perspective, if you could share. So industry mentioned that some challenges are around lack of Indian components and development of those technologies. Then the enabling framework for beyond visual line of sight operations. The lack of enforcement of current rules, because of which maybe a lot of uncertified drones are being sold in the market. The future request to accommodate autonomous operations above the 500 kg limit if required, operations above 400 feet operations where one pilot and multiple drones are involved. So, and of course the eVTOL part. So sir, maybe my request to you would be if you could share what has been done in the regulation till now, which I am sure you have some numbers to present about where have we reached. And to some of these challenges, what is your opinion? How is DGCA looking at handling these?
Okay, thank you, Smith. So far as VLOS operations are concerned, we have given 81 type certification. UIN issued till date more than 25,000. RPC holders as on date more than 18,000. RPTOs authorized by DGCA 135. Drone manufacturer 53. And instructors available in the industry, Indian industry for a small and medium 974. So this is VLOS setup so far developed by DGCA or by industry. So now the most talked thing in the industry is BV loss operations. So BV loss means beyond visual line of sight operations, means drone will fly for a long range with better transmission, receiving connectivity. BV loss operation will consist of UTM, better landing capability. I mean, this is beyond visual line of sight, so landing capability must be better than VLOS operations. Navigational performance and required navigational performance should be better than whatever existing in our VLOS system. Better collision avoidance, detect and avoid system, tracking, day-night operations. These are challenges or requirement for BV loss operations we are trying to implement in type certifications. Next question was regarding enforcement. So we have, what do you think, Smith? We are doing it in a smaller quantity or overdose enforcement?
No, I don't think it is in overdose, definitely. But I think, sir, maybe I'll take the opportunity to qualify my question better. So, from an industry perspective, we feel that everyone who is part of the regulations is being enforced. People who are not coming to regulator not enforced. So, some bit of that basically. People who have not applied for type certificate, they are not under the ambit of regulation. So, maybe from that lens, if you could.
Okay,
but definitely it is not overdose.
Yeah, yeah. So DGCA being a safety oversight regulator, our role is to impose enforcement actions definitely on the user whosoever is type certified by DGCA or under authorization by DGCA for civil uses, not for any military or air force uses. So we have initiated enforcement actions in drone industry also. Till date, we have imposed penalty of more than 7 to 8 lakhs, almost more than 10 enforcement actions we have taken till date.
Sir, and moving forward, just to maybe give the industry a better direction, for organizations and users that may be not following the rules at all, what would be your advice for their competitors who want to follow the rules? How should they report them? If they report them, how do they report them? What should they take care? Just so that people who are wanting to comply with the rules, they get a right direction on how to motivate other people, and if they, even after motivation, they don't want to, then how to report them. So maybe some advice on that.
Okay, Smith. So this is a beginning of journey. Drone industry has started their journey, and we have initiated enforcement actions. We are time to time we are arranging for sensitization workshop with industry. We are we are giving our ideas on enforcement, make means at how to avoid means non-compliance violations, and we are slightly lenient, but we are trying to now impose restrictions or penalties who whatever comes to in our notice.
Thank you, sir. So I think from the BV law side, you very rightly mentioned, and this is good input for the industry, that you are looking at traffic management, the landing capabilities, the long-range communication and the reliability of it, the navigation part, as well as collision avoidance and all of those other features that you mentioned.
Yes,
So yes,
exactly.
definitely these will be important when we talk about the BV law certification. And on the enforcement side, you also mentioned about the enforcement actions that DGC has started.
Yes, yes, yes.
Definitely from industry side, I will say that it's not an overdose, but maybe first time the industry is looking for little bit calibrated approach on the people who don't want to follow the rules. So now, due to paucity of time, I will go around everyone, and maybe I'll request everyone to give one input that you want to give for building the next phase of drone regulations. What is the one suggestion that you want to give? Only objective suggestions.
I think what we need to now focus is we've already come up with the regulations. Like we've been talking about adherence to those regulations, continued airworthiness, but there are two important aspects which we kind of miss out on, and I think that will be pivotal going forward, is quality and safety. I think we need to put a lot of focus on quality products and having safety, inbuilt in the organization.
Thank you, Divya. Neil?
Okay. It's a little bit out of the box, I guess. Not completely, but see, there are a lot of instances which also come in the newspapers also of people probably who are using drones for photography purposes or something, and they fly close to, restricted zones like defense zones or airports where they are not supposed to fly. And if they were trained properly, they would know that this is not allowed, and as per regulations you can't fly in red zones, etc. But it seems that to do the training they have to undergo a RPTO course which costs could be a 30-40,000, etc. And it seems that a lot of them are probably unwilling to do that also. So one suggestion I have is maybe for drones below 2 kgs of olive weight, we can have a simpler certification mechanism where it's not a certificate, but maybe you just pass an online exam where you are made aware of the regulations and the responsibilities as a drone pilot, and you don't have to really go to an RPTO and get a certificate. This makes it a little easier, and it makes it easier for everyone to comply with, rather than letting them fly in such
Got it.
dangerous situations.
So Divya talked about focus on safety and quality. Neil is talking about some sort of online education and online exam for some class of drones so that more people are aware and they can be well versed with the regulation.
I'll just add to what Neil said. So, if you look at what FAA and EASA are doing, right, they're looking at another aspect which I think we should focus on, and that will probably concur with what Neil is saying, is self certification. We put a lot of emphasis on certifying the drones, but we put less emphasis on the people who are going to be operating the drones. Over a period of time, when these guys start operating more and more, you kind of start seeing how safe or reliable they are. And once you give that credibility of reliability and safety, they can do self certification based on the use cases they're going to be operating in. Because currently in the regulation, let's say small category drone, you can have an agri drone, you can have an eVTOL drone. The risk of the operation is not taken into account.
Got it, Divya. Thank you. Now we move to Vipul. One suggestion that you have.
already talked about the points I think we should cover. Just repeat on two things which I missed, which we missed to cover again. I think one is a roadmap towards autonomous operations, because that's an undeniable reality. The whole world is moving towards autonomous operations, swarm and so many things which are happening around, and I think we need to pave the way for such kind of innovation in India as well. Otherwise, you innovate, but there is no clarity on operational deployment because regulatory system is not ready. And second, I would say on all these points, I think the regulator needs to catch pace with the industry, uh, which means that we have to move extremely fast. Because ideally, the regulatory ecosystem should come before the industry is ready with a solution, right?
Got
So
it. So that
that
is.
speed is something which I expect that we need to move faster now.
So now, Dr. Manish Pandey, what is your advice to the industry? And then the last word for Ravindra sir.
Okay, so as somebody who's into quality and safety for near to 2 decades, the only one solution and one request that I have to make to the manufacturers who come for the statement of conformity from a certification body and then go to the DGCA for type certificate is that kindly, thoroughly read the section 3, which talks about the certification criteria, which is what you need to establish to both the ATs and DGCA while you are in the process of designing, development, and putting your drone in shape. It is not that you do everything and then you come to the rule book and then you start to understand and think that how do I kind of interpret what is written and what I have done. So the only one thing which I would request everybody who wants to enter into this space is read the rule book before you start playing the game. And if you do it correctly, I think so there would be minimal I would say hardships when you have to go to a certification body and then answer DGCA questions on certain things which you fail to kind of establish when you talk compliance and request for a type certificate. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Ravindra sir, last
Okay,
word.
my suggestion to industry is please kindly avoid any kind of violation, non-compliance. Please read all regulations, drone training circulars issued by DGCA time to time, again and again. They are not as simple as you think. Read 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, you will find quite depth in those DTCs or rules and regulations. And in case there is any violation or non-compliance you found in your organization, kindly write to us. We will resolve. Thank you so much. And Vipul, Vipul, we are not behind the industry. We, as a safety oversight regulator, we are moving step by step.
Sir, I think from the industry and regulators' perspective, this fight will continue in all ecosystems, manned aviation, drone industry, every other regulatory
I think
ecosystem.
my input was not whether we should move step by step. We are just saying take the steps faster. That's all.
So good
Safety
to
is
see.
involved, so we cannot move that much faster as industry wants.
Good to see this banter here. But I think this is necessary. Industry can keep pushing the regulator can keep pushing back, and somewhere in between lies the balance. So we discussed about a lot of challenges, and we have noted down all the points, and some solutions also emerged. Due to paucity of time, this session we have to end here. And I'll once again thank you to all of you, Divya, Neil, Ravindra sir, Dr. Manish, as well as Vipul, for joining us at Amaravati Drone Summit for this wonderful panel discussion. I hope all of you in the audience have some context more about the drone regulations, some challenges that exist. And of course, all of these speakers are not here just for this panel discussion, so you can connect with them offline, you can speak to them, you can get guidance, you can get collaborations, uh, and make sure that all your doubts about the regulation or about the industry or about the type certification, Ravindra sir is here, Dr. Manish Pandey is here, about the industry, all the three, two gentlemen and one woman are here. So they'll be able to network with you, help you, guide you, and please make full use of this opportunity to get connected to everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining on this panel discussion. I'll request you to just come ahead for a group photograph.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the esteemed speakers. Can we all put our hands together? That was indeed a very valuable inputs on building the next phase of drone regulations for making India a global drone hub by 2030. Thank you, Smith. Thank you very much for moderating this session. And next up, we have the keynote presentation. Before I invite a special mention to all the delegates, panelists, exhibitors, buses will start. There are shuttle buses from CK Convention to Punnami Ghat. You can avail the service, and the passes for the evening cultural will be given to you. And yes, the panel discussion post that. Now we have, may I take the pleasure to invite Sri Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation, on the Production Linked Incentive Scheme and the way forward. Mr. Piyush Srivastava, welcome to you.
Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Drones as a sector is a dynamic sector. And as you saw in the inaugural session, the drones is being hemmed by a very dynamic leadership. And this immediate session preceding my discourse with you also revealed that it is an industry which is very dynamic. Even in this afternoon, in 2024, they are discussing the regulations that will happen in 2023, 2030. So when we are surrounded by dynamic people on all sides, the job in the ministry becomes much easier. I've been asked to make a presentation on the PLI scheme for drones and drone components, the way forward. The objective of my presentation has been made much easier by the preceding speakers. So what I propose to present to you is basically a snapshot of the ecosystem of the drone regulatory setup to reinforce the fact that the government of India is firmly and solidly behind the development of the drone sector. And of course, the last leg of it is something that I will leave you with, that you will ponder over it. As our secretary said in the morning, that probably you will give us the inputs for that, because that is an area that is evolving and that will continue to evolve. It's never going to be completed. The way forward is something always in the future. And by the time it reaches you, it becomes the present, so you're thinking about the next step ahead. So having said that, we will go straight to the drone applications. This was a point that was repeated many times by the Honorable Chief Minister. He was referring to the use cases. He said that all the use cases need to be documented. And in that context, actually, there are four basic use cases that one thinks of. One is the surveillance, mapping, inspection, and the delivery. And amongst them, the most well-known are the uses in the military, the agriculture sector. The drone Didi scheme has now become a game changer in the drone industry. And of course, the disaster management, which is right there in the middle, emergency and disaster management, which was in full display in the recent floods in Andhra Pradesh. It was an unfortunate event, but it did showcase the potential of the drone industry. The drones can deliver things in areas which are otherwise inaccessible. Here again, it is a continuation of the same story. There are various other use cases. In all, the Honorable Chief Minister said that we need to document them. There are more than 200 use cases that are already documented, and this list is only growing. So we need to document them, and I think the Honorable Chief Minister has released the concept paper, which will give us an idea on how to use, how to apply them in these use cases for the benefit of the nation. And of course, since Andhra Pradesh has offered to take a lead in that, we'd be more than happy to extend a helping hand in that. Now, in this slide, basically, the attempt has been made to show how the drone technology is superior to the traditional methods. This is basically for using drones as a surveillance mechanism or for the delivery of pesticides. Essentially, the delivery has to be as close to the ground as possible. So you see in the manual method that was being used earlier, it was less accurate, and as you went in for more sophistication, the update rate was lower and the cost went up. So the drones came as a great relief in this, as an intermediate technology, which immediately brought in economies. They are safer both for the environment as well as for the human beings. They have a high accuracy and a high update rate. So the advantages of the drones, I mean, you are experts in that, so I think we'll go and have a look at what the policy landscape is. Earlier, the policy regime was very, very restrictive. In fact, there was a blanket ban on the use of drones in 2014. Then between 2014 and 18, there were a lot of consultations, and eventually the DGCA brought in the CAR-1, which were again very restrictive. Various use cases were emerging all this while, and the US rules were brought out in March 2021, which were just slightly more relaxed than the earlier regulations of the DGCA, but still required a lot to be done. During this time, two things happened. One was the locust attack, which affected the crops in 3 major states. And the drones were effectively deployed to contain this locust menace. And then what actually caught the eyeballs was the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which was actually cut short in 5 days flat because of the effective use of drones by one country. So it was realized that probably the drones need to be used and it need to be liberalized. And on the domestic front, two other developments happened. One was that NHAI made surveys of drone mandatory, and the other was the famous celebrated Swamitva scheme, under which all lands in the villages was to be mapped by drones. This actually triggered the liberalization of the drone rules, and in 2021, the drone rules were further liberalized. And that opened up the floodgates for the development of the drones. Government of India did two things at that time. First of all, they declared that 90% of the airspace will be green, which was a major contribution to the ease of doing business, which the Honorable CM was also referring to in the morning. And the other thing was that they incentivized the manufacturing of the drones, which is also the subject that we are discussing right now. So the PLI scheme was launched at around that time. And of course, when the proliferation of the drone usage increases, there's a need for putting in place a traffic management system. So the US traffic management policy was brought in. After that, there were various other rules, uses of drones that came in, and the government decided to also become a market maker. So the first major step in this regard was that the drone certification scheme for agricultural drones was provided support by the government, Ministry of Agriculture in this instance. And it also found mention in the budget of 2022 when the Drone Shakti mission was launched. It was around that time that there was a complete ban in the import of drones. Not just complete drones, but also knockdown drones. We did not ban the components, but that was a conscious decision because when you assemble the components, also you develop the technology and you eventually grow up the value chain. This was amply seen during the automobile uh, manufacturing process that we undertook. Initially, we were doing the screwdriver technology, but now we are the major exporter of automobiles. So it was thought that we will be able to do this in the drones also. And I think this has been the case on the ground. Then in June last year, the exports of drones were liberalized. The SCOMET rules were liberalized. And the latest in this series was the ease of doing business because of the abolition of the requirement of passports, both for the getting for the remote pilot certificate and also for the registration and transfer of drones. Now, the beauty of the drone rules is that it is the simplest rule to explain. You can explain it in one slide flat. Having a look at this slide, you know exactly what are the permissions required, who is going to give that permission, and whether you can do it or not, and where you think that it cannot be done. Like you see the two crosses. Even there is a provision of giving an exemption, so you can fly there also. So there is no restriction at all if you look at the drone rules. They're the most liberal that you can have. This is a geographical depiction of the green areas in the country. You see, except for small specks here and there, the entire country is green. So there's ample scope for the utilization of drones here. And all these proactive steps towards ease of doing business and manufacturing and incentivizing manufacturing has had a positive effect, which you see in the drone ecosystem scoreboard, as we like to call it. Even as I speak, the numbers are changing. In the morning, it had changed to 27,000 plus drones that have been registered. 16,000 drones pilots have been certified. 81 drone model type certificates have been issued. And more than 132 drone schools have been approved in the country. Now let's have a look at how the drone market looks like and where do we stand as a country. The size of the global drone market in 2023 was 26 billion US dollars, and India constituted 1.5% of this. By 2030, this is expected to rise to $90 billion, with India's share growing to 12.2%. What it means that India will grow at 8.5 times, while the global market will only grow at around 3 times. So the share of Indian market is growing, which in other words means that there's ample scope for us to make use of this opportunity and ramp up our investments in the drone sector. In this slide, of course, we are looking at the breakup of the various sectors of the drone industry globally. On the right side, the stacked bar diagram shows that basically it's the military use of drones, which is 33%, but the lead is by the civilian use of drones, 67%, which will remain by and large the same in 2030, though there will be a 1% decline in the use of military, which will be obviously gobbled up by the civilian side. This further parses down what I was explaining in the previous slide. You see here, the interesting thing is that although the total growth in the civilian side might not be much, but if you look at the logistics portion, which is just 1% in 2023, is expanding to 25% in 2030. So this is a major use change that is going to be witnessed. The consumer usage will shrink. And of course, the military use, as I said, will remain the same. And on the value chain side, the manufacturing and services together would account to more than almost, let's say, 70% of the total value chain. This is again a tabular description of what I was explaining In the second last row, you see what the military is doing, and the logistics portion is growing from 1 to 25%. So let's not dwell on this. We'll go to the current PLI scheme. This was approved by the cabinet in September 2021 with the objective of reducing dependence on imported drones and promote domestic manufacturing. It concentrated not just in drone manufacturing, but also on the drone component manufacturing. And the total outlay for this scheme was a disbursement of incentive of 120 crore rupees. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very significant figure. By today's standards, it looks small, but at that time, the entire drone industry's value was just 60 crores. And here we are talking about a disbursement of 120 crore rupees. So that means since the disbursement was only 40% of the value addition, the industry would have grown much higher. The scheme's tenure was 3 years. The 3 years just got over. And 23 applicants have been beneficiaries of this. Out of them, 12 were drone companies and 11 were component manufacturers. Here, if you have a look at the last row, the incentive disbursement, you would see that the actual disbursements have invariably been higher than the projected investments by a multiple for the first 2 years. And the third year, it looks the same 72, but then this is the disbursement in the middle of the year. We still have some months to go, so we would do well here by all accounts. That brings me to the last leg of what I wanted to present to you. This is the way forward. And this is where I suppose my job stops and your job begins. I would expect you to have a look at what has been discussed so far in the conference now and what will unfold and be presented to you in the coming day. Please do have a look at that and advise us what should be the way ahead. The way we look at it in the government as of now is that when this earlier drone scheme was launched in 2021, the industry was at its infancy. So one thought process could be whether we should take a call that the infant has now grown and we should just let it be and make no other effort to incentivize it, or we should actually look at incentivizing them. There are 400 more able-bodied drone manufacturers and component manufacturers, and see how it can be diversified, how newer entrants can be allowed, and the growth can be multiplied. Going forward, there is a need for indigenization, which the Honorable CM mentioned, Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation and the Secretary Civil Aviation also alluded to. Indigenization could be you incentivize the designing of new drones and components, you incentivize the R&D of drone and components, but as policymakers and implementers and administrators, our biggest concern is how to benchmark those points against which, or those achievements or flags against which we make the releases. It has to be quantifiable and it should justify the money that is flowing out of the exchequer. So these are the issues on which your inputs would be invaluable. There is also a thought that we are having is that we could probably prescribe that there should be a minimum level of domestic purchase. How do we define this domestic purchase? Obviously, we would want it to be minimal invasive. We would want the industry itself, the unit itself to certify it. But what certificate would be, what format would it adopt, how would we account for that, is again, these are the intricacies and the details that we would look forward to receive from you. Another thought process that we have is that the drone component manufacturers could be incentivized on a different footing. Uh, what treatment we give to the drone component manufacturers, whether we keep it higher than the plain vanilla incentive that we were giving otherwise, or we keep it lower, is an, an important variable on which your inputs would be nice. We could expand the product range, whether we include the software design, whether we include the drone as a service, it could be leasing of the drones itself, uh, whether it counts as a production at all, whether it is a production linked incentive or we would need to rename the scheme fully. Then one more area which probably could be incentivized is using counter drone systems. That is an area which we can no longer ignore. And it is probably as the nodal Ministry of Civil Aviation's responsibility to also incentivize the manufacturing and proliferation of counter drone devices. Now, obviously, when we are thinking of all these things, the requirement would be to increase the budget. But the bigger question would be, how do we allocate this budget? Should it be, as I was saying in the previous slide, should it be a plain vanilla incentive for all the drones as well as the components? Or we should have a different incentive for minimum domestic purchases? Whether as, and there's another alternative, whether we carve out this budget completely different for components and R&D and for anti-drone system, and we leave the remaining for the pure vanilla manufacturing of drones and the components. So these are the thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, I would leave you with. And whenever you think that you are ready with the solution, please do reach out to us, even if it is a half-baked solution. We would be happy to receive them, but it is always nice to receive the solutions when they come from an industry body, rather than as an individual input. It's not that we don't value the individual inputs, but as policymakers, our hands are strengthened when we do something on behalf of the industry, rather than being looked as in trying to help a particular unit. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I take leave. I know it's been a long day and we have a very interesting session ahead. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your inputs. And may I now call upon Mr. Praveen Aditya, IAS, Andhra Pradesh Airport Development Corporation MD, to kindly join us on stage to felicitate Shri Piyush Srivastava, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir. Done, sir. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming up with another interesting panel discussion. Eyes in the Sky for Enhanced Public Safety and Effective Disaster Management. Very, very interesting panel discussion. And our esteemed panel may be called upon C.H. Srikanth, Inspector General of Police, Law and Order, DGP, to kindly join us on stage. Very, very good evening, sir. And I also take the pleasure to welcome Assistant Professor Mr. Ramachandra Prasad, Triple IT Hyderabad, to join us for this panel, and Mr. Vishal Saxena, Vice President, Idea Forge Technology Limited. And next panelist, Dr. Ganesh Ram Nandakumar, co-founder, Tunga Aerospace, and Mr. Prem Kumar Vislawat, CEO, Marud Drones, and Mr. Sudhir Verma, founder and MD, Aerial IQ India Private Limited, will moderate this session. And I now hand it over to Mr. Sudhir Verma. Thank you.
So, good evening, ladies, gentlemen. I have this onerous task of conducting the last panel discussion of the day after a long day and a lot of heavy dose of inputs on drones, policy, regulations, and all that. But I think this panel discussion is very important in terms of practical application and utilization of drone technology. And especially in Vijayawada, which has faced a disaster recently and coped with it with the help of drones, I think it is very important to go through the whole experience and our knowledge on drones and give our views and try to see how we can improve and organize this particular application of drones. Uh, so we have a very balanced panel, I think. We have people from industry, Tunga Aerospace here, Idea Forge, Marut, and Triple IT. Academia. So they're from Academia. I think Professor was to come earlier. He's not able to make it today. So we have Academia, industry, and the actual man on the job who manages the disasters. IG Police, Mr. Shrikant from Andhra Police. So I welcome you all. And since the time is running short, we have just half an hour, not 45 minutes to finish our discussions. My objective is to seek views, your views as specialists in your own domain. What do you feel how the disaster management system currently exists and how it operates? And in case as industry you have been supporting any disaster management, what is your experience? And finally, I'll come to the IG Police to give his views on what is currently the capability of disaster management system and how he would like to improve it. We should look in future, as our Chief Minister very clearly said, that this technology has to be used for public safety and enhancing it hereafter. With such a government in place, I think we can do wonders if we put our heads together. So without any further ado, I will start from you, sir. There's a mic there? Yeah. Please give your views, how you view it as the current capability, and have you had any experience in this?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. So I'm Ganesh from Tunga Aerospace Industries. So we've been in this industry for last 4 years. We started with developing drone for MOD, which is Indian Army, Navy, and Air Force. So the problem statement is much more well defined there, as the drone industry have evolved over last 10 years, and we latched on to it. Now having good products, having sold thousands of drones to the armed forces, now we are venturing into public safety, disaster management, agriculture, and other fields. So here, having figured out a drone, so how a drone is different when we use it for a public safety or a disaster management solely depends upon the user, what he wants to do. So basically here, we still feel we are in a figuring out, we are still figuring out. Basically, we have supplied to J&K Police for public safety, and we have also supplied for Tamil Nadu government on the mega city project, where drone is attached onto a van, and the drone is supposed to be flown from a van, landed on a van, and retrieved back again. So like that, so that drone had a, like say, if you look at a drone, it's a sense, think, and act paradigm. So the sense part portion is solved. It's a camera sitting over there. But the think portion and the act portion is what is getting matured. Like say, the police forces wanted a loudspeaker onto the drone, and the Gujarat police wants a tear gas drop on a drone. So like that, each and every police departments, based on what's happening in their state, the problem statements are much different. And this sector will have volumes much, much larger than
the defense volume, because count the number of police stations around there. So this seems to be a large market, but I kind of feel we are still figuring out, we are getting into it. And once we scope down the problem statement, standardize it, that's when we can talk about regulations and getting type certification for that and putting it to the market. That's my initial view on this particular topic.
Fair enough. I think that's general view. Let's hear Idea Forge.
Good evening, everyone. This is Vishal from Idea Forge. We are one of the pioneers of the drone industry in India. We started off way back in 2009, and we are probably one of the largest, in the country. Today, uh, almost every 3 minutes there's an Idea Forge flight which takes off globally. So you can see the kind of impact it has. Having said that, I really wanted to give you few data points, and we should start our discussion from there. The data points being that India has a land border of almost about 15,000 kilometers. 12,500 kilometers is hostile. You have a coastline which is about 7,500 kilometers. You have 170 districts out of 550 which have some trouble or the other. If I look at police to citizen ratio, we have about 145 number of policemen uh, per lakh population, which is about 130th in the in globally. If I look at about 150 countries, the problems are enormous, right? The only solution today is uh, he's uh, food put man the issue is which you figure out where what those disaster prone areas are. So that's a pre-disaster mapping, and then you make your plans. Second phase is when if the disaster actually happens. So what you do right now, it's again a tip of the iceberg. So there is surveillance. Of course, there is surveillance. There is delivery of essentials, food packets, medicines, etc. The third could be announcements, which we are seeing very widely used, which is to say, you want to really reach out to people who are in the disaster. Interestingly, what we are signing is that there are startups which are doing even beyond that. What they are doing is a very interesting use case which has come up, is that in disasters, some of the humans may just have been immobilized. They're not even crying for, or they're not even shouting for help, but they're probably, their cell phones are still on, right? So can you pick up that cell phone signature and go and figure out where that man could be, in terms of he could be under an avalanche, he could be under water, it could be under rubble, and so on and so forth. So there are very interesting use cases which are coming up in as far as when the disaster occurs. Post disaster as well, there is this use of this technology which is looking at a post disaster assessment, and how do you prepare better in that. So it has to be a 360-degree approach. Having said that, today we are, the elements which we are using, and where I was alluding to when I said there are about 145 to a lakh of to citizens, is the fact that we are grossly inadequately prepared, ill prepared, so to say. Today, the only means what we are using are A, humans, B, uh, people are often talking of CCTVs, right? So you are at the cusp of something which is, the way to think about this problem is, we had a very low tele density, and I think Chief Minister mentioned that. Suddenly, the mobility came, and everything changed, right? We kind of leapfrog from generation 2 to probably generation 4th or generation 5th using that mobility. Today we have that chance, in terms of disaster management, in terms of public safety, where what you're doing today with humans and with CCTV camera, you can suddenly leapfrog, miss, or a planned miss, so to say, 2 3 generations, and straight away leapfrog to eyes in the sky, which is which are drones. And today the Indian industry, absolutely capable, on the dot, on the money, there to really make that thing true.
Well said. I think initial thoughts are well taken. Marut, what's your view and experience?
Is it audible? Yeah. So rather talking, I wanted to show actual visuals of what we did in action in Vijayawada itself. Can you please play a video which is given? So just to make you understand the sensitization of the actual situation, what we did.
When floods hit a city, chaos ensues as thousands find themselves trapped without food, water, or electricity. Roads disappear underwater, complicating rescue efforts. It takes innovation, courage, and determination to respond in these challenging times. Marut drones and their pilots rise to this challenge. These aren't just drones, they are lifelines navigating through submerged streets. They coordinated with Andhra Pradesh Drone Corporation to deliver essentials like food, medicine, and mainly hope, where no one else can reach. Approximately 4.15 lakh people were affected by the rains and floods, and 25 pilots were immediately deployed with 20 drones for the mission. Marut pilots are the unsung heroes who rise above challenges, especially during floods. They are the heartbeat of hope.
So we get a call at morning 4 a.m., 3 a.m. saying that floods is there, please come. By 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, we deployed and we saw. First, we deployed the delivery drones, then we realized the intents of problem where people are calling them for having food, milk. And we have seen one of the milk van coming at where almost 500, 600 people on that to just collect the milk, and we understood the hungerness and the real need. So as a Maru drones, we worked with many governments, like in Assam for floods, or even for northeastern state, or even southern states for different years from last 6 years. But actually, the Andhra Pradesh government actually rightly used the technology, and they've seen, because where helicopters were not able to reach the interior part of it, and there in the boats also they were not able to reach, and people were stuck in the apartments in the terrace, and they were literally waiting for the food for 1 2 days. And drones have really supported them and created a belief that drones are definitely used for the purpose, like how technology is used for the purpose point of view. So, and we see this is a very start point where the seed has come from Andhra Pradesh, and every state and every part of the country, when they are thinking of a disaster, when they're thinking, it can be Wayanad, it can be Uttarkashi, where people got stuck, every part of the place where drones have become a real savior and never need. And my friends in the industry are really helping. We are doing our part with the drones which we have, and you're going to see many more applications with thermal imaging, with delivery, with surveillance. So I think my other panel people will add more. This was just to give a glance of what we did a month back here. Thank you.
So again, uh, an applause for your work that you did in this disaster and helped the Andhra Pradesh government. But here, actually, like it said that you can clap with two hands, right? You can, drone industry can provide what you did, and the government also has to facilitate, has to understand and provide you the freedom to operate in such conditions without any formal, maybe contract or lease or whatever. So I think it worked very well. We'll come to the police experience in this, and they will also communicate. But before that, I want academia. I'm sure you understand this whole problem and the limited solution, I would say, that drones have been providing now or till now. What do you think can be done more from an R&D point of view, where academia can help the state government or the national government in ensuring the industry gets the technology that is required, and it empowers the future disaster management uh, experience.
So basically, we are into image processing. So rather than working with the drones, so whatever the product that is coming from the drones, we'll try to analyze the image and try to sort out the classify. Saying that suppose case of disaster management, we say that this is the area which is most inundated, and these are the buildings inundated, and there actually the government can go for some kind of compensation process. So what actually we observe over time is that though during the disasters time, the drones are flying and they're capturing the images, everything, but the post processing is not that much perfect, because it happens that the person who should get the benefit are deprived of the benefit, and other way it happens. So the along with the flying the things, the image processing also should be considered, where actually the algorithms that is used for the mapping should be very accurate, so that whatever the compensation that is given by the government should reach the needed one. And sorry, and one more thing, maybe I can, DSP can actually address this. One question is that the morning, Honorable Same was talking about how drones are useful in monitoring rowdy cheaters. So, actually, can you focus anything on this, being a company or from the side?
Yeah, so maybe I can ask IG Police, Mr. Shrikant, to give his experience.
Good evening to you all. I'm Shrikant, IGP Law and Order. Thank you for having me here. Just for the information of all, AP Police is one of the early users of drones. But all the while we have been using drones for public safety, basically in crowd monitoring and preventing stampede type situations in large gatherings. For the first time in recent Vijayawada floods, we came across a different use cases. Vijayawada floods have taught us a lot. For the first 2 days, we were actually clueless how much area has been inundated. On the third day, the police drones were deployed to assess the situation, because we have been continuously receiving the complaints that food is not reaching to the interior areas. Whatever relief material is being sent through boats and other means of conveyance, that is not reaching the far-flung areas, which were really inundated in 9 to 10 feet in water. So when we deployed the police drones, we could understand which are the areas inundated, but actually how to send the relief material, that is the biggest question. And that's when the drones which came from outside, they have delivered the food and relief material to those people who are actually trapped in the water. Though we have deployed helicopters for distribution of the food in the earlier instances in all the floods, if you see, helicopters were normally used to drop the food packets, water packets, and this thing. But the problem is when you drop the food packets and water packets, normally helicopter, when they drop it, they find some place where there is no water and they try to drop it. But here you don't get any place like that. Even if you drop there also, public have to reach there. When they were trapped in their houses, how do they reach the open areas? That is number one. The second thing is there will be a lot of wastage. When you drop the packets, there's a chance of packets getting opened up and food getting wasted. So the precision way of delivering the relief material to that particular person who is trapped in the third floor or second floor, that has been a use case in recent Vijayawada floods. The second challenge, like public safety, all the while we have been using it for crowd gathering and crowd monitoring. The second use case is like we were using it for beach monitoring. Normally, more than 100 deaths takes place every year in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has the second largest coastline. So many people throng to beaches. But the problem, because the beaches, people are spread out and our eyes on the surveillance on the people who are venturing into the enthusiastic visitors to the beaches are very limited. So we started using the drones for the public safety. But the problem is like, okay, you have identified the persons who are venturing into the sea, but how to alert them? That's when I have requested one of the drone manufacturers to come out with some solution. And when I was CP, Vizag, but I'm just throwing this challenge to you, because there should be some mechanism where a drone, of course, there were drones which are fitted with public addressing systems which can give a message to alert those people. But when we have really checked up, actually these drones which were developed as of now, they were not actually useful for the public who are right below the drone. The communication is not going to them because of the noise of the sea and other factors. So if we can develop such drone, then we can definitely save the public lives. There is another challenge which I would like to pose to these people also, because you're all aware that large scale ganja is being cultivated, and AP became infamous for ganja cultivation. Unfortunately, AP, and because of the LWE from left wing extremist problem between Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, the border areas are being widely used, taking advantage by the local cultivators to cultivate ganja, the narcotic substance. So if there is a way, because reaching that place, they are all hillocks, and reaching that place, on one side the Naxal problem, the other side the inhospitable terrain. If we can send the drones, a drone which can detect the crop, exactly the other than the vegetation, there will be huge lot of other vegetation also, but if it can precisely detect the ganja crop, then there is every chance of destroying the crop and saving the public lives. So the manufacturers can look at these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think we have now a fair idea of the experience the industry has in academia and the police, the government department in the recent floods at Vijayawada. But please remember, this is just one type of disaster that we have faced. Like Vishal brought out, that there are so many types of disasters which can happen. We have to be prepared pre-disaster. We have to have a phase where drones can be very effectively used. Then during disaster and maybe after disaster also, compensations and all. I mean, so there is a whole gamut of activity which can be helped. And like you also brought out, that the manpower of governance is very less in proportion to the manpower people that we have, public population. So drones are ideal. I mean, technology is useful in such cases only, where, like the again chief minister said, that he doesn't want policemen everywhere. He wants eyes in the sky, and then he want to catch the rowdy and challenge him to come out. So that kind of a thing, with a drone with adequate endurance, if it stays in the air for long, if you suspect, like today warnings come many days earlier that some cyclone is about to come. So for such disasters, we can have a planning where we put drones to monitor what's happening. The change can be detected over time and recorded. And these videos from drones today are directly transmitted to wherever you want, actually. You display it here, right? So we can transmit to the control room, a control room. So this has to be organized. That's what I feel, that it is not fully organized. Disaster management should include all types of disasters. Fire is in the factory, that famous Bhopal disaster, the gas leak. There can be floods, there can be railway accident. So to cater for all disasters, NDRF is there, SDRF is there, but they have to organize along with drones. Drones have to be a permanent part of any disaster support system. That's what I think we all agree, but I would like to have your views, and these would be your final views. How do you want to see drone industry going forward and supporting public safety as well as disaster relief in future?
So, basically, as I mentioned, the output is important. So if the output is perfect, accurate, then more we can provide the services to the people. It can be not only in the disaster thing, but any kind of, it can be in other event where actually government needs some kind of policy where they can use this kind of drone things. So where actually the compensation can be provided in a better way to the all the peoples rather than something maybe injustice to the people like that.
So one of the our observation is interdepartment coordination, sir. Whenever any disaster happens, becomes very critical. Definitely, there are war rooms which are comes, but the awareness about the adoption of the technology in for different departments. It can be fire department, it can be the irrigation department, it on a flood analysis, or it can be the municipal department. So what we have seen is state should also have a specific wing for disaster response and adoption of UAVs, because like you have cars, you have two-wheelers, drones are must coming days, and definitely they have to be equipped for all the kind of a disasters. It's not just the floods, it can be your firefight, the forest fires, It can be any of the disaster in the city, explosive, anything. So what we see is having a forensic also. Biggest thing is, sir, is we suggest is to have the forensic aspect, drones in forensic aspects, where you could able to identify and also support in the disaster point of view. And just that it's very nascent and starting stage of the technology. What you see, it can do many wonders, but just that don't expect everything for a free, because what we see is the state governments or central governments, when disaster happens, NDRF or everything, everybody expects the people to come and do it at that moment. But all the companies in drones are very young and very startups. So there should be a budget which is already allocated, should be allocated to these disasters for any of the technologies which is missing at present. And we have witnessed and we have worked with many, and we have seen still it is not implemented. So what we see is many people like us will definitely come forward, definitely will work with the departments if there is a clear kind of a visibility on any budgets or any kind of a tech problem statement. So like you said, problem statement, definitely people are there to solve where both the problem statements. And we'll definitely make there is a DFI here, sir, which can help you out to reach out to the people. Like it can be Ida Forge, it can be Asteria or Tunga. So definitely they are ready to solve that problems, which already they solve in industrial applications. They'll tweak to it. So thank you. And the people who have seen the drones here, just it's a 1% of what you've seen. And every sector we're going to see these drones, and many people like me going to come forward from different parts of the country in coming days.
As I foresee the use of drones, the whatever pictures they collect, there should be a payload to analyze those pictures, analytics plus coupled with artificial intelligence. Like as I missed the point, like how to monitor the rowdy sheeters. Because if we send the drones, actually, if it captures the pictures of the rowdy sheeters, one thing is over a period of time, the machine learning, if it can collect his movements, and then it can predict what exactly, where exactly, what are the spots he is visiting and all those things. So it can really help us in sending the alerts. That's one thing I'm looking forward. And regarding the disaster management also, uh, basically the predefined SOPs, how, rather than disaster is one which suddenly hits us, so there may not be any time to prepare for that unless it's cyclone, but the nature of the magnitude of the disaster we never know. So if there are some predefined SOPs, that's one thing we have to look at it. And the other one is like from police point of view, I'm always worried, like drone is always a threat to the security of VIPs. On one side, it will definitely help in many of the development issues, but from police point of view, the VIP security, the anti-drone technology, and other side, we have to look into the anti-drone technology also without causing any security issues to the VIPs. So the drone industry has to come up with this anti-drone technology also to protect the VIPs. Thank you.
So I'll talk about one live things what we are doing, and probably that'll give us a sense as to where it can go. So we are doing an experiment with one state police, wherein it is now tied to dial 112, right? So what happens is that you dial in that particular state, and I will not name the state, 60% of the calls, it is believed when they land, you don't need to send a policeman. The moment you just go and do area domination, the moment you say that I'm there, I can watch you, the problem is going to disappear automatically. So what we've done is that a call lands up at 112, they realize that this problem probably can be solved, they do a ticker to the they send a message to the drone team, the drone takes off, makes an announcement, gives you a film, and the problem disappears. Where I'm getting with all this is that you know the moment you start using it as an event base, so sir mentioned that uh, or or what we just mentioned, there are disaster which occurs, the drone industry will not be able to scale up. So it has to be a continuous effort. That's our expectation, right? That's what we are doing. The moment you say that I'm going to do it for maybe a crowd for a mela, right? it's not going to, that technology will not scale up. So we also have to realize from, and a lot of are from uniform here, we need to know that for a surveillance or for public safety, if a drone is taken a flight and he finds nothing, that's a very good thing actually. It is not bad, right? So that sense which we have, that every time a drone takes off it will solve a crime, is a very unreasonable expectation. And that's what today even a beat patrol car goes, he doesn't solve a crime, he is just doing area domination. And that area domination, that surveillance can be done much more effectively by drones than by human or CCTV cameras. Today there are apps, by the way, where your Uber driver will tell you, hey, slow down, because there is a CCTV camera which is tracking your speed. So we have to embrace mobility which drone provides. We have to embrace the aerial intelligence which drone provides, and use this technology in a much wider span than just an event based thing what we are trying to do.
Very good point, Saxena. So I was just listening to all of your points. What I actually noted is, one, you had a very good point, that there is no structuring there to buy a drone, right? Funds have to be allocated. Who owns the asset? Who manages the asset? Who flies it when there is a disaster? The entirety is a package. Even if you own a drone, if you don't have a qualified pilot, you may not be able to use it properly during disaster. And to totally de-skill, the officer will have so many other jobs than flying a drone. So we need to de-skill. That's when academia comes into picture, where AI and other aids can be provisioned along with the drone, so that it is super autonomous and the pilot does not need that much skill to navigate it, land it. And when we talk about post processing in a disastrous situation, that is a no go. I don't think you can get the images out. You will not have a workstation to sit and stitch it and bring it. So I think it's a more of an onboard solution where academia R&D can contribute a lot in terms of algorithms, in terms of AI, image processing, and things like that can happen. Where I think it's a collaborative solution, where the police forces first have to figure out how they are going to manage the asset. So, and the asset, is it in a procurable cost? Has the specification been standardized? So all these may come into picture when a business has to happen in terms of a drone ecosystem, where it's a proper product, like how you're buying your SUV for patrolling. Drone becomes one such another product and comes through the same structure, is what I feel. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I think all points are very valid from each perspective. Uh, I would just, I'm surprised nobody brought up this thing, but I must tell you that what I feel is the disaster management agency, NDRF, SDRF, or police, I mean, police has to be involved in this, right? You should procure a drone dedicated for this purpose, period. Now, other problems, who will fly it, pilot, think of tethered drone. A tethered drone can be taken anywhere and flown without a pilot. Anybody can fly it. It goes, stays there in the, it's literally the eye in the sky. And it can remain for 10 hours, 12 hours. It remains at one point. And it looks 4 or 5 kilometers around and keeps transmitting the images. Suppose you have lost the network, there is no cellular network or no other network, or you can have another tethered drone with a LTE or 5G equipment and create your network. Activate a network in a disaster area where people can't talk on phone. So there are many ways where we can go. But first thing is, for the basic surveillance, for the basic command and control of the whole disaster prone area or disaster area, have a tethered drone with police, at least at some level, district or wherever, and deploy it. First thing to deploy, along with other material which goes for disaster relief, there's a dedicated stuff. The material, boats, everything is bought and kept, right, sir? Tent, everything is there. A drone should be part of that inventory. And then take it, deploy. Now you see what else you want in the drone. You want a better camera, you want 5 more drones or supply drones, 10 drones. Now you start adding to that and adding manpower to that. So you have a sort of command control post in remote. in the disaster area. He doesn't require power from outside. He'll take a generator and use it. So I think this is, with this thought, I leave it to you all to think about it and move forward. Tethered drones. I'm talking about tethered drones, which will solve your other problem of safety. It can drop anywhere. It's VIP. VIPs are totally safe with a tethered drone because it doesn't fly around. It remains tied to ground. Just a thought. And I will write a short summary of all the discussions and give it to Smith, DFI, and I will expect him to take it up with the requisite authorities for implementation. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. On behalf of Amaravati Drone Summit 2024, we would like to now felicitate our panelists, Sri C.H. Srikant, Inspector General of Police Law and Order, DGP. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Ramachandra Prasad, Assistant Professor, Triple IT Hyderabad. Mr. Vishal Saxena, Vice President, Ideal Forge Technologies Limited. Mr. Ganesh Ram Nandakumar. And Mr. Prem Kumar Vislawat. And moderated by Mr. Sudhir Verma. Thank you, and let's put our hands together for this esteemed panel. And we have 3 more sessions left to our keynote and 1 panel discussion, which we got to finish at the earliest, as the culturals will begin by 6 p.m. Panelists, request all of you for the photo session. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. And now we have keynote presentation on Andhra Pradesh Drone Corporation on use of drones for disaster management in AP by Mr. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Secretary, INI Department. Let's welcome Mr. Suresh Kumar, IAS, for this keynote presentation. Thank you. Keynote presentation by Sri Suresh Kumar, IAS, Secretary, INI Department. Welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting session on the strategic framework for building Andhra Pradesh drone ecosystem by Sri Suresh Kumar, IAS. May we all put our hands together and welcome him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are running very, very late.
because of the morning session getting extended, and also because of the interest shown by the dignitaries in the exhibition and other activities here. We regret that we are not able to complete all the sessions today as per the schedule. So we have made some changes in the schedule as well. So we will be having the next session, and before that, I will be giving you a brief introduction about the strategic framework for building Andhra Pradesh drone ecosystem, which our Honorable Chief Minister has spoken in the morning with respect to creating a drone city in Oravakal in Kurnool. All of you would have heard that. CM Sir has announced that 300 acres of land is going to be provided in Oravakal, Kurnool district for setting up a manufacturing and testing hub for the drone technology, drone ecosystem in the state. As part of this, Andhra Pradesh government is also going to announce the drone policy of Andhra Pradesh to actually facilitate this entire process. Today, Honorable CM has unveiled the draft strategic policy, which is basically the draft policy for consultation with the stakeholders. I will be taking you through briefly in next 5 minutes the major highlights in the draft strategic policy. This draft strategic policy, which is being unveiled by the Honorable CM, we will be sharing a copy, soft copy, with all of you. All those who have registered for this conference, your mobile numbers are with us, so you will all be getting a copy of this policy. And we have also made available some of the hard copies. A few copies are available there. You can collect that also, but even if you are not able to collect, you will definitely get a soft copy in your mobile phones. So you are requested to kindly give your feedback based on this draft which we are sharing with you. We look forward to hear from you so that we can make suitable modification changes in the draft policy before we make it final. So now coming on to the I'm not going into too many details because we have already heard a lot from the speakers here. The importance of the drone ecosystem. Today we all know that. Today the drone ecosystem may look to be very small, but this is an emerging sector where large number of studies are going on, research is going on, innovation is going on across the world. Today, India's position is very, very small. Only 3% of the global market is what India is having. Considering India's population, considering India's geographical area, considering India's strategic importance in the future, this has to become manifold. This is where we are looking at. This is where Andhra Pradesh is going to play very, very key role. The mission and vision of the state government through the Andhra Pradesh Drone Development Corporation was already spoken by the Honorable CM in the morning. I am just reiterating that. Andhra Pradesh want to become the drone capital of India and establish Andhra Pradesh as the leader in the drone technology, driving innovation and public service delivery. For this, we have a vision to seamless drone integration in public services, infrastructure and governance, foster economic growth by supporting startups and major corporations, become an export hub for drones and a center for cutting-edge research and development. These are the three key aspects which we have. What is our target? Why are we doing all these things, and where are we going to be by doing this? Our objective is to generate around 6,000 crore of revenue through the drone ecosystem and create about 12,500 of jobs in the drone value system in next 5 years. By 2029, this is what we want to actually achieve. Now, the drone corporation, you may be knowing that Andhra Pradesh is one of the very few states, and Andhra Pradesh is the first state in the country to establish a drone corporation. Subsequently, few other states have also come up. Drone corporation will play the facilitator's role as the nodal agency for bringing together all the stakeholders, like what we are doing in this two-day conference. All the researchers, investors, startups, academia, and the policy makers together to actually develop use cases, do research, and make commercially viable productions. We will have a very good governance structure in the state to actually facilitate this entire thing. We will have an empowered committee, we will have coordination cell and periodic meeting to actually help all stakeholders. We have also identified 4 pillars in this framework: promotion and adoption of drones, capacity building, manufacturing and R&D, and financial supports and incentives. The draft policy has elaborated on all these 4 aspects. You may go through that so that you will get detailed information about how each one of these pillars are going to be developed and what are the facilitation that the government is going to do for this, both for private sector and public sector, and for various facilitation is being done. I am not going into the detail one by one since it's all there in the slides. And this capacity building is another very important sector. Now we all know that even drone pilot training itself, we don't have enough facilities in the country today. When this drones for the agriculture purpose were brought in, the drone Didi concept was brought because in the village areas we were not having enough people, technically trained people, to handle the drones, operate the drones. Even today also, various applications in drones we need to have licenses. There are certain applications of drones where you need a DGCA license to fly the drone. There are certain other areas where you don't need a license, but definitely you need a training for that. So we want to create this ecosystem for education, skilling in this sector, so that this will also help the entire manufacturing sector to grow. Manufacturing, drone city will be the highlight. In fact, morning after the meeting, few people came to me and asked, sir, other than the drone city in Kurnool, will you not allow the drone manufacturing anywhere in the state? Let me clarify this. Anywhere in the state you can set up, we will facilitate. But what is the importance of this? Bringing entire ecosystem together in one place will help in the regulatory activities. We all know that certain type of activity, if you have to do, you need DGCA permission. You need MHA permission. You may require some other permissions. So getting individual permissions in 100 locations will become a challenge. It's not that it is not possible. It's possible, but it will become very difficult. So everybody, each one will have to run around to get the permission. Whereas the drone city will be a dedicated, like a special economic zone, where you have a dedicated R&D, manufacturing and testing facility, where government will facilitate this there. Individually, the individual manufacturers, individual investors need not go around for this. That is the main purpose. So we will have dedicated drone corridors. Certain high-end drones will require very long and high no-fly zone to do the testing and all. So there we will be identifying this. We have a functional airport, state-owned airport in Kurnool. That's an advantage of selecting this. Similarly, this location is also part of the Hyderabad-Bangalore industrial corridor. There is going to be an industrial node in Oravakal. About 10,000 acres of land is going to be developed as an industrial node by DPIIT through the NICDIC program. So this will actually facilitate it. Apart from this 300 acres, which will be dedicated for drone based activities, there will be another 10,000 acres of industrial city coming up just a few kilometers away, where a lot of ancillary industries, a lot of support ecosystem will be able to develop. And last but not the least, state government is very forthcoming in coming forward and offering the financial support and incentive for encouraging the drone technology development activities. Recently, you would have seen that Andhra Pradesh government has launched the new industrial policy just last week. All of you would have seen that. Many of you would have seen that. In addition to that, there are already certain incentives offered in the industrial policy for the general industrial activity. There are special incentives given for the IT and electronic sector. Similarly, some incentives given for the green energy sector. In addition to that, if the drone technologies development sector requires any other incentive which are not there in the existing policies, we will be happy to incorporate that in the drone policy also. So because the requirement of the drone ecosystem may be slightly different from the other general industrial activity. Similarly, Civil Aviation Secretary has mentioned about the PLI scheme in drone coming up very soon. Government of India is in the final stages of releasing the PLI scheme in the drone sector. By the time we set up that scheme also may be available for the drone manufacturers. So the ultimate objective of the government of Andhra Pradesh is to become the leader in drone innovation, manufacturing and governance, and we are willing to work together with all of you to ensure that Andhra Pradesh will facilitate the fast adoption of technology, absorption of the innovative practices which are being developed by the startups and the IITs and the engineering colleges, and look forward for helping all of you in setting up that in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. And the last panel discussion of the day, increasing farm mechanization and empowering women self-help groups through precision agriculture. And may I now invite the panelist, Dr. Sambaya, senior scientist, and Mr. Deepak Bharadwaj, co-founder Low Tech World Aviation, and Mr. Pradeep Pallali, co-founder Thanos Technologies. Please, sir. Mr. Amit Tokkal, Head of Marketing, General Aeronautics, and Mr. Mahesh Hall, Head of Sales Marketing, Daksha Unmanned Systems. And this panel discussion will be moderated by a representative from Drone Federation of India. And Smith, Smith, you will moderate.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for this panel discussion. Uh, while a lot of people were talking about the use cases of drones and mentioning a lot of them, I think the most important use case that prevails in the ecosystem right now is the use case of agriculture, which is what we are going to talk about today. Just allow me one moment. So today with us we have a diverse set of panel. These are manufacturers from various locations of the country. They have been engaged in uh, precision agriculture, agriculture spraying, as well as research. So we'll go quickly around the panel and get everyone to talk about what they're doing in 1 minute. We have paucity of time because I want to pose 2 rounds of question to each one of you. So we begin from this side. Maybe Amit, you can just share with the audience what is your role in your organization and what does your organization do in a minute or so.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amit Thokal. I'm the Vice President Sales and Marketing at General Aeronautics. We are a drone organization that is focused on precision agriculture. Right from products to solutions, we deliver all over India, and we have a rich heritage of spraying over 100,000 acres so far.
Next, we move to Mr. Deepak Bharadwaj from IoTech World.
Yeah, hi. My name is Deepak, and I am from World Aviation. I'm the director and co-founder. In agriculture drone, we are the pioneers, and we are working on agriculture drone since 2016. And if you see, we are present in all the states of the country. We are developing all the components ourselves and Till now, we have indigenized 70% of the component, and by the end of this financial year, it will be more than 90%. So, and after that, our company has target to supply the components to Indian drone manufacturers so that we can reduce the imports. That's how we are contributing. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak ji. Now we move to Dr. Saab.
So very good evening to the August gathering. Myself, Dr. Sambaya Angarekula, representing Acharya Engineering Agriculture University in the capacity of senior scientist and a principal investigator. And Acharya Engineering Agriculture University is the pioneering institute in conducting research and development in drone applications in agriculture. And we have started this journey in the year 2018 with the RQA funds funded by the government of Andhra Pradesh and India. And we have finished this research program in the year 2022 and offered the first of its kind crop-specific standard operating procedures to the nation, which were shared across many meetings with the central government, and they have formed as the basis for delivering the national SOPs for this use of drones in agriculture sector. And accordingly, we have also designed an exclusive course for agricultural remote pilot course, which was also authorized by DGCA, which is of 12 days duration, which is offered at Acharya Engineering Agriculture University. And we so far produced around 700 agriculture remote pilots who are also imported with agricultural SOPs, not only about aerodynamics and flights and drone knowledge and skill sets. In addition to that, agriculture skill set is also embedded in it. In addition to that, I would also like to mention that Andhra Pradesh state has created, through this research and development program of Acharya Engineering Agriculture University, a very resilient and dynamic agri-drone ecosystem in the state, which needs to be groomed and pampered so that this can be an exemplary case for the rest of the country, which can be copied and emulated and can be taken it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sambaya. We move to Pradeep from Thanos.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pradeep. I represent Thanos Technologies. We are a Hyderabad-based 80-year-old company focusing primarily on agricultural solutions. In our last 8 years of existence, we've deployed hundreds of drones across 9 states of India as on date, and we have service centers in all 9 states, and we are expanding fast. Agriculture is and will be our core focus area, where we design and manufacture drones locally as an in-house design drones, which gives us the ability to have certain control on the quality. So indigenization has always been a focus for us, and we've spent quite a bit of time doing R&D and pilot spraying service pilots across different states of the country, which has given us the ability to design drones that are actually suitable for the application. So we are based out of Hyderabad with a team size of 50 and a production capacity of 3,000 drones per annum. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Next, we move to Mahesh from Daksha Drones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mahesh Hall. I lead the sales and marketing function at Daksha Unmanned Systems Private Limited, Chennai. We have our state-of-the-art manufacturing facility based out of Sholavaram in Chennai, and we manufacture drones catering to different sectors like defense, agriculture, and enterprise. We have been very instrumental in training pilots. We have also India's first remote pilot training center in Chennai. Almost like 4,000 pilots have been trained through our RPTO. We are also instrumental in supplying drones through Namo Drone Didi program. So we have supplied almost like 300 drones to Didis through our parent company Coromandel International and through IFCO. We also have trained almost 450 women pilots, and we also have trained and employed transgenders in our company. So our main focus is to manufacture drones which are more efficient and which are used for multiple applications like spraying, broadcasting, fertilizers, and seeds. Also, we want to explore different segments in agriculture itself, crop-wise. Like currently we are manufacturing 10 liter and 15 liters of drones, but eventually going forward we'll have drones with different technology and different capacities and different generations. That is what our R&D team is working on. So future is bright and we are working towards it.
Thank you, Mahesh. So to make this panel interesting, I think rather than giving a question and getting you to respond for 3-4 minutes and all, let me do a rapid fire. So I have a series of about 8 to 10 questions which I feel are very critical for the agriculture drone industry to move forward. So maybe I'll pose those questions to you, and let's get some quick and crisp answers. Amit, my first question to you: what are the key technical features that you feel are important in today and next generation agriculture spraying drone, which you would think would be appropriate to market to the customer or the end user?
See, I believe the most important feature that people want, and in fact, even in my interaction here, is the ease of use, right? We as drone manufacturers, we have to make the system extremely intuitive to use. That's one. Maybe having a one-touch operation, that's extremely helpful. The second bit is the training. That's the most sought after thing. I think these are the two things what we need.
So you mentioned training and ease of use. Okay. My same question to Mr. Deepak Bhardwaj. What are the technical features that you feel are important in the upcoming agriculture drones? As of now, all drones that every manufacturer is making, while there are many differences inside, but from the outside, the customer thinks that yes, this is a agriculture spraying drone. It has a 10-liter tank. It has a 16,000 mAh battery or a 22,000 mAh battery, and it will fly for anywhere between 14 minutes to 18 minutes of time or 22 minutes of time. But broadly, everyone is at the same range. What do you think are the key technical differences that you could explain to the user in your drone or in any good agriculture spraying drone?
Uh, so there are 3-4 changes which you'll see in the next generation. First is there will be a lot of AI features. So right now, if you see collision avoidance, which we have named now ADAS, Automatic Drone Assisting System. So our one would be 3D radars. So all the obstacles will be a point cloud, and RGB data will be superimposed on that point cloud. So drone will be seeing everything in 3D in actual, and based on that, it will take very smart, very close decisions. Second would be battery. We are a very conscious company, and we are trying to bring very environment-friendly batteries, which will work for years and will deliver the best value to money. And third would be, of course, indigenization. So we are totally committed to indigenize everything. By indigenization, what we are going to offer in next generation is the life. So we can ensure that our new generation drones will work for minimum, say like 10 years. For 10 years, you won't find any defect in that. So that kind of changes we are bringing in our new drones.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak ji. I think 10 years is a very aspirational statement that you made, but I'll be very happy if some of that can be realized in next 1 to 2 years of time.
Sure, I can assure you, because we have developed all the things ourselves. It doesn't include consumables like propellers and motor. It is more about the motherboards, the electronic components. So what we have developed is actually guaranteed for 15 years.
Got it.
In the market, we'll be giving 3, 4, 5 years.
Wonderful, good to know. My next question to Pradeep from Thanos. Pradeep, what are the emerging applications that you feel are coming in the agriculture space apart from pesticide spraying?
Typically, these drones are made to spray. Other than, of course, there are the mosquito spraying others which are outside of the scope of agriculture domain maybe. That is something we've time and again seen in different municipalities where mosquito control was done. But other than this, agricultural drones. So when we say as on date, common terms for spraying drones has become agricultural drones. But agricultural drones are not necessarily only spraying applications, right? In spraying, in spraying itself, there's pesticides, there is fertilizers, there is seeding. All these are possible broadcasting solutions. But other than this, all these come under the precision agriculture domain. spraying drones are the automation part of it, mechanization or automation. But then there is the intelligence part. Intelligence comes in where you put multispectral sensors or different sensors which can gather data, which will basically give insights on which this automation drone can act upon. So agricultural drones basically include both spraying and intelligence drones, and that is something I believe will be more in use, as in the adoption will increase, which will give important insights for the spraying drones to accordingly take action. Though we have smaller fields in India as a purpose and availability in terms of acreage, but still nevertheless I think volume-based information, large-scale information, district level or village level, that is where I think intelligence applications will be very helpful to finally bring about the automation or mechanization itself.
Thank you, Pradeep. Mahesh, the question to you is, if agriculture spraying drone is, maybe that's what most people think, is going to be usable to the end customer for only 120 days or 140 days in a year. First question, is that true? Is it 120, 140 days or more? And second, if that is the case, then how do we bring in the maximum utilization from the same drone, so that that final entrepreneur who is going to buy this drone and who is going to deliver services from it, how can he get the maximum potential out of that?
Right. So initially the perception was like these drones can be used only for spraying and only for a particular season. But if you see the Indian geography and the spread of the crops across the year, though there are some seasonal crops, I understand, like in states of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, and even in southern states, like particular dominating crop will have seasonal presence. But at the same time, a considerable acreage of area will have the crops like orchards, vegetables, which are grown throughout the year, and there is a still considerable scope for spraying throughout the year. So the application is not limited only for a particular season or maybe just 100 or 140 days. So it is throughout the year. There are certain crops like sugarcane, banana, and mango and guava, such orchard crops, then grapes, etc., where we can use these drones throughout the year. So this is one thing. And in case where the crops are seasonal, like soybean or paddy, so in such areas, these drones also can be used for multiple applications, like as I said, broadcasting of fertilizers, broadcasting of seeds. Then also with changing payloads, we also can use these drones for surveillance and mapping also, with certain improvements maybe. Then also we can use these same agriculture drones for cleaning the solar panels, maybe buildings, glasses, etc. These kind of applications against this mosquito control. One more thing our friend mentioned. So these are the applications where these drones can be used. One more thing. First question also I wanted to understand in terms of technology that the farmers wants. So one more thing. The what currently farmers may want is accuracy while spraying. Currently there is a technology limitation in terms of maps. So the borders of farms are very like this is a sensitive matters, and if drone doesn't spray very accurately, then that may create conflict among the farmers, neighboring farmers. So accuracy is one thing which farmers may need. Second thing, also one more thing, like these drones are designed by experts like us, but at the same time they are being used in agriculture. But the dosages are not agronomically designed. Currently we are following the same dosages which input companies have recommended for the traditional spraying, 200 liters kile, 250 ml kind of dosage. Now here concentration is more now, 10 liters, and the dosage remains same. So these kind of agronomy wala jo stuff hai, that needs to be addressed by input companies and maybe agronomists and agriculture universities. These are the two
Thank you,
things.
Mahesh.
Yeah.
Now my question to Dr. Sambaya. You have been working on various research initiatives. You mentioned about the crop-specific SOP that your university has created. Now, when I talk to manufacturers who are also selling the drones to farmers, sometimes they have a tough time, and I don't mean it in a negative way, but they have a tough time equipping the various skills that are required to the farmer for flying the drone itself. And then in comes you who says that, by the way, depending on the crop, depending on the chemical, there is a dosage difference. How do you think is the best mechanism to translate this research in such a manner that we can educate the farmer, the information can be readily available, and he can then not just spray, but spray with precision or spray as per dosage? What steps can be taken as per your experience to train the people who are coming from rural background and especially from farming background?
Yeah, really. It's a good question. Actually, that is why we have designed a different course wherein the agricultural components are also included in the curriculum. It's not just all about only drone and drone technology, but it's also about also the sector where we are going to utilize it basically. So there should be an integration of knowledge and skill sets of both agriculture sector and drone sector together in the course curriculum. So that needs to be modified according to what Angru is following actually. Angru has designed 12 days course. And second thing is that, sir, while we select a candidate for training this, we have taken 10 plus 2 as a minimum qualification because he must be able to, because the farmer may not be able to calculate what the dosages are according to Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee's recommendations or whatever. So far, it's so happening that using the existing method of spraying using knapsack sprayers or Taiwan sprayers, so people are using as per their own whims and fancies or will and all that. But today, because of this technology, in India, I can boldly say that as an agriculture scientist, in 2003, Andhra Pradesh was the pioneer to kickstart one special purpose vehicle called APMIP, Andhra Pradesh Micro Irrigation Project, which is the first of its kind of precision farming technology solution for horticulture crops as well as some of the agriculture crops. And these 20 years of journey, it has proved wonderfully, sir. And such a second generation precision agriculture technology now has come into our hand, that's called drone technology, which again put into agriculture handhold so that it will again increases the yield as well as reduces the pesticide loads and cost of cultivation. There's a huge potential. In addition to that, we foresee that it's also going to handle the biggest problem, the four-dimensional problem of labor shortage and farmer shortage that we are going to force in future. It's not only labor shortage issue. So this agriculture drone technology or the stakeholders who are trained on that should also be given thorough knowledge about all these things.
Thank you, Dr. Sambhaya. My next question to Mr. Deepak Bhardwaj. When we generally talk about the use of agriculture spraying drones, the notion is that the drone is big, weighs heavy, has to be carried in a box, and has to be towed down to various corners of the country and in the rural area and in the field, and is very difficult from a logistics perspective. And then comes our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, who comes and says that there is a Namo Drone Didi scheme in which we are going to identify women's self-help groups and train them, 30,000 on them by the way, and deploy 15,000 drones. So per drone, 2 women will be trained. What is your outlook of the scheme, and do you think it is actually going to empower women, and what could be the potential challenges in the scheme?
I would say first, thanks for the question. This is the best topic. I would say my most favorite topic. So, first of all, I will congratulate Government of India for bringing this wonderful concept, Drone Didi. So, please pay me one minute attention. All the ladies first. Ladies, 1 minute. I have visited those drone Didis houses, and those are actually unprivileged people. Those are from SC/ST community, most of them. I went to their houses. They are living in a very small, tiny house of say like 25 square yards. Their household income was less than 10,000 rupees. I would say 90% of the drone Didis. I visited almost 20 of them. Today, in 1.5 months, 2 months, those ladies has earned 2 lakh, 2.5 lakh rupees. So a lady whose husband was earning 10,000 rupees per month, she is earning 1 lakh rupee. That is the impact. And Honorable Prime Minister deserve. Second thing, yeah, IFCO and other fertilizer companies, they did very good job. They actually backed financially all these ladies. They gave them free drones, free three-wheelers, a lot of batteries, gensets. But as Smith was pointing out, transportation is a little difficult in those three-wheelers also. So I think, personally, I think I may be wrong also, but I think that there should be some two-wheeler kind of solution built for them. We already have built for men, which is a two-wheeler, which is a motorcycle. And similar we can build for drone Didi also. It's very easy. One point I want to highlight, especially to DFI, and if through DFI it can go to DGC, it will be great help. So in drone, the biggest problem is training. And if you see, government is coming up with 3,000 drone DDs, and it is not possible to train those many DDs in this short period of time. My request to DGCA is that they have to trust us, the drone manufacturers. We own RPTOs. They should allow us to go to those villages. We will uh, find out a place for training those people over there. Our team will go there, train there, make the pilots over there, a few men with those drone DDs, because it is required. Do not bind, do not hold us to train those drone DDs in RPTOs. It is very tough for those ladies, those people, the farmers who are into agriculture to come to some remote location for 10, 15 days. The RPTOs should go to village. That's my suggestion or request.
Thank you, Deepak ji.
Smith, if I may just add, I'll take just a minute to share a few statistics. So a comment on the Namo Drone Didi scheme, definitely it's a great initiative, and the 15,000 drones that was committed a couple of years ago, right? It's a good initial number, but it doesn't even scratch the surface, as in just to put a few statistics in place. One of the report on SHGs says 9 million SHGs are registered in India, covering 100 million women, as in 1 in every 8th woman is part of a self-help group in rural India. And these are all part of 6.5 lakh SHGs that are there in India. So even Andhra Pradesh government, I would urge one thing, I think at a state or whatever central government is taking initiatives, all these, right? These are like starting, as in it's starting a fire, a small kindling of the entire initiative, wherein 15,000 drones that are supplied 15,000 SHGs, I think it will definitely be an inspiration to the 9 million SHGs, which is a pretty big number, which will change the face of how farming is done and lives of many women also out there. So even to AP government, I would urge to see if new initiatives can be brought out to support SHGs in other manners. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. I will now request all the panelists to sum up their suggestions towards improving the precision agriculture and spraying space by one suggestion or two suggestions each. I can start from Mahesh on this side. What do you think is the activity that maybe government should do or industry should do or manufacturers should do so that a better ecosystem can be created for the agriculture spraying drones in the country?
Uh, See now, see, as Mr. Bhardwaj also explained, uh, government has to trust manufacturers. There are a lot of manufacturers now coming up, and everybody wants to put and experiment with the drones. People are trying, they are assembling, but at the same time, there should be some standardization in terms of specifications, pricing, quality, and a few other aspects where there should be clear benchmarking, like in other industries like automobile or maybe other farm mechanization industries. There is some standardization by government. So that standardization needs to be also done in the drone industry, as DFI is also supporting in that, like a few other things like generations and all. But that also needs to be considered by DGCA and government, and where we can have that clear benchmarking of the manufacturers who are capable of what and what kind of drones they manufacture, what kind of indigenization they have done. These are all the things they should consider.
Got it. Thank you, Mahesh. So your
Yeah.
recommendation is some standardization on the specifications, benchmarking, and pricing.
Yeah.
Pradeep, over to you.
Two things I think could be focused on. One is training, and other is enforcement of regulations. I think in the morning also so in the afternoon there was a session on regulations as well. Agri-drone sector is one of such sectors where, as on date, if we see the list of UINs, 70% or more UINs are basically, or certified drones are agri-drones, but there are just as many uncertified drones going out there in the market. So though the central government has made the regulations, I think it is up to all of us, manufacturers, consumers, state governments, everything, everyone, all the departments involved to basically enforce these guidelines in a way to basically give quality products to the customers. So that's where I would say focus on enforcement or implementation of the rules should be important, and training definitely, because there is extreme acute shortage in terms of qualified people to the sector. So more application oriented training has to be given in addition to the basic RPC that is being issued. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Dr. Sambhaya.
Yeah, to the academia and research and development institutions of the country, I have a strong message to send actually from this dais. Um, so now time has come where all the 28 states and 8 union territories have to come forward to gear up their state agriculture universities to have a strong research and development wings at them, because this country has been divided into 131 different agroclimatic zones. Each agroclimatic zone has got its own cropping patterns as well as soils, various climatic conditions, terrain conditions, water resource base, etc. So suppose if you take seven sisters of this country, there the terrain is totally different, where you need to have definitely a terrain radar which tracks this terrain and follows the entire mission planning and all that. So similar in other states where canal command areas are there, where riverine system is prevalent, there probably you need to have a different kind of components of the drone and all that. And similarly, the standard operating procedures for each state, we have given a generic one. Probably they can just modify or customize according to their own state needs, their own agroclimatic zone needs, their own crop pattern needs, etc., and can take the ecosystem forward in all the states. And there should be uniformity with respect to weight of the drone and the height of flying, because these two parameters actually are going to determine the success of the entire drone agriculture drone ecosystem, which we have already proved and have been recommended to various ecosystem stakeholders.
Thank you,
And not
Dr.
only
Sambhaya.
this, further, I would also request all the state governments to start one special purpose vehicle like their own state agriculture drone projects. For example, we have launched APMIP, sir. In similar lines, probably every state must have AP, ADP, Andhra Pradesh Agriculture Drone Project kind of special purpose vehicle. It should be groomed at least for 10 years so that all the stakeholders will be taken care, from manufacturers to startups to pilots to entrepreneurs to the users, including. So this sort of ecosystem probably will make us more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sambhaya. Over to you.
So two things. One is the financial aspect, right? So now if you see, if I have to go and buy a tractor, I can get the loan the very next day. Now, when it comes to drones, of course, there are subsidies, and they're a great enabler. But the challenge is, what about the next non-subsidy part, right? So there, if we can have some innovative financial models like microfinancing through NBFCs, I think that is going to give a great push. That's one. On plus, it's going to also reduce the cost of starting up and therefore the operating cost as well. The second bit of what I want to talk about is creating a platform that connects the demand providers to the drone services, something like Uber, right? So here, of course, agrochemical companies are the ones who will be playing the role of demand providers, but drone manufacturers need to come forward, create a robust platform to connect that demand to the service providers. So we've been working on something like this. We've developed a platform called Caster, which exactly does this, and it manages this entire system. And I believe these two things are the ones that we need to put in place as well, along with training and the other aspects that we discussed.
Thank you, Amit. Last word for Deepak Bhardwaj, and then we close the panel.
Yeah, it's like my request and suggestion would be, sir, instead of giving so much of subsidy, make finance easier for the farmers. Instead of doing failure analysis, make the quality control standards stricter. Instead of giving so many freebies to the farmers, just make a flat 5% GST on the drones. That would be very great help for to us.
Thank you, Deepak, and thank you everyone else for joining on this panel. And I look forward to.
Sorry for interruption. I really wanted to make important inclusion that all those agriculture drones that are going to be delivered to the farmers or to the rural youth who are trained or urban youth who are trained shall be thoroughly tested against the crop geometry, crop conditions by the respective state agriculture universities in order to assure the flight stability and also the suitability of that particular drone to that particular cropping patterns of the state. Kindly make this as a point because Quality Council of India does not include an agriculture expert in testing in agriculture drones. That is very essential part of it which is missing, sir. So it should be taken note by the government of India as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sambhaya, and thank you everyone else for joining on this panel. And I look forward to all of you joining the evening program. As all of you already know, and it has been announced before, in the evening we have a cultural program at Punnami Ghat. More details of it will be shared by our MC soon. Thank you so much, Mahesh, Pradeep, Dr. Sambhaya, Deepak, and Namit for joining on this panel. I look forward to working with all of you to build an ecosystem of quality focused, reliable drones to support the dadas and didis in the rural India and ensure that we are able to give good quality drones and this project becomes successful and paves a most important example of retaining our youth from rural background in rural India while doing a high-tech, high-dignity job. Thank you so much for joining in and I look forward to working with all of you. Just request the photographer for a group photo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that interesting panel discussion for the day. And we'd like to felicitate our panelists. Mr. Sambhaya, Angarav University Senior Scientist. Dr. Sambhaya Garu, thank you, Andy. Thank you very much. Mr. Deepak Bharadwaj, co-founder Low Tech World Aviation. Mr. Pradeep Palleli, and Mr. Amit Tokal, and Mr. Mahesh Hall. Thank you so very much. And ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow by 10 o'clock, we will be beginning the day 2 of Amaravati Drone Summit. Primarily, the discussion would start with defining the future of warfare with indigenous drone and anti-drone technologies. And we have very interesting sessions tomorrow. I wish all of you will join us. And now we are heading to Punnami Ghat for the cultural programs. We have a performance by Triori Band, and we have classical dance, and we have We Unbeatables performance, and Honorable Chief Minister and Union Ministers and other secretaries from the government will also be joining us. Request all of you to kindly take your buses, they are shuttle buses, and bring your passes along. See you at Punnami Ghat. Thank you.